I don't know. You tell me. You can't just start and then say, "What are we doing?" Idiot.
Why was I back at Earth? Weird.
Because you just did the Arrival DLC.
Ah, yes. What was the DLC that we were doing?
Go talk to Garrus first and see if he tells you about his flexibility.
It's not engineering, is it?
No, crew.
I don't know why it's so dark.
Shepard, need me for something?
Have you got a minute?
Sure, just killing time anyway. I wanted to thank you
Calibrating
again for
my
your help
ship.
with Sidonis. Whatever happens with the Collectors or the Reapers or whoever else comes after us, I know you'll get the job done.
I couldn't do this without you, Garrus.
Sure you could. Not as stylishly, of course. It's strange going into a suicide mission on a human ship. People don't prepare for high-risk operations the way
Here
Turian.
it is.
I thought you'd be used to high-risk operations on human ships. I mean, think about trekking Saren to Ilos.
Sure, but that was quick. We raced out, landed, blew up some Geth, and saved the galaxy. This time we've got Miranda and Cerberus and that AI all telling us what we're up against. I think I prefer blind optimism.
True.
How do Turian crews get ready for high-risk missions?
With violence, usually. Turian ships have more operational discipline than your alliance, but fewer personal restrictions. Our commanders run us tight, and they know we need to blow off steam. Turian ships have training rooms for exercise, combat sims, even full-contact sparring. Whatever lets people work off stress.
Cool.
You mean Turian ships have crewmen fighting each other before a mission?
It's supervised, of course. Nobody's going to risk an injury that interferes with the mission, and it's a good way to settle grudges amicably. I remember right before
Mutual combat!
we were about to hit a Batarian pirate squad. Very risky. This recon scout and I have been at each other's throats. Nerves, mostly.
Audio cut out. Can't hear.
I muted myself.
It was
Maybe that's
brutal.
what that does.
After
Interesting.
9 rounds, the judge called it a draw. There were a lot of unhappy bettors in
I
the training
will
room. We
mute myself
ended up
with the
holding
button
a
from now on.
tiebreaker in her quarters. I had reach, but she had flexibility.
Hmm.
More than one way to work off stress, I guess.
It sounds like you're carrying some tension. Maybe I could help you get rid of it.
I didn't think you'd feel like sparring, Commander.
What if we skipped right to the tiebreaker? We could test your reach and my flexibility.
Oh, I didn't. Never knew you had a weakness for men with scars. Well, why the hell not? There's nobody in this galaxy I respect more than you. If we can figure out a way to make it work, then yeah.
Yeah, Garrus. Get it, son.
His cloaca's rock hard. Now go flirt with Thane. Then tell Thane you want to fuck him too.
And then I set up the sparring matches, and they fight.
Thane's on this level.
Where is he? There he is.
Do you need something?
Have a few minutes to talk?
Certainly.
Your swamp creature.
If you don't mind my saying, you don't really seem like an assassin.
You've spent too much time fighting thugs.
What's up?
Custom-painted armor makes them professionals. The Hanar trained my body for this role since I was 6 years old.
The Hannah? The fuck?
Yep.
The Hanar?
Haha.
Aggressively polite, worship the Protheans. They don't seem the type who train assassins.
Every species trains assassins. The Hanar are only unusual in that they need other species to do the killing for them. They have a strong grip and natural toxins, but have you ever seen one move quickly outside of water? Or fire a gun?
You've been killing since you were 6?
Of course not. I didn't make my first kill until I was 12. They were training me. I was not to be used and thrown away. I was an investment.
You were a child, not an investment.
I've given you the wrong idea. They valued me, yes, as a resource, but also as a person. They regretted their need for me.
Well, that's at least what they tell you.
Why did your parents agree to this?
The agreement was made under the compact. It was an honor for our family.
The compact?
We live on the Hanar homeworld because they rescued us, some of us, from extinction. We owe them our lives.
Interesting.
That is the compact.
Why was your race going extinct?
Overpopulation. That must sound trite to you. Humans developed mass effect drive before the problem became acute.
That's
Our
funny.
homeworld, Rakana, had few resources. We hadn't even developed fusion power when the soil began to fail from overuse and pollution. The Hanar found us a century ago. They sent hundreds of ships, evacuated thousands of us. Billions more had to be left behind.
That's why the Dreller's so rare.
Interesting. There you go.
What's the state of Rakana now?
Do you read your philosophers? A man named Thomas Hobbes. When all the world is overcharged with inhabitants, then the last remedy of all is war, which provideth for every man by victory or death. As Rakana died around them, my people slaughtered each other for mouthfuls of water,
Sounds about
crumbs
right.
of food.
How human.
What exactly are the terms of the compact?
There are many
Like
things
a
that
little
happen,
man.
even with mechanical aid. They ask Drell to assist them.
Huh.
This can't be legal. They made your whole race into slaves.
Don't insult me, Shepard. Anyone can refuse to serve. Few do. We owe our existence to the Hanar. We are proud to.
This is
represent them.
very interesting. This is incredibly interesting.
Bet they're
Wait.
slaves.
Hanar sound like weaklings.
Out here they are. But if you could see them in the encompassing, the oceans of Kaje, you would see them differently. A stream of silver in the dark.
Oh,
moving, diving,
Dramatic flashbacks.
So fast the eye can't follow. Laughter like the squeals of a child vibrates the water. They fly over the black of the sea then like birds, plumed with the light of heaven.
But you don't kill for the Hanar anymore. You're freelance. What changed?
I was asleep for a long time, yes. I paid no attention to what my body was asked to do, but then laser dot trembles on the skull. One finger twitch, he dies. Then the smell of spice on the spring wind. Sunset-colored eyes, defiant in scope. The laser dances away.
All the flashbacks.
My apologies. Drell slip into memory so easily.
Imagine on the
Here's-
battlefield.
Yes. Perhaps we can discuss it later. I've wasted too much of your time.
Cool.
But if you remember, when he comes to the ship, he says preferably someplace dry.
Yes.
And Edie says life support is slightly more arid. So the Drell were rescued by an aquatic race and live on an aquatic homeworld.
Wild.
Even,
what-
even though they don't like moisture.
So is it entirely water? Can't be.
Well, the Hanar developed spaceflight.
Huh.
So I assume there are.
Favorite piece, painted for me by a child prodigy
know.
from the museum.
Maybe your
It's kinda-
host can tell you.
She was kidnapped
True.
by slavers.
It might be in secondary stuff. Homeworlds or something. Planets and locations. Nope, not in there. I can look it up myself.
The Krogan homeworld boasts extreme temperatures, virulent diseases, and vicious predatory fauna.
Predatory
Around
fauna.
1900 BCE, the
Yeah, Krogan.
atomic power
The reason why they have their eyes on the side of their heads like prey animals is because they were hunted
Tuchanka,
by
Oh,
other species
interesting.
on their planet. They're actually
most
prey
of their
animals.
industrial base
That's
destroyed,
very
the
interesting.
Krogan entered a new dark age, and warring tribal bands
That's probably why they
dominated.
breed so much.
Populations remained low
Yeah.
for the next 2,000 years. First contact with the Solarians made resurgence possible. Krogan brought to less hostile planets bred exponentially and returned to reconquer their home. They built vast underground shelters to shield themselves from surface radiation, which proved prescient during the Krogan rebellions, when many of them isolated themselves in a vain attempt to avoid the genophage.
Huh.
Convinced they could outbreed the genophage, they transmitted it into more than 90% of the sealed
Damn.
bunkers. Today, Tuchanka's population is sharply limited, and while individual Krogan are long-lived, the genophage ensures few replacements.
Wild. Fucking
No.
every time I hear about the Krogan, learn more about the Krogan, the more tragic the story is. It's so
Well,
fucked.
The females lay like 100 eggs at a time.
Really.
So every 1 in 100 births is now fertile. The rest are stillborn.
Crazy.
But like I said last time, the Krogan did the genocide on the Rachni on their own volition. Also, I learned that they're the oldest species in the game.
Okay.
They might have been around when Protheans existed, though it's not clear.
Interesting.
I say, fuck AI hacking,
Omega.
respec your powers, and put those 3 points into something else.
I set up an ID as a buyer's rep to get
I
a
do
special order on the
use it
slaver's vessel.
occasionally.
Once aboard, I freed the girl and smuggled her off the ship. She painted that for me on
I
the way
just did a build that was AI hacking and dominate,
home.
and I got bored.
Fair enough.
Don't laugh. I like those books. Romance novels, crime novels.
I really like this character.
classics. There's something
Yeah,
about
who's cool.
Casimir is fucking
actual
great.
paper in your hands. There
The,
must
the only issue is that she's DLC, so she's not integrated into the story very well.
on the job.
Mhm.
Some of these are more valuable than the objects he was hired to steal.
No way.
So yeah, the Krogan were like, oh, I also just did the recruit Tali mission, and I brought Garrus and Miranda, so we all three of us had overload, and I was just overloading all the guests. They couldn't do anything. It was one of the easiest missions I've ever played, because I also ended it with the cane.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, so the Krogan were definitely around before the Asari. And I think the Asari, before they even discover the Solarians, is when they discover the Rachni. And also, the first contact war with humans, I was learning more about the humans themselves. So they knew when they discovered the Protheans, they knew there was going to be an alien threat. So they built up their navy and army. So Ashley's granddad on Jiangxi, they were garrisoning troops, but they didn't know if there was ever going to be a threat. That's why they were able to be defeated so easily by the Turians.
Right, because there was a lot
so
of
the
them that they
Alliance
weren't-
had a navy that was like enough to actually fight the Turians, but like the death toll on both sides would have been insane.
Yes. If he didn't
Because-
surrender.
So the Turians are also their authoritarian,
Yes. Well,
military
we established that they're a
authoritarian.
military dictatorship.
which is what gives them, and that's like bred into their culture. Like they're designed
Yes.
to be that way, you know.
I mean, we can
When humans
we can
are
look
designed,
at
like our evolution strives from like freedom and rebellion, right?
Yeah.
So
yes.
like our innovation gave us like an edge against the Turians in that regard.
Mm,
Like it didn't matter if they had a bigger navy.
yeah. So
Also-
yeah, it's like
The governments on Earth still exist. Nations still exist. So the Systems Alliance is basically a UN structure. It doesn't have any real power over any colonies or systems. It's only like the
Interesting.
council, all they really do is citadel and trade and colonization stuff. So the Asari, the reason why the humans opening all the relays was problematic is because the Asari opened up a relay that led to the Rachni.
yes.
And then they had to
Earth was
then
just
they
like, fuck it,
discovered the
open them all.
Turians after that. Like hundreds of years after that, they discovered the Turians
Okay.
and the Solarians, I believe. And that's when they genophage. But the Turians are the youngest council species. Well, humans now.
So who found the Citadel first? That was Asari?
Asari, yeah.
Okay. And then they found the Solarians, who killed the Krogan, and then they found the Turians.
Them and the Turians.
Yeah, okay. Because, I mean, here, right? It says, while the Turians are individuals with personal desires, their instinct is to equate the self with the group and set aside personal desires for the good of all. They're fucking Orthcons.
No, they're literally like very fascist. Why do you think they're so racist against humans and shit?
True.
Even the council.
It probably is closer to fascism now you say
No,
it.
they literally are fascist.
That's funny.
More like
Turians are
Mussolini
taught-
fascist than Hitler fascist, though.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes. Big F fascist. Turians are taught to have a strong sense of personal accountability. The Turian honor that other races find so remarkable. Turians are taught to own every decision they make, good or ill. The worst sin they can make in their eyes of their people is to lie about their own actions. Turians who murder will get away with it. Turians who murder will try to get away with it, but if directly questioned, most will confess the crime. Turians have a strong inclination towards public service and self-sacrifice, so they tend to be
Cops.
poor entrepreneurs. Yes. To compensate, they accepted the mercantile Volus as a client race, offering protection in exchange for fiscal
Client
expertise.
state.
Yeah.
That's
The
some
Turian
American
military.
shit.
Yeah. The Turian military is in the center of their society. It's not just an armed forces. It is an all-encompassing public works organization. The military police are also the civic police. The fire brigades serve the civilian population as well as military. The Corps of Engineers builds and maintains spaceports, schools, water purification plants, and power stations. The Merchant Marine ensures that all worlds get the needed resources. That's very interesting. And then government. Turian is a hierarchical meritocracy. While it has potential for misuse, this is tempered by civic duty and personal responsibility Turians learn in childhood. They're propagandized in the Hitler Youth.
Yeah, exactly.
Turians have 27 citizenship tiers. What's the What's the Starship Troopers? Do your part. I'm doing mine.
Exactly.
Get citizenship today. 27 tiers of citizenship is wild. Beginning with civilians, client races, and children, the initial period of military service is the second tier. Formal citizenship is conferred at the third tier after boot camp. For client races,
It's literally
citizenship-
Starship Troopers. You're a civilian, not a citizen.
For client races, citizenship is guaranteed after the individual musters out. Higher ranked citizens, are expected to lead and protect subordinates. Lower ranked citizens are expected to obey and support superiors. Promotion to another tier of citizenship is based on the personal assessments of one's superiors and co-rankers. Interesting. Throughout their lives, Turians ascend to higher tiers and are occasionally demoted to lower ones. The stigma associated with demotion lies
Social
on
credit score.
on the individual, but on those who promoted him when he wasn't ready for additional responsibility. Interesting.
That's cool.
This curbs the it's accountability.
You can't fail upwards.
Yeah. This curbs the tendency to promote individuals into positions beyond their capabilities. It literally, it's arguing against nepotism. Setting into a role and rank is not considered stagnation. Turians value knowing one's own limitations more than being ambitious. At the top of the this is funny. This is just the people at the top convincing people at the bottom of the ladder to pull them off the ladder. That's all this is. It's literally crabs in a bucket. It's propaganda. At the top are the Primarchs. Whatever.
Primarch.
Each ruler
You'll meet them in the next game, the Primarch.
Colonization cluster. The Primarchs vote on matters of national import. They otherwise maintain a hands-off policy, trusting the citizens to each level below them.
And they're like Jelani. That's that popular jihad.
Turians enjoy broad freedoms so long as one completes his duties and does not prevent others from completing theirs. Nothing is forbidden. Is my volume fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. For example, there are no laws against recreational drug use. Based.
I hadn't looked at chat until now.
Right. How many people we got watching? Nobody. I should get my dude. I don't want Twitter. Twitch.
Yeah, I haven't made the tweets yet. I still have to
Okay.
do one more thing before I'm actually sitting down and good.
That's a shame because this is premium fucking content.
Well, this is good for the retrospective.
No, this is really interesting.
How's their military doctrine though?
Yeah, I'll finish this. For example, there are no laws against drug use, but if someone is unable to complete his duties due to drug use, his superiors. Interesting. This is very interesting.
They're libertarian as well.
Something like that, sure.
They have a hierarchical government, but they're all freedom.
It sounds like what the libertarians argue for.
And the government is completely hands off.
Yeah, like it's.
But then you also can't be a citizenship unless you're in the military.
Yeah. So it's literally what libertarians argue for.
It's pretty complex.
It kind of is, but it's kind of like anarchy in a way where it requires
it's
faith in the citizenry.
It's anarcho-fascism. It exists.
Well, we know it exists. It's called ISIS.
Well, Order of Nine Angles.
Oh yeah,
they literally identify as that.
Fuck.
As in, they're against governments, but they're also racist.
God damn it. Okay. I'm just. There we go. All right. Peers express their concern and try to convince the offender to change. If rehab fails, Turians have no qualms in sentencing dangerous individuals to life of hard labor for the state. Boy. Cern and Try. That seems incomplete. If rehab fails. What the fuck? I found a mistake. Although the lack of brutality, they lack the brutality of the Krogans, the skill of the Asari, and the virtuosity of the humans. The Turian military has formidable discipline.
I was just asking, what do the humans bring to the council? It's not just moxie, I guess.
The fuck does virtuosity mean?
We're nice. We'll
Virtue. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Robespierre. Terre is the embodiment of virtue. What's the line? What does he say?
Couldn't tell you. You're the history guy.
I just know. I'll find it when I come back up from grabbing what I need downstairs in a second. But I'll pull it up where Slavoj Žižek defends them.
Yes.
It's very funny.
Sorry, I'm just trying to set my shit up so I can play comfortably and still talk and shit. And it not block my camera. And I can still see the chat. Seems good. Okay. Right, military doctrine. Yeah. Although they lack the brutality of the Krogans, the skill of the Asari, and the virtuosity of the humans, the Turian military has formidable discipline. Officers and NCOs are lifers with years of field experience. Enlisted personnel are thoroughly trained and stay calm under fire. Turian units don't break even if their entire line collapses. They fall back in order, setting ambushes as they go. A popular saying holds, "You will only see a Turian's back once he's dead."
Yeah, I've heard this. Where Turian lines don't break or something. It might be in the regular codex. But I've heard that line where their lines don't break; they only fall back, or something.
Soldiers receive a year of training before being assigned to a field unit. Officers train for even longer. Most serve until the age of 30, at which point they become part of the reserves. Even if they suffer injuries preventing frontline service, most do work behind the lines. Biotics are uncommon, while admired for their exacting skills. Biotic motives are not always fully trusted by the common soldier. The Turian prefers to assign their biotics to specialist teams called Cabals.
Which is interesting because that's the Cabal Vanguard.
Yeah.
Right? But they don't even use biotics.
That's funny.
Really. They do. They have the biotic charge and the biotic shield, but the poison strike is there.
Yeah, true.
You know, it's like different. They're the only ones that are different than the other biotics.
There's a good character
unique
too.
class.
It's very interesting. Command and controllers.
A lot of the final DLCs for the multiplayer, they're like interesting characters, but a lot of them aren't. They don't work very good. Like the Talon Mercenary, if you rebind the keys, it won't work because it's just glitched.
That's hilarious.
And the Cabal Vanguard, I've gotten stuck underneath the map a few times, and people seem to not be able to figure it out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess it's just
Weird.
so unique.
I guess.
But you're supposed to be constantly moving
Yes.
instead of like directly attacking.
I mean, yeah, theoretically.
But like, I think most people just want to directly attack.
Of course. They're playing a shooter.
Yes. Well, the multiplayer is a shooter.
Mm.
Well, the main game is an RPG.
Also, while there's people here, a couple people, you guys can see, I have a couple new games that we can look at. This one, and this one. I think this is a side scroller, like Souls type, which is kind of interesting. This one's just like chill, so we can basically just like hang out and talk in the chat and do this. It's one of those like scenic games,
Cozy.
Subnautica kind of thing. Yeah, cozy, sure. It's one of those games, and then this one is a. How do they describe it? It's like a hack and slash, sort of always moving fast kind of game.
Is your background Ninja Gaiden?
No, my background is Tokyo Ghostwire.
So QTE Mart, you know?
Yeah.
Very strange.
I have this game's here as well. This one. It's actually kind of cool game.
Is that the runner? It's like a running game?
This one, yes.
Ghostwire. Oh no, Ghost
No,
Runner. Okay,
Ghost
Ghost
Runner.
Runner is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's the game that I had that I'm like, we can have a look at this game. But
Anyway.
Ghostwire is one that I want to play on stream because it's very interesting. It's all in Japanese as well.
You're Japanese.
Dying Light is another one that I want to play on stream. I want to do Cyberpunk on stream too.
I mean, I'll do Cyberpunk once I have it.
I don't have the
Because I'll-
DLC for it though.
Because it's something that I'll stream when nobody's around.
Yeah.
It's something that I'll invest and play in.
Mhm.
Because that's what I like to play is the RPG stuff.
Fair enough.
And I never finish them.
The other thing that I wanted to do was like classic games, like the BioShock games, Borderlands, Fallouts. Maybe next game we'll stream after Mass Effect will be New Vegas. We could also do a Halo.
It depends on if it
complete
gets
Halo
views.
run. There's Prey that I wanted to play as well. There's Stalker 2,
Perfect Dark.
Witcher I've never played. We can play
Game
Perfect
Pass.
Dark.
Man.
Yeah.
The 360 remake of Perfect Dark is perfect. The whole campaign is co-op.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we could play it together if I grabbed it. It's probably not that much money. But if it's on Game Pass, I wonder if you can get it for PC.
Maybe. It is a 360 game, so maybe not.
No, seriously though, like, you know how I bitch about the remasters all the time? Because they're just fucking scams. They like, oh, we took a game that was originally 4x3 and now it has fucking custom resolution. Give us $30.
Yeah.
Also, have you seen some of the leaders that are announced for the next Civ?
No, I have not.
Harriet Tubman.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Why not? She has like a special ability because you can mix and match the abilities now.
Ugh.
Right? So like you can pick Harriet Tubman, but then she doesn't have to be American. So she gets bonuses for like, you know, anti-slavery bonuses and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not about that. Like, if you're going to do a game like that, give me historical leaders of countries and let me fuck around. I don't care about civil rights leaders. It's not the same thing. It shouldn't be
The
in
other
Civ.
one that they just announced is Ben Franklin.
That's a different scenario. Wasn't he the president?
No,
No, really?
no, he was a fucking emissary in France. He secured the funding to win the revolution in France, but he
Oh,
really didn't
okay.
do anything.
Okay, then no, he
He
shouldn't
just
be in there
had
either.
sex the whole time instead.
Okay, yeah, no, he shouldn't be in there either.
Yeah,
Dumb. It's a Civ game. These people didn't build their civilizations. They're great people. They should be great people or people that you can unlock as like leaders within the country. If we're really thinking about a Civ game, that's how it should be. It should be those kind of people should be in the great people spots, not the leader spots. Like, why is Harriet Tubman in the same conversation as Cyrus the Great? That makes no sense, both historically and as a game. Oh, Vlad the Impaler is now available, and so is Ben Franklin. Like, what? Dumb. Anyway, Hellblade is another game that I want to play, that we could do on stream. If I make my headphones really loud, apparently there's like whispers in the microphone, in like the speakers and shit, and it's full surround sound, and apparently it's pretty cool. I kind of want to play that. So, there's a few games here that we can play as well, or as literally all of these. There's a lot. Hey, look, Mass Effect, Mortal Kombat, Minecraft. You want to play Minecraft, guys? Microsoft Flight Simulator. What about that? Mass Effect. Heaps. I want to play this one as well. I really want to play this game. It's on my list. Could maybe play the Star Wars Lego game. It's the Indiana Jones game.
I like
The Hollow Knight games. I could maybe be convinced to do in the Halo RTS game, but not really. I would also be down to do a full Gears of War run. Listen.
It only matters if it gets views.
We are a Crash Team Racing house here. Fuck Mario Kart.
If it doesn't get views,
nothing gets views. What are you talking about? But
I've pulled in people specifically from Mass Effect. Somebody came in and they were asking me my opinions on the Volus and Alcor joining the council.
That is an interesting question.
And they were like, I support the Alcor, but not the Volus. And I was like, well, each council race has added something to the council. The Volus, can help manage trade.
That's true.
What can the Alcor add? Because if you remember,
Talking funny.
huh?
Talking funny.
Well, if you remember, in the first game, the humans have an office, and next to them is a Volus and Alcor office because all three species are in application.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. But yes, no Mario Kart. We are anti Mario Kart. Crash Team Racing.
I'm anti kart racer in general.
This is an incorrect opinion.
You know what game I do like that's kind of kart racery?
Go on.
The only thing is that there's not a good multiplayer with it. It's called Extreme G.
Okay.
And it's like a race and vehicle combat game.
Oh.
So you have lasers that you can use at any time, but you can also get weapons and upgrades as well to then use. And the higher the difficulty, the more crazy the weapons will be. So it starts you with just multiple missiles, which gives you 2 shots of straight missiles, and then a mortar, which is the most worthless weapon.
Yep.
And but like you eventually, like on the later races, if you get multiple missile, it'll give you 6 missiles instead of 2.
Mm.
And then homing missiles, you can get up to 3. And there's a bunch of different ones. But it's like they're like motorcycles, but also
I have one of those.
like enclosed like the Tron bikes.
Oh, that's cool.
So, but it's like it's really fast, like F-Zero.
Ah, interesting.
So it's not really a
Interesting.
kart racer.
Yeah,
that one
no,
was
not
fun.
really.
And it would be cool if it had a multiplayer that was functional. You can only race head to
Yeah.
head, but not with AI.
You know what I might try and get? Have you guys ever seen SSX Tricky?
Yeah. There's I like
Excellent game.
Amped is another good one.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also 1080 snowboarding. Very interesting game because it was before Tony Hawk.
Ah.
So the way you do tricks is completely different. It's not simple like Tony Hawk is.
Oh, you actually have to enter in combos.
Yeah, yes. So like the
Interesting.
1080 is like insanely hard to do. I don't think I've ever been able to do one.
That's very interesting. I've never heard of that. Horror games. I'm down to stream horror games. I have a few on the PlayStation, more on the PlayStation than I have on the Xbox. But I wanted to stream Dying Light, as I was saying before. BioShock, I wouldn't really count as a horror game, but you could make an argument there. This one I want to play, which I would consider horror. These are just my installed ones. So if we go to own games, I also
so there is a PC port, it looks like, but it's being done by like fans.
Okay, yep.
So work in progress port from GitHub user, mostly functional, minor graphics and gameplay issues.
Okay. But yeah, so I've got all of the BioShocks. I've got the Resident Evils here as well, 2 and 3.
Oh, the PC port might be like a port from the original.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's more creepy, not so much a horror game. It's still a pretty cool game. I would play that on stream.
Anyway, the Perfect Dark remaster so far is the best remaster that I've played. And the fact that it was only $10 as well, and now it's on Game Pass. Like, did you ever play GoldenEye?
No.
On N64? Okay, so like...
I've got
have you
GoldenEye
ever
downloaded.
played those old shooters that only have one stick?
No.
So if you push the stick right or left, it turns you. Okay, forward and backwards are still forward and back.
Yep.
And then there's the C buttons that can strafe.
Okay.
So it's really difficult after playing twin stick shooters to pick up an N64 shooter and be able to play it. But most of them do have it, so you can, because like Rainbow Six for Nintendo 64, because that was a PC game, so they made it so the C buttons were the movement.
Yeah.
And the stick was looking. And then
okay.
The World Is Not Enough also has settings to make it twin where the C buttons move.
Yes.
And Turok also had it like that. But most of the games were like you only use the stick to get around.
Yes. Okay.
And just giving Perfect Dark the default twin stick settings is amazing. But then it also has like the graphical overhaul online support.
Yeah.
You know, it's like most remasters, it really doesn't matter if you play them or the original, you'll get the same enjoyment out of them.
Yeah.
The Perfect Dark remaster is so much better that I wouldn't play the Nintendo 64 version over the Xbox 360 version.
Really?
And there's like because all the cheats you unlock with time trials, so I have way more progress on the 360 one than the one we played all through our childhood.
That's very interesting. Okay. So I have Resident Evil 7 on the PlayStation.
The 3DS remasters are okay too, I guess, but it's 3DS.
Yeah. Yeah, fair.
Star Fox handheld is dope. I love Star Fox. It's one of my favorite games.
I have Until Dawn on the PlayStation.
Nobody cares.
I think I also have
Go back to Mass Effect.
Evil Within games, but they might be on the PC. Actually, let me check. And
Go back to Mass Effect.
people do care. They be asking.
Go back
See?
to Mass Effect.
I'm talking to chat.
Go back to Mass Effect.
Let me just check Steam. I have when it loads. Beautiful. Here we go. More BioShock. I have it on every platform. Have never played.
Yeah, I've barely played BioShock. So if
there's
anyone was to do a playthrough, it would be me because I haven't played
Yeah.
it.
Evil
I've only
Within
played
2.
the demo for the first one,
Yeah.
I think, and that's it.
Okay. I actually haven't played it.
I already know the ending though.
Yeah, I
With
haven't
Andrew
played it at
Ryan
all.
and shit.
Actually, no, that's a lie. I've played.
I'm familiar with the lore. I'm also familiar with the story in Infinite as well.
Yeah. See, I'm
But I
not.
just
I'm not
haven't played
familiar
it.
with the story, or the game really itself. I've played the first one until you encounter the second Big Daddy, and then it was too hard, and I kept dying, and I quit and just never went back.
You know, it's a really great game.
What?
Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay.
Really?
It's amazing, actually.
The Red Rose. That used to be my calling card when I first started out.
You
In place of whatever I
cliche
took,
bitch.
I left a single red rose. It wasn't until I met Keiji that I realized how silly it was. He had a way of making you realize when you were just being sentimental.
I really liked V for Vendetta as a kid.
I did too. Actually,
That
if I had money,
special place
one
in
of the
my heart.
tattoos I would have
An
would
art
be a V
collector
for
hired
Vendetta
me to steal
tattoo.
it.
Oh,
When
really?
I got there,
Yeah,
the
V
painting
for
was
Vendetta is
gone.
a great
On the
movie.
way out, I
It's-
saw
it's
it being
pretty
hauled
good.
off by another thief.
But I was
Chased him
mocking
down,
her
tackled him,
because of the
took
rose.
painting. That's how Keiji and I
Oh,
met.
does he
We never
leave
did turn
roses in
big
that?
tall lawyers.
Yeah, every time he kills one of the
Yeah.
people associated with the
I don't remember that
psychiatric
part.
hospital,
She's
he
got a
leaves
Lenin
single.
statue.
No, he leaves a single red rose, and it's an extinct rose that only he grows.
Oh, that's
And
right.
it's
He
his
does
calling
have to
card.
like.
Yep.
Well, I only remember him like in the apron cooking, not the gardening shit. Anyway,
Yeah.
go to your mission.
I stole that on a dare, believe it or not. There was a big museum.
Just like the Lenin bust.
From Earth going on tour.
That
Very
Destiny
high security.
makes Stu coke.
Keiji dared me to steal this. So I broke
You see
in,
that? Like, because the
security,
commies were mad
put a
that
piece
she's
of
like
it
pro
safe,
drug
and
use,
replaced the piece with
and
a
she
working
then
safe.
posted the Lenin bust she
I never
stole,
knew
and she had the
that.
coke spoon up
Never
to his
knew
nose.
dog.
That's
Nobody
hilarious.
asked.
Wait, who did this?
Destiny.
Oh, that's great.
That's her name, right? Des. I think she goes by Des.
Oh, on Twitter,
Uh-huh.
the nihilist one.
Yes.
Yes, that's
She
funny.
stole the Lenin head because they were at an anarchist book fair and Marxist Leninists showed up.
Yes.
And then she goes, "They got their table flipped. Don't know who did that." It's really her. Now, I just want to say something. I learned something.
Mm.
Tali's help mission, if you wait to do it after you acquire it, has to be, you have to do literally every mission except her mission and the Reaper IFF. And if you make the right choices on the Reaper IFF mission, it will give you unique dialogue for Tali's mission.
Do I care that much?
I'm just letting you know it exists because I
Okay.
haven't done it. I just learned about it.
Okay.
You might care, but I would have to get into spoiler territory to say why it's interesting.
Probe launched.
Anyway, do the power
Hey,
reset
more fuel.
for yeah.
Why did
Yeah, that's the one of the crewmates gives it to you
Yes.
for it's not Thane.
It was one of the loyalty missions.
Well, the loyalty missions just unlock the
acquire
upgrade to buy
Reaper
if you
IFF.
No, don't do that yet.
Lame.
That it starts the end game if you do it.
Lame. Firewalker artifact, I guess.
Well, we can do those, but the one you're looking for is something else. I don't remember what it's called. But you can, the firewalkers are all quick.
Fast plane.
You don't need any resources, do you?
I haven't checked.
Well, go check. You can get rid of AI hacking. It's where Morden is.
Yes. I forgot.
It's okay.
It's been 2 weeks or so since I played. Shut up.
Oh, also, so I did, since you're here, I did some research. Okay?
Yes.
For squad mates specifically, the Tempest SMG is better than the Locust because they don't have spread, so they can fire continuously and do more damage to the enemy. For pistols, the Carnifex is the strongest for squad mates, and for snipers, the Incisor. Now, then it's the Geth Plasma Shotgun, except for Grunt, because he gets the Claymore.
Okay. If I told you that I don't care about this kind of stuff,
I mean, I'm just letting you know
give them
the
whatever.
best weapons for him.
That's fine.
If you don't
Like,
take him
this
on a
is-
mission, it doesn't matter though, because you can change him at the
Yeah.
beginning of the mission anyway. But sometimes you fuck up.
The Geth
Also, the
shotgun?
Geth Plasma Shotgun is insanely good.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it's
that they
so
should
good.
have?
Anyone who has a shotgun should have it. Oh, and also the assault rifle for the squad. The Vindicator is, from what I've seen, the best. But people also really like the Matlock or Mattock.
Which one?
Retrain powers, unless you want something else besides your ammo power,
No.
like barrier, which you don't need because you're an infiltrator. There's one lower recharge. No.
Longer cloak. No.
Do operative. That's another good one. Operative might give you more recharges. I've tested this. I find Incineration Blast to be a little better. But I'm also playing on the lower difficulty right now.
I would rather the heavy target damage. All the way to operative?
Yeah. The final one will give you your bonus. Also, it gives you tons of charisma.
Sniper zoom enhanced. Damage. I don't
Yeah,
want
so it slows down time more when you zoom in with the sniper.
bonus to their duration. Let's do that one.
That'll give you really all that's going to power up is in the cloak.
Great, because I don't want further zoom because the zoom already sucks. That would just piss me off.
Oh no, it was more time dilation.
No, it gave you enhanced zoom as well. Don't want that.
I think it's just time dilation, but I'm not sure. I'd have to check for sure.
Anomaly detected.
Uh-huh.
But like picking it so you have the durations. Did you also pick cloak duration
Launching probe.
or damage?
I picked
You picked
damage.
So that now you get the best of both worlds. Now you're also increasing the duration and getting the damage.
Yeah.
Probe launched.
Probe launched.
You also didn't check if you had upgrades.
I didn't.
You just respec, but I don't think you do.
No, I think I got them all.
Yeah, until you get more.
Yep. Oh, there it is. I guess I'll send a probe.
Something on our sensors.
That's nice.
Yeah, the firewalkers only take a minute or so, you know? Pretty quick.
Yeah.
Launching probe.
It also does give you other assignments. I learned there's a few that you can't do unless you have Firewalker.
Okay. No, I should check the thing. What was I going to check?
For your upgrades.
My upgrades.
The only reason you forgot is because I sidetracked you to tell you about weapon damage for your squad.
No, I would have forgotten anyway.
Yeah, it tells you
No,
you
but
can get them, but you'll need at least one
I need
more,
to
whatever.
I need to unlock stuff, yeah.
No, that one you can. Look, you
Oh.
just need palladium for that one.
I need
Check the
palladium.
other ones. You might have them. You just need the resources.
This area of the ship.
Shut up, 80. One more.
One more sniper rifle damage. Okay.
Why can't I? One more.
Yeah.
Okay. And ship enhancements, nothing.
Yeah, because those are mostly from your squad.
The ship is enhanced.
And you upgraded the med bay to heal your scars,
More messages for you, Commander.
so you don't get the renegade face.
Yeah. I need palladium. Should actually go and do this mission now, huh?
Yeah, because there'll be resources from it as well.
This guy.
Samara gave it to you. That's what I was thinking. Who gave you the fuel?
Ah.
Which is funny because it's like she should give you biotic boost.
Hmm.
Oh, I also learned you can fuck shit up if you do squad cryo ammo builds with the soldier and infiltrator. But the thing is, you have to be the one who strips the defenses from the enemies. Squad.
Yeah. Neat little ship.
I love this thing. Oh, you're
Yeah.
fighting this time.
Scanning for mission objectives.
It's heat
Mission
seeking.
objectives located.
It's target seeking, just like the powers. That's all they did. They just gave it the same projectiles as the missile launcher.
Yeah.
Get dropship detected.
But just the fact that they added this whole platforming DLC. And it's so funny that it's only now you can play the whole game
Yeah.
without paying extra money. You're gonna die.
I am gonna die.
I think the jumping is kind of the way to go with a lot of enemies. They don't know how to target you if you jump in.
Yeah.
Also, like, if only they knew that if they just gave you all the DLC for free and charged you for a live service pass, they would do much better.
I forgot what to do.
Left trigger, I think. No?
No.
Shift. It's one over. I don't know. It's different buttons on PC, obviously. It's right trigger. It's a right
I got
click
it.
for me. What's the lore behind this? Does the Alliance have these or only Cerberus?
Get forces
I have no
detected.
Because I know it's a prototype. Because it's so much better than the Mako. Especially
Look it
for
up.
the Alliance's objectives.
Mm,
Like
yeah,
why
we'll
the
check.
Mako is designed the way it is.
There's a lot of bullets.
Hull integrity
Oops.
compromised. Please move the vehicle away from the acid.
Thanks.
Extraction complete.
Well, it's also not like the Mako runs out of ammo.
True. It's unrealistic. It's like the Batmobile in the Batman games. In their rhythm games.
You mean the car that you use to shoot people with knockout bullets?
Yes.
It uses Burna launcher rounds.
Yes, it does. It's fucking stupid.
They advertise to me every fucking day. And I
Seriously?
want James Reeves to do a fucking video on them so bad.
I don't know who that is.
TFB TV.
I don't know what that is. Should I?
Yeah, he's great.
I also don't know what this product is you're talking about.
Bro, you don't know what it is. Look at this. Literally top result when I Google TFB TV.
Warning. Hostile forces approaching.
Clip this. Clip this so I can I'll literally tag James in it. This is exactly why I want him to fucking cover this product, because
What the fuck is
it will
Burna?
literally get people killed.
Less lethal self-defense. Wow. I can't hear a word you're saying.
I know. Give me a second. I hope somebody clipped that, because I didn't have time, because I'm opening it
Is
in this
Revy
tab.
here?
I don't know. Okay. Here's the ad for this awful product.
Something to always protect myself with this. Burna allows me to have that peace of mind no matter where we're really at.
It provides you with peace of mind. Not only that you can thwart the threat, but that you don't have to take a life in order to do so.
With the
Look, all old
Burna, you have
people,
the situation
all
where
people, they're
now
selling
you're
this
able
product
to
too. Did you see
make
that?
yourself prepared for what
This is the part that really triggers me. All these old people are now going to buy this fucking product thinking that this will like save them from robbers and shit. And before this, it's just two guys who said, it provides you with peace of mind.
Why don't we do it?
But that's the thing. That's all it provides you. Peace of mind. Because if you believe in it, then sure, it'll give you the peace of mind, but it's not going to protect you.
So why don't we?
where now
do
you're
something
able
on it?
to make
Huh? I mean,
Why don't we
are
do
right
something
now.
on it?
We are.
No,
right
I know,
now.
but like, why don't we do a proper thing on it?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to borrow somebody's Glock. Because, like, for me,
Wait,
I
what?
want James to get shot with it and then do a drill with a fucking Glock to show how ineffective it is.
Okay.
Make yourself prepared for what might actually happen once you get there.
Of all the materials I use as a realtor, I feel like Byrna just fits in with all of that, and it's something that I don't think I'll ever need, but I'll be really glad that I have.
Ah, I'm clicking too many things.
Literally just carry a gun.
The worst part is that it literally is shaped and looks like a gun. It looks like a 3D printed gun.
Yeah, it does.
And it fires CO2 sting balls.
Wow. Effective. I'm sure the robbers will be very annoyed when they get hit with that instead of a bullet.
And again, the best non-lethal deterrent is still fucking sprays, in my opinion. Non-lethal deterrent.
Hey, less than lethal. You know,
No, non-lethal.
Shoot him in the fucking shoulder or something. You know, you expert shot. Or just get a shotgun, fill it with salt. You want a less than lethal option? Get a shotgun, make some salt shells. That will fuck them up. I'm pretty sure that's like a legitimate thing. I could be completely talking out my ass. I am Australian.
Okay, so now I'll introduce you to James Reeves real quick. I'm not gonna watch this whole video, but
of summer, because I'm here to bring you the good news. First, good news. This is the annual TFB TV Summer Spesh, and today we're talking about the best way to safely carry your pistol during the best season of the year. Summer can be tough for concealed carry. In many parts of the country, we're wearing short shorts, tank tops, bathing suits, bikinis, and banana hammocks, at least if you're on South Beach. This is hardly ideal for concealed carry. Moreover, while over 99% of us are probably not going to be attacked at the end of this video.
See how already it's better than pretty much any other like male gun tuber?
Yeah. 100%.
I believe
already way more
you
practical.
will believe in yourself. Finally, one last piece of good news. TFB TV vets know that every year I turn out the TFB TV Summer Jams playlist. Over the years, we've had playlists like Jams Like a Nasir, P5, Mercilessly, Half My Age, and Sonia. So how did these stack up? And I know we just had some laughs or whatever, but I am dead ass serious when I say that I think fanny packs are actually a viable and very practical method of carry if you're going to be going to the beach. Yeah, sure, you know, it's not exactly the fastest, but it's not exactly slow either, as you'll see. And come on, guy, you're going to the beach. Are you really going to have to skin that smoke wagon like at lightning fast speeds? I don't think so. But you can also keep all your shit in there, like, you know, your cell phone, sunscreen, keys, wallet, cash, whatever. So it is really handy as especially if you're thinking about like
See, like he's one of those dudes. He's one of those dudes that will be totally down with fanny packs, wearing shorts that are way too short.
Yeah.
And their whole like channel and because it's the firearms blog, right? So their whole motto is guns, not politics. So they literally have an anti-politic like rule.
That's great. That's fucking excellent. I'm gonna chastise.
And I'm pretty sure they're not part of the whatever network. What is that network? That buys them all?
Leviathan.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they're not part of that because they're like they have an official Glock sponsorship. And he was like a Glock shill far before they gave him the sponsorship.
Yeah.
But he's a huge fucking Glock shill and he's like very open about it.
Oh, that's very funny.
But he also does these things where it's like he does like top 10 lists, tier lists, you know, that type of content that isn't coming from any gun tubers because they're all managed by the same brand.
Yes. Oh, you are here. Fine. It's only Fudge that gets in trouble.
Did we clip that for James?
Did you clip it? That's why I didn't think you were here. Also, are you boosting the stream with another thing?
Me? Yes.
Oh, look, the number just fucking jumped. It just randomly jumped. All right. Very strange. I also, Metal Gear Solid 5 is a game that I've had forever and haven't played. I want to play it, but I don't have the motivation to play it. I would need to play it on stream to actually play it and finish it. So if you guys want to do that as well. I also have, I've played Final Fantasy VII Remake. I have the second one. If I was to do Final Fantasy VII, what do we reckon? It's a long game, but I reckon I could power through it if I don't fuck around. Because I have like 100 hours in the game because all I did was walk around looking at shit because the game is just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. About time you guys got here. How long have you actually been here though? Like, have you been here the whole time? Like, did you clip the thing before, or did we miss it?
Yeah, sure. I have to do those tweets. It still says, "Did you do the title?"
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
Yes, finishing up Virgin Mass Effect 2 run.
Cool. Go.
Maybe some
Got it.
fun videos. Talk about 6th gen thing.
Speaking of fun politics stuff, there's a right-wing Twitter war going on right now.
Is this because the Nazis are getting hit with by Elon's thing?
Yeah, well, because Elon and Vivek support Indians getting tech jobs.
That's funny.
And the visas that they give them.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
And they're anti-immigration. They don't want that.
Yeah, well, the racist MAGA people hate them now.
You mean all of them?
Well, the people who were at the front of it, like Laura Loomer and stuff.
Yeah. Was she at the front of it? I'm pretty sure she got this.
Well, she is this time. I mean, so Groypers are getting banned.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk was crying on being like, everyone's making fun of me.
I saw the 9mm. Yeah, the 9mm SMG.
Stop making fun of me! Don't you know I'm wealthy? And I can buy your house.
The 9mm SMG guy.
Oh my god.
Got his thing taken from him, and I just replied with "good," because I don't care. Good. Fuck you. Lose it. Keep it lost.
What about free speech?
Yeah, it's Twitter. You don't. There's nothing guaranteeing your free speech.
Also,
bitch.
Trump is talking about how he's going to invade everywhere.
That's amazing. Anti-war guy, huh?
Yeah, he said that he's said Canada, Mexico, Greenland, and Panama. And like he's pushing this like greater America thing.
Yeah. That's very strange. But not unexpected. And the best part, nothing but yes men. Hell yeah, can't wait for this next 4 years.
Like, I still think that he's going to delegate everything, just like the Chinese, and that's why he'll be ineffective. And by Chinese, I mean their government, of course.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of ingrained in the culture at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Trump's going to... Everything that he said he's going to do, he's not going to do. And everything he said he's... Wait, did I say that right? Everything he said he's not going to do. Like the war stuff, is he's already doing it. You can already see that that's what's actually going to happen. You can see that he's just going to renege on everything that he said. And everything that he said was purely for votes from the fucking idiots who think
I mean,
Trump isn't
did he not renege on everything he said the first time?
Every other time? Yes. Yes, he did.
Where's the wall?
Well, that's a pretty good point. But also,
who paid for it?
Mexico, obviously. But like, for people to actually believe that he was going to be anti-war, you've got to be
don't you remember
next level retarded.
The people in the chat were like, he's just being elected in the first week is going to be enough. And I was like, okay, come back.
Yeah. They haven't come back.
Oh, they probably will eventually.
Oh, they
We
will.
just have to
It's going
trigger
to be
them
a
enough.
lot of fun.
Especially since they're all getting banned off Twitter.
True. It'll be interesting. But at least this will finally kill Twitter. Because if the people that he's fake boosting with his stupid little fucking check marks aren't playing anymore, then he's gonna make it. He's gonna have to, or the company's gonna rot. Which honestly, good. Blue Sky is better, except for the fact that it doesn't have bookmarks, and people aren't really there. But that's like beside the point.
Mission objectives located.
Exactly.
Geth dropship.
Blue Sky needs to step its shit up.
All misses.
Huh?
Nothing. You just like the armor on it is insane.
Yeah.
And like none of the shots were hitting.
Quit your crying.
Acquired.
I got it.
There's no checkpoints on these missions.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. Well, it's because they're so short. You shouldn't need them.
Mm-hmm. Can I skip this?
Yes, you should be able to.
Apparently not.
I can on PC. I can't skip Mako drops, but I could skip hammerheads.
Weird.
Maybe not this one specifically because it's showing you there's going to be enemies.
Mission objectives located.
But can you imagine something on this, like this, on the battlefield?
That'd be insane.
Dropship detected.
You know, even though it's paper.
You wouldn't be able to touch it.
Not even just the jump jets, but just the sideways and forward mobility.
Yeah, the strafing and the rocket.
Yeah.
Like, give it a rocket pod from an Apache. Give it multiple. Have a ground-based hovering vehicle.
But it's also a personnel carrier.
Yeah, it would be revolutionary. It would be game-changing.
Yeah. Well, I think Cerberus is developing it to fight the Geth specifically.
Interesting.
Because that's the only time the Geth are a threat. Because I've been playing on Insanity and just laughing at the Geth whenever I fight them. Like I just did, I was doing Pharaohs.
Yeah.
And I had the Maddock single-shot rifle, I think. I had a powerful single-shot rifle, whatever I had. And I was literally, before they could even see me, I would shoot them once in the chest and insta-kill them.
Damn.
Like, they could do nothing. But then yesterday, I was trying to complete Pinnacle Station DLC,
Yeah.
and I had to like go and grind for a gear for 4 hours to come back and finish it. But I wanted to finish it before Vermeer because I'm gonna kill Rex, and I need Rex for that last mission.
You're gonna kill Rex.
Yeah, because it's the worst choices.
Extraction complete.
Oh, that was great. Are you gonna kill Rex when he gets mad?
I'm gonna have Ashley kill him.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna delegate the task.
Incredible.
But yeah, I was hoping to do Vermeer yesterday, but I had to grind so much for the gear.
Warning.
Yeah,
hostile forces approaching.
Do you see that? It locked on after I fired.
Nice.
See?
Nice.
That was weird.
That's some great tech. I wonder if powers can do that. Like you can throw the power out and then charge the enemy.
That's an interesting point. I wonder. Something to test.
Bye, guess.
Nah. Wrong way. Was it the wrong way?
What is Soltar? No, it's Solitaire. Hello, me, Oog.
It's this way. Knew it.
What did I say I was gonna look up? That was a funny video. Oh, Slavoj Žižek was defending Robespierre.
Extraction complete. Geth dropship detected.
Man, they don't even wait. They just like drop.
I mean, they're robots.
That's good.
Okay.
Acquired. Yeah. Oop.
Geth forces detected.
Fuck again.
I have found it. I just don't know. I found the video, I just don't know what parts.
Yeah.
are what I'm explicitly looking for, but I'll pull up the Zizek parts between the Firewalker missions. Because they're all great. All his quotes, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. You drove towards the enemy.
I was dodging the bullets. It wasn't they weren't fucking hitting me. It's bullshit.
They are. As soon as you hear that alarm, skedaddle.
So-called proto-totalitarian excesses, approach them for that. And what I don't like in the critics of Jacobinism is that on behalf of rejecting their so-called proto-totalitarian excesses, what lurks behind is for me this cynical liberal wisdom. You see, the lesson of Jacobins is, we should, yes, talk about equality and so on, but secretly we should be aware it doesn't really work. If there were politicians who were not in any way cynical or with this ironic wisdom and so on, it's the Jacobins. Maybe we need this today.
So what that also means...
Objectives located.
Wasn't that part?
It's pretty retarded.
Geth dropship detected.
Says in some of his writing the same thing. The lesson is, in a really tough time of Mahatma violently to take sides. I will give you a shocking comparison. You know that Mahatma Gandhi, an anti-Jacobin if there ever is one, says in some of his writing the same thing. The lesson is, in a really tough situation of choice, there is no neutral position. You have to take sides. Not taking sides is already taking sides.
But for centuries before...
He's pretty retarded.
Acquired.
No, that's right, though. Not taking sides is essentially taking sides in certain situations.
It depends on the situation. But also opposing...
during times of revolution, I think people care a lot.
Sure.
But the Americans...
But at the end of the day...
were tolerated among the revolution.
At the end of the day, though, if you are looking at it, right, and like, I completely lost track. I was so distracted by trying to stay on the fucking... What were we talking about?
Ruthless honesty. How, for example, he openly says, looked at, when I read at least some of Robespierre's writing, was his ruthless honesty. How, for example, he openly says, I'm well aware that if you look at the immediate... I paraphrase him now, of course.
Taking sides. Yes, hold on. So, but taking sides, right? If you oppose both sides because they're harming people, that's not taking sides. It's a completely different argument to being like, oh, I just don't care.
Some situations.
Sure. If you want to give him that sort of charity.
Because Zizek wrote a book. Now, this is where it gets stupid. The reason why he's on this show is because he wrote a book called In Defense of Jacobinism.
Right. Any idiot can write a book.
Yeah, well, Slavik has tons of books, but writing a book that's apologia for Jacobinism.
Yeah.
Few people have said, "Hey, I'm going to do this."
Warning.
That's true.
So he gives this analysis of Jacobinism that you don't actually see. So he's actually kind of useful here.
Yeah, fair point.
Because he thinks about the perspective of the period and stuff like that. But also, like this idea of taking sides. Like I compare the Jacobins to the Taliban, right?
Yes.
But where would the world be without Jacobinism? If any...
We wouldn't have team politics, team sports
politics. There wouldn't be liberalism.
True.
Like Europe dominant ideologies, might have developed into something completely authoritarian.
True.
because Jacobinism does come from Romanticism the same way that all the American ideology of Romanticism and the Revolutionary period can be found in the next. Civ is accurate in this way, how you have democracy, communism, and fascism on the certain tier past the next one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're all on the same.
But so, you know, to like the idea of the French Revolution is great until the tear.
Yeah.
Geth dropship detected.
Like the French monarchy sucked.
Yep.
Immediate reality of what we are doing. We are killing people. We are doing monstrosities and so on. And he said the only thing that justifies it is the idea of equality, revolutionary ideal, virtue, and so on and so on. He had no illusions here.
Thoreau was expelled from the committee by the end of the month and condemned as an aristocrat.
Kill the ones with glasses.
Just by looking at him.
Kill the nerds.
Into their hearts.
Now or some shit.
It's frightening, but wait a minute. These are frightening things. Again, now, sorry, don't take it too personally, but the one who says frightening wants a revolution without...
Because the interviewers are asking him the questions.
Revolution. Oh my God. Now I would like to... No, it's a bad joke, but you know, if you were in France, yeah, just a little bit. You know? Always deeply.
Right.
All authentic revolution.
Oh, this is one of my favorite quotes of all time. Right here, what he says.
Used of
You'll hear me
counter-revolutionary
say this constantly.
activity in his own right.
All authentic revolutionaries were always deeply suspicious about the final result. So this never of Robespierre's. He was well aware that the struggle goes on forever, so that it's almost a kind of a oriental wisdom that the only satisfaction that we can get is the satisfaction of the struggle itself.
Right. And that's the line that really, because he used the word struggle, that's the line that really got me thinking about how comparable it is to Mullah Omar.
Interesting.
Right? Because look at the Taliban now, trying to go to war with Pakistan.
That's right. Pakistan has been bombing them.
Bro, the Taliban posting has been really funny. And Sarah, that CIA agent, right? She's been fucking hysterical as well because she's commenting on all their posts, calling them idiots and stuff.
That is funny.
Remember, if you don't love, Jesus Christ says precisely the same thing. When he at the same time says love, turn the left cheek and all that stuff. And then he says, you remember, if you don't hate your mother, your father, you are not my follower. When he says, I bring sword, war, destruction, I don't bring peace, and so on and so on. It's as simple as that. This is the radical emancipatory logic which one should accept.
Interesting person.
Robespierre?
No, Zizek. Not the biggest fan.
Neither am I, but he has some hard quotes in this documentary.
Yeah. Infected production line.
Was the guarantee of his
Yes. So that's side quest.
own probity.
String. So there was a precursor quest to this where you found that the mechs are infected. So you remember that Sandstorm quest?
Yeah.
With the infinite mechs? I think that's the precursor.
He said that a true revolutionary should accept that if necessary, he will perish himself in the process. And then he says openly, I in advance accepted that I may die in the process. It's something very beautiful.
Where is this?
Probe launched.
I'll find this Zizek quote.
Some of the attacks on Robespierre, it would have seemed as if, they exerted the full dictatorship, just played this game, how can we kill more people? Are people aware that practically, literally, the whole of Europe declared war on France? Foreign powers effectively were deeply involved into helping counter...
because they're all monarchies.
Launching probe.
Right?
They want to protect monarchies. It makes sense.
This is also what I talk about with the rise of the Taliban. The France is being sieged on all sides before the radicalism really comes.
Yeah.
Right? Like Afghanistan comes up, like the radicalism starts with the Soviets invading, and then it falls into a civil war. Like it's an era of strife.
Yeah.
Before the Taliban bring order, and the Jacobin bring order in certain regards, but they're really only controlling Paris, and they're trying to manage an army at the same time. These people are not like military generals, right? And that's what allows Napoleon to rise, is because the powers were invading against France, right? So that is the real question. So you have to think about this: how paranoid the Jacobin would be. Because all these monarchies want to restore the king. That's why they have to kill the king, right? He says the king must die so the revolution may live. Because if the king's alive, they're going to try to restore the monarchy, and the king never had a kid. That's one of the reasons why people were against him, is because he was like a cuck. Right? So they're fearful that our monarchy will be restored by all these warring powers that all declared war on France. But it also gives you a lesson that you don't need the CIA to empower the authoritarian general to do a coup. They would happen regardless.
Yep.
But the CIA certainly helps. By the way, have you seen Boy Boy's new video? It's very good. We'll watch it today if you haven't.
No, I haven't. I don't think.
It's about West Papua and the history of
interesting.
Because the CIA was very involved with ending the communist dictatorship to install a new dictatorship. But it was a military general. Look at Myanmar. Nobody needed to help the military coup. So I think that America empowered and has a hand in the atrocities committed by Indonesia.
Yeah.
As the CIA. And the CIA considered the operation a success. And they wrote their book on it, basically. It dictated their policy for a while after the Indonesian Revolution. Right? And you see them do the same playbook elsewhere.
Okay. Yeah.
But I still think it would have happened without the CIA. It doesn't excuse them from...
Well, yeah, I think a lot of this stuff would have happened regardless, a different way, obviously. But even if the CIA didn't get involved, it would be fine.
Well, I mean, it was not good after the coup happened in Indonesia. Yeah. At least the communists liberated the lands and with minimal death toll.
Yeah, exactly.
Of Jacobinism is that on behalf of rejecting their so-called proto-totalitarian excesses, what lurks...
I don't know where this is.
Are you still playing video?
I mean, you can hear it. It's in the corner.
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether, do you want me to stop playing?
No. I'm just trying to find the quote, but I don't know if I can because I'm scanning, and it's probably too subtle to get in there.
Deeply.
See, we heard this.
These things.
He wrote a pamphlet. Just do a little.
Pamphlet for what? He's gone. What happened? I was distracted.
Sorry.
That's so funny. One of my mates in America was like, "Happy US birthday." Like that's pretty funny.
Oh, because it's the next day.
Yeah, because it's the 29th here, technically. So technically not my birthday, but technically still is globally, I guess. Haha. We love
Simply think that there are political situations of tension, popular enthusiasm, explosion, and so on, where we are justified to say something is going on here, where all interests represented, where something like general will constitutes itself. You cannot reproach them for that. And what I don't like in the critics of Jacobinism is that on behalf of rejecting their so-called proto-totalitarian excesses,
Are you just like pausing and starting the videos? Or are you skipping through?
I'm trying to find the quote.
Okay.
Incoming.
Besides, I will give you a shocking comparison. You know that Mahatma Gandhi.
We heard that. So like I couldn't find it scanning, so it has to be. He may not even be on screen when he says it.
When I read at least some of Robert.
Oh, see, they're comparing it to other revolutions. There's Iran right there. They don't compare it to the Taliban, though.
Revolution.
Feature of our late capitalist society. Logic. The fundamental feature of our late capitalist society. We want what? We want a product, an object.
Hey, he didn't write defense of Jacobism. It's in defense of lost causes. I'm sorry.
Without paying the harsh price for it. We want beer without alcohol. We want chocolate without sugar. We want coffee without caffeine. We want the thing without the harsh element. And even in politics, you remember the Colin Powell?
We want politics without harsh elements. That would be nice.
Doctrine.
Who the fuck wants caffeine without
shock and knife bombing, without any...
Well, what he's saying is that what he means is we have sugarless chocolate. We have diet or caffeine-free coffee, right?
Mm.
So people already want these things without harsh elements, but that doesn't mean that, like, people are more prone to have those things with the harsh elements. Is what
I mean,
he's saying.
that's only because they've been convinced that it's like somehow bad for them. Therefore, they freak out about it and overreact.
The squad mates have really bad pathing on this mission, just so you know.
Okay.
Moving. Simple enough.
It's generally considered that you should baby them.
Yeah.
But I got through it fine. But I played on a lower diff.
Casualties on our side. War without war.
I can't believe people would want to ever defend that position.
Immediately cuts to a guy being like, Zizek is a fucking idiot.
We'll end it with
You brought Morden for a mech facility.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does he have? He can cryo them.
He has Incinerate and Cryo. That's why I brought him.
Yeah, but Incinerate does more damage to organics. I don't think it affects mech health.
Yeah, but it works
armor,
against
though.
armor.
Yeah. It's probably one of the better ones for armor. I don't think Overload affects their armor, but it will affect their shields and health. Because that's what I was killing Geth with.
Mm.
I got the light mech.
Yeah, Cryo also does fine against them.
Enemies inbound. Going now.
Another thing about Tali's loyalty is her ability is energy drain.
Yeah.
So if you want that ability, that would be another reason to do it before the IFF.
Okay.
Miranda, fall down.
Yeah, she did.
She's silly.
Enjoy.
Okay.
The heavy pistol might be better for the mechs than for them.
Done.
Mm. I should probably put armor powers on that. Or ammo powers. That might be why it's not working.
Mm. Well, disruptor ammo, just do it on all of them because it will hurt. It'll always hurt them.
Yeah, I'll put armor pen on the sniper.
Yeah, there's not very many enemies on this mission.
But also their armor, not it's armor, not shields.
Yeah, but I think because they're mechs, disruptor rounds still work against them.
Yeah.
I think they're anti-synthetic and anti.
Yeah, no, they are.
I would have to look up if it works on mech armor. Looks like it worked to me.
Yeah, it does.
Nice. Slam it hurts the guys around them. I didn't know that.
It's because it's heavy.
That was a good play.
Affirmative.
Ready for takedown.
Combat systems engaged. Easy enough.
Just the thing to help.
Yeah.
Yeah, the squad mates. At least the mechs are targeting him, but I don't see any of your squad mates' rounds hitting them. So they're stuck behind boxes or something.
Yeah.
Headed for combat.
But that's what happens with this type of pathing, with these missions where it's tight corridors.
No shield.
Excuse me.
That's the thing. Both Mordin and Miranda are pretty fragile.
Yeah. So are these mechs.
Yeah. Well, that's the only difficulty they have is that they hit you in close up in tight waves.
Yeah.
Hey, now, sorry, don't take it too personally, but
You got it. Of course.
journalists who mislead
the people, therefore, must be instructed. What are the obstacles to their enlightenment?
the paid journalists who mislead the people every day by shameless distortions.
The paid journalists who mislead.
Were always Oriental wisdom that
I think it's in here. Yeah, it is.
Jesus Christ says precise.
Nope, it's not there. I thought it was after Robespierre gives a speech. Terror is the eminence of virtue, I think he says. That's all I'm trying to find.
Easy enough.
Moving out of line of fire. Finding cover. Not a problem. Here, enjoy. Oh. Get ready to fight.
Here comes a Big Mac. Oh no, that doesn't. It's
No,
not
they're
dropped.
it's just the factory.
Oh,
The
thank
book
God.
and then says, I have here a list of traitors, no? And then turns up and says, if, I paraphrase him, if any of you now feel fear that his name is afraid that his name is in my book, this already is a proof that he is a traitor. I claim there is a
Eating
deep
from the
truth
trash
in
can
it.
that the innocent.
Huh?
Except
I
that
am
if
already
necessary, he
eating
will
from the trash can all the time.
I was ready to accept this. I will be.
Damn. Damn. Easy.
Men
Hacker.
fan-
Maybe I'm just crazy.
You are. 100% gaslighting yourself.
You're already one step towards.
This is a great quote right here in the beginning.
Lives.
But wait a minute. In a liberal way, you know, liberals don't like people who are ready to sacrifice themselves. For them, if you are too radical, you're already one step towards totalitarianism.
Right? I love this depiction of Robespierre because he has the pock marks. Because he had
He had them all airbrushed out.
syphilis or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Was it syphilis?
I'm not sure.
Or he had acne scars or something?
I don't know. Shit's propaganda. It's all.
But through terror,
Syphilis is propaganda?
Virtue without terror
Yes.
is
invasion. But through terror,
virtue without terror is impotent. Terror without virtue is blind. No, I accept this totally. I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem. I mean, the crucial point of every radical movement is to have terror through virtue. In order to establish the fundamentals of democracy, you have to go through this zero level of Jacobinism. You cannot say you
Zero.
could have done it in a much easier way.
Have we learned nothing from the Gulag? Have we learned nothing?
I love this guy they keep putting in to argue against Zizek's idiocy. Have we learned nothing from gulags? You can't have virtue without terror, dude said.
It's a pretty crazy take.
I mean, it is Zizek. Anyway, go to the mass relays. Unless you're going to the Shadow Broker base.
That's exactly where I'm going.
She probably won't have anything since the last time. She'll have some elements. And the investments. I don't know if they are always determined if they'll pass or fail. Because then you can learn which ones not to invest in. That's not it.
I've already done it.
Of course you've already done it. You literally don't need to scan planets, but that won't stop you.
Hey! What up, bitch? Show me
There's
that
a whole other
butthole.
room here that I found.
Thanks for coming by.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming by.
That's all I get?
Thanks
After everything we've been through? Still don't have enough for it.
I found an even better helmet. It's the same helmet, but it doesn't have the blue see-through.
Okay.
I don't know where I found it though. Maybe Omega or the Citadel.
Hmm. Okay. What's this door?
Exactly. See.
Another person.
Shepard, glad you stopped by. We don't get many.
They all sound like they're talking into fans. Why?
Through a lot.
Dry.
You're probably right. I never did say thanks for the rescue.
Liara never gave up on you, Farron. I just helped.
I'm still amazed Liara came for me. I'll never forget what either of you did.
I can log that in the archives for you, sir.
I see you met the secretary.
For 2 years, Liara didn't stop looking for you. You two must have been close.
You fucked my bitch?
Better than I deserve.
No, she literally, if you ask him, she says he's been through a lot. I don't want to put shit on him like that.
Ever since we repaired the network, Liara's been glued to the archives. I caught her sleeping at her desk more than once. She's busy, but I think she likes it that way.
Looks like you've made a friend.
The drone follows everyone. I don't know why the broker kept it around.
I'm a shell for a specialized data processing VI, custom built to your specifications, Shadow Broker.
It helps coordinate the network's massive information feeds.
It's handy that there's no like password protection on the drone.
You deemed my default personality sufficient for your needs, Shadow Broker.
I wish it would stop calling me that.
How did you and Liara both end up looking for my body?
Cerberus headhunted me and Liara to steal your body from the Shadow Broker. I was working for the broker at the time, and he's the one who scraped up your remains in the first place.
Huh.
What turned you against the Shadow Broker?
He started working for the Collectors. You weren't their first victim. I was an information trader, not a slaver.
What will you do now that you're a free man?
I want to help Liara rebuild this place.
See, like
after that.
Your schedule's getting full, sir.
You're breaking out what?
I'm fine.
It's because they're talking.
Go on.
In the game. The fact that they locked this behind a paywall and it's main content.
Yeah.
How you holding up, Farron?
I'm
kind of
I'll
trash.
be all right. I
mean,
always strapped into that
that's how the
interrogation
Arrow
chair.
was.
Drell can
But for a
mentally
game like
manipulate
Mass Effect,
roll
it's
the
especially shitty.
Yeah.
It came in
Because
handy
it's
on
such a
bad
story-driven game.
Yeah, exactly. This adds so much.
And they never released, because that's the thing is, I would buy it if they released a complete edition.
He made the guard
But they never released a complete edition?
Until
now.
Legendary, no. And even then, it doesn't have Pinnacle Station
Interesting.
or the multiplayer. But like
Take it easy,
the
Farron.
Fallout games,
Yeah.
right? Like they released the Game of the Year edition like the next year for all those games. So I
Yeah,
bought
they
them
almost
again.
always do.
I literally will buy it again with a hard copy if the whole thing is there. What really aggravates me
What
is
does
when
this
they would
console
put.
do?
This is the video
I think the
surveillance
first game we knew that it
I've queued up
happened
the
with
archive
was
footage
Mortal
you requested
Kombat,
on your last visit,
where the
Shadow
DLC is already on the disc.
Yeah.
Aria Talok, Omega.
Like I literally bought the disc, and now there's stuff I can't unlock from my own property.
Pretty cool. You know what they say? If purchasing isn't ownership, pirating isn't stealing. Nice.
Yeah, it's all these little gifs, little story content.
Emily Wong, Citadel.
Get it, Emily.
Just little like sides, you know, a little bit more character
Hilarious.
development for a few
Yeah.
little characters.
Citadel.
Is that the Terra Firma guy?
Citadel.
Not sure.
I think it is.
Lol.
Armando Bailey, Citadel.
Drinking. That's all alcohol.
David
He's an
Anderson,
alcoholic.
Citadel.
Like, this one's interesting. Captain Anderson, and that's Cerberus.
That is interesting.
Praetor Gavon. Omega.
This is the Vorcha captain, the guy who hates the Vorcha on Omega.
Kalisa bint Sinan al-Jilani.
Is that the bitch I punched?
Uh-huh.
Punch her. Punch her, Krogan. Hell yeah!
Bro, she
Woo!
went flying.
I'm so happy that he punched her. That's fucking hysterical.
Keeper 20. Citadel.
Oh. What the fuck?
It's just a blood pack guy who's dead.
That's interesting.
Matriarch Atheta. Ilium.
This is Liara's mom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that's Liara.
Interesting.
Her other mom.
Torsk. Tachanka.
Gotta be, right?
Oh.
Who is this?
Rex.
The guy who runs the dog fighting?
No, it's Rex.
Did they say you're not Rex?
I'm pretty sure.
Elias Kellum. Omega.
The fuck?
Jacob Taylor. Normandy SR2.
Okay.
Why does the R have this saved?
Weird.
Subject 0. Purgatory. Ship now defunct.
Yeah, this is cool. You get an extra Jack action scene.
Hell yeah.
Remember that room? You were stuck there for a while.
I probably was, yeah. Alright, we're done.
Isn't that cool, though?
That was neat.
It's nearly time to repurchase effective caste status on Karshan. I have deducted funds to grant you full elite access.
Lol.
Okay, I'm not the shadow broker, pal. There's investments here that you can do, too.
I don't know what that is.
It's one of the terminals. It'll say investments. This just respecs your guys.
Oh.
It costs EZO.
Well, I mustn't have leveled Thane up at all.
Well, you just pressed it to respec him.
I don't think I did level him. I don't think I've ever used him.
Well, then you just paid to respec someone you don't use.
I never leveled him up.
You literally just paid EZO to do this screen. It cost you money.
Whatever.
Or it cost you EZO. It literally says in the corner there. We're covering it.
Fuck it, let's get them all.
Yeah, I don't I don't know if they're random or not, but if they succeed, you get money. And if they fail, you just lose the money you invest. So I don't know if there's like a way to cheese it to do a certain order or something. Because I've only done it once. Because I've never had this DLC.
Fair enough. Mission in progress.
Yeah, you just... Report will be ready tomorrow. And these are cool. It gives you extra information on all the characters. You can check, because there's more info on all of them, too.
Wish it read it out.
No. Alright. We're 2 hours in and have done nothing, so...
Done a couple things. It's fine. Just crossing T's and dotting I's. Another one. All right. Overlord. What was it?
Overlord. It's you only fight Geth, by the way.
Okay.
It's all synthetics.
That's what I wanted.
Probe away. Launching probe.
That's all I'm looking for.
You still need it?
All I want is just that palladium.
You don't have enough yet?
Not yet.
Probe away.
There you
I
go.
do now. Oh my
How is
God.
our newest Turian crew member doing? His injuries looked painful.
He's a soldier. It'll take a lot more than that to keep him down.
There's something about him. I just want to hold him close and whisper, "It will be all right."
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, how may I help you, Commander?
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you.
I better go.
Okay.
Whatever.
Maybe we'll talk
It was
later.
an accident to talk to her anyway.
Well, you can talk to her basically anytime you come back to the ship to catch up on dialogue with her.
Yeah.
No messages for you, Commander.
Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah, she's great, isn't she?
Boom. Whatever you are doing, I can hear every single sound.
Yeah, I'm filing down the dead skin on my foot. With a foot scraper. Tali.
Why would I bring Tali when she doesn't have the full levels?
Because she's cool. Because there's Geth here. Kasumi. So I learned that apparently flashbang grenade is awesome. Give her firearm damage if she's got it.
I gave her more power duration for the drone.
Oh, well, hacking. It'll make her hacks longer.
Should I put points into it?
If you have points for hacking, yeah. Because you can just respec her when you have energy drain unlocked.
My name is Dr. Gavin Archer. The situation is urgent. We're facing a catastrophic VI breakout. I'll explain the details later, but you must retract that transmission. Dish, the controls are far from your position. You have to hurry.
I don't have to do shit.
Be advised, this is a security facility.
I love the combat drone, by the way. It's so useful. So you can spawn it on top of enemies, and they'll immediately prioritize it and come out of cover to attack it.
Interesting.
So you can literally use it. It's like the best ability to get enemies out of cover. Not only that, you can deploy it and it will find the enemies on its own. So I'll deploy it ahead of me constantly.
Yeah.
It recharges extremely fast. They don't do real damage though. The main use of it is to pop enemies out of cover. Damn, now that I know what the VI is saying, and I can totally hear it.
Destroy the antenna inside the dish. There's a tram on the lower level. Get to it as fast as you can.
Every time you hear the VI, try and listen to see if you can tell what it's saying. And this mission should be a cakewalk.
Well, I can't hear it if you're talking over it.
Doesn't matter. It says it throughout the whole mission.
This is an automated security update. Get
You see it's watching you too. It's moving all the cameras.
stations until the all clear is given.
It's like Portal.
It is like Portal.
Yeah,
I can shoot the
shot all of
cameras
them.
like in Portal.
Lunch special is excellent.
Combat drone ready. Here we go. Go for the optics, Tatika. Go for the
Did she give the drone a name?
Yeah.
Down you go.
See how they're all like green too?
Combat drone away. I'll take them.
You blew up and come.
See, isn't that great though? Literally just putting the drone behind the pyro turned it around to expose the
Yeah.
pack. I never knew how useful it was because I never really used Tali because I don't like the AI hacking or combat drone, or I didn't until I played the engineer, and I realized how good it was.
I'll take care of it.
There's no way that didn't go through.
Mass Effect 3, it might have, because you have the bullet penetration in Mass Effect 3. Where you can up the penetration to shoot through cover.
Yeah.
Can't get there.
See, now, Kasumi, you do this. Get him.
Yeah, that's what's nice about PC,
Target acquired.
is when you give him that attack command, they choose what ability is best. And you can also map them to 1 through 8. You can map their powers along with yours through 1 through 8. It's pretty dope, though. Like, I know Miranda will warp if it's armor.
Yeah. Camera shall die.
This SMG is so good on Shepard. This should be a cakewalk too, because it's the first DLC. It's like you have to do the first mission, and I think it unlocks.
We haven't done Tali's loyalty yet, no. That's what she said.
Arriving at dish access.
This way. Look at dead people. And Cerberus people.
Upload data must be approved.
Yeah, this is Cerberus facility. So I'm sure the experiment they're doing is so ethical.
I bet.
Right when I found out, like, I think you'll find out in the next section when you talk to the guy, I was like, we made a mistake not streaming this. It's when we played multiplayer instead. I think you go out there where you just were. You're turned around again.
Yes, I went up backwards.
Just because
you know what would help?
You were looking at your phone, so you forgot what you were doing.
Sure. You know what would also help? A fucking map.
I mean, I think there's you can click in and it'll give you a direction.
Oh my god, no! Look, no map. Great.
No,
Thanks,
you
Mass
can
Effect.
click the direction.
Yeah, that's not a map.
Well, a map is spoilers.
A map is direction, so you don't get lost wasting time.
So is a
running around
waypoint. Waypoints are better than maps.
Fundamentally
Do you pull up a map in Halo?
I don't get any of the collectibles in Halo. You know what I would get if there was a map in Halo? The collectibles. Because I would search the map. You know how in Doom, they have a map?
No.
That's how it should be.
Waypoints are better.
Doom has no purpose other than killing demons, and they have a map. Okay.
Waypoints are better.
No.
Yeah, because then you just go, where am I going? And then you go, oh, towards the waypoint.
Yeah. I don't give a shit about where I'm going. I want to explore the map. Ooh. I guess. Whoa.
On the left. You got it.
One down. Combat drone ready.
Upload data must be approved by your department supervisor.
Bunkering down.
As you wish.
They flanked her. She's getting lit up.
Ow.
Moving to cover.
Sure thing.
Hostile spotted.
Attention. Satellite broadcast window is opening soon. All upload data must be approved by your department supervisor.
This should soften them up.
Sure thing.
Nice. How'd you like that?
You
Gotcha.
can move, yeah.
Bunkering down.
Got it.
Can do.
No shield.
Go get them. Good girl.
Satellite broadcast window is opening soon. All upload data must be approved by your
The thing about Tali is like her last power is so essential for her kit. Because she needs that shield restoration. Especially because she's using a shotgun to get close. But I wanted to see if she'd give unique dialogue.
Watch your back.
Because they're Geth.
They should soften them up.
I need to get the fuck up.
Got it.
satellite broadcast window is opening soon. All upload data must be approved by your department supervisor.
Why are you running?
Tali could have hacked him, theoretically.
I did.
Oh, yeah, if there's no enemies, they'll
That's
still
why
attack
he
you.
stopped. Yeah.
Also, if you're the closest to them.
Oh my god.
That's why you should have combat droned him.
Oh.
Attention, satellite broadcast window is opening soon.
combat drone. I'll keep him out of cover.
Got it.
Yeah, you wasted multiple shots on him.
And
you have a combat drone to keep him out of cover.
he's still dead.
Bang spine! My robo spine!
Good for her. She's alive again.
Dan says that you're a continuing source of inspiration.
I try.
You need to destroy the support struts now. They have their own capacitors. Try blowing them up.
Look left. I'm taking cover.
Structural integrity of dish has been compromised.
Got it. Grabbing cover.
Another thing with combat drone is that if you put it down and it doesn't move, you know there's no enemies.
Moving to position.
Structural integrity of dish has been compromised.
You got it. This should soften them up. Great.
It's seriously like one of the more broken abilities.
Been spotted.
Honestly, it might be as good as Tactical Cloak. Because it effectively does the same thing. And your shields can recharge while it's out. Tactical Cloak technically draws all enemy not to shoot at you, instead of just one not shooting at you. But Tactical Cloak doesn't detect enemies.
You've done it. You've severed the link to the satellite.
Hell yeah.
Gotta be kidding.
That's an issue.
Move! The whole thing's giving way!
Nice.
Roblox oofs.
What the hell's going on around here?
Man's reach exceeding his grasp. Come on, I'll explain. You have my thanks, Commander Shepard. You bought us some time, though probably not much. This isn't over yet.
Nothing is over.
Who did you say you were?
Dr. Gavin Archer, chief scientist at this facility, and probably the only one left.
Yep.
Who did you say you were?
Dr. Gavin Archer, chief scientist at this facility, and probably the only one left.
Who did you say you were?
Dr. Gavin Archer.
You owe us that explanation.
This is
Who?
Project Overlord. An
Who?
attempt to gain influence over the Geth by interfacing a human mind with a VI. The results have been less than satisfactory.
I'd hate to see what you call a disaster.
You can't dismiss the entire project. We did succeed, at least partially. My brother, David, volunteered to serve as a test subject, but his mind couldn't handle the VI connection. He's like a virus now, infecting our networks and seizing control of any technology he finds. It's why you had to destroy the dish. Imagine if his program got off-world.
How does he take control of electronics?
This is a hybrid intelligence the likes of which I've never seen. I don't know where the man ends and the machine begins.
Ask him more about his brother.
What's the worst case scenario?
A technological apocalypse. Every machine, every weapon, every computer could be turned against us. If he hit the extranet, who knows where it would end?
You should have considered that before you started the experiment.
We couldn't be expected to account for every outcome. Certainly not the abomination David has become. David, the VI has fortified itself in the main laboratory at Atlas Station. It's in lockdown now. To enter, you need to manually override security from our facilities in the Prometheus and Vulcan stations.
How does the lockdown work?
It's a fail-safe procedure in the event of an emergency. Normally, all 3 project leads have to agree to cancel the lockdown. I'm the only one left now. I can give my authorization, but you'll have to manually reset the other 2 yourself.
And what happens if I have to kill your brother?
Let's just hope it doesn't come to that.
You see how he has a fucking picture on his desk? He must really love this kid.
Yeah. But he volunteered. He volunteered as tribute.
Investigate.
Tell me more about Project Overlord.
We wanted to turn the Geth's religious impulse into a weapon. When we saw them following Saren, we realized they could be swayed. And if a proper figurehead was created, a virus with a face, if you will, the Geth might be controlled.
That's an ambitious undertaking.
It would be the perfect weapon. Victory without casualties. We could avoid war with the Geth altogether. That was the plan, anyway.
Tell me about Vulcan and Prometheus stations.
Vulcan Station is our geothermal plant. It generates power for the 4 outposts. Prometheus Station is a crashed Geth ship full of dormant machines. We use them for our experiments.
What happens on this station?
This is Hermes Station, our communications uplink with the wider galaxy. If you hadn't destroyed the dish in time, the outcome would have been catastrophic.
What went wrong with the experiment?
Everything.
David volunteered to interface with the VI to give it genuine consciousness. Theoretically, it should have been safe, but with artificial intelligence, there's no such thing as safe.
Yeah, that's why it's banned.
I have one.
Then you shouldn't have attempted it.
Yeah,
and what if you never attempted to find the Reaper?
So is this.
Commander Shepard. Where would the galaxy be then?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Sometimes
Both
you
are
have to ignore
Cerberus.
You know what, buddy? You make a good point. Who the fuck am I to judge?
What can you tell me about Atlas Station?
Atlas Station is the main laboratory where all of our VI experiments take place. It's your final goal once you've overridden the lockdown.
Your final
It's
goal.
also where my brother became something else.
Something else. Something else.
I'm heading out now.
The other stations are all within driving distance.
So what do you think about the Geth?
I like the Geth.
I like
So,
the Geth.
It's a
What-
unique enemy type.
Well, you had
and
an issue with their heads being vulnerable, but I explained to you, like...
Yes, I do have an issue with their heads being vulnerable because they're
But
fucking
they're also
robots.
religious. You know?
Sure. But it still doesn't discount from the fact that why the fuck?
Well, like, look at the...
It's sci-fi.
Your combat robots, right? The drones. They're free-floating orbs that can move in any dimension.
True.
Right? That's a more practical design because it was designed. Right?
Yes.
So the Geth are made in the image of the creator.
Which is the Quarians.
Yeah, so they could easily just get rid of that design.
True.
But they don't.
And do you think that that has something to do with the fact that they're pseudo-religious?
Yes.
Interesting.
It's not exactly spelled out, but I just assume that because actually I was just playing one, and I think Ashley is asking Tali about why don't they change their suits so they look less like the Geth, because they only got into the suits after the Geth drove them from the homeworld.
Yes. No, that is true. And it's a good question. Why not change it so you look less like the Geth?
Yeah, why would you design your suits like... Well, maybe because the Geth were designed by the Quarians, and it follows Quarian design structure.
It's a design language. Interesting, yeah. It's a fair point.
What do you think about robots who are religious, though?
It's a bit silly. But also, unique aspect of sci-fi. Yeah? It's like Bungie, right? The reason I have an issue with the Geth having heads as vulnerability is like, why the fuck would you have a robot with a head as a vulnerability? It's fucking dumb.
Well, if it's the smallest target.
Yeah, why not make it a small internal component that's hidden somewhere in the body? That's not...
I mean, that's just video game
obvious.
logic. You shoot pretty
That would
much
be-
anything straight through the center, it's going to fucking kill it. We're not more
Yes.
vulnerable to the head than we are to the chest, you know?
Yeah, like
both
it's
both will kill you.
It's a very silly proposal regardless.
It's video game logic, though,
Yeah.
that the head is weak.
Right, and this is why I was saying that Bungie and their sci-fi design is still, to this day, one of the most elite mech, robot, whatever you want to call them, designs to this day, is the Vex out of Destiny. In my opinion, one of the greatest robot sci-fi designs ever.
Reapers.
The Reapers are good, yes. I still think the Vex are better as a general enemy class. Because the Reapers are kind of that MacGuffin big bad, you know? It's not the same.
It contains information on Project Overlord that other research cells need to review. Be alert for more packets in the area.
You feel me?
Yes, but you'll learn more about the Reapers. Okay, what do you think of the Krogan? You said
The
they're
Krogan.
tragic?
Yeah, the more you learn about them, the more it's like, interesting.
Anything else?
Nothing in particular.
Okay. What do you think about the Quarians? You really have only seen...
I like the Quarians.
You've only seen Tali, really, and then, like, a few others.
No, I really like the Quarians. They're
Why?
Cool. They're just a very interesting. Just the story they chose, the way that they're written, the way that they act, the fact that they're on the flotilla is very interesting. It's not another planet-born species.
Yeah, they could easily just
They
colonize
could
the
settle
planet,
another
and they
planet,
wouldn't
exactly.
be in the Evo suits.
Mhm. Well, not necessarily. They would have to find a place suitable.
That's the thing. The only reason they're in the Evo suits is because they live on the ships. They've been in a sterile environment for so long. They're vulnerable to germs.
They don't have an immune system.
Yes, so if they just settled the planet, they would eventually be able to get out of the suits.
Yeah. Okay.
But they refuse to. They instead have their fucking flotilla.
Analysis. Vending stations provide adequate velocity to enhance vehicle lift.
A self-imposed prison.
Like, I know the council basically you have to get permission to settle planets, but they're not a council species.
Exactly.
So I don't know why
So-
they didn't settle another planet.
There must be a reason. Like, there must be a reason that they stayed out there.
Not sure.
Maybe they saw a benefit of being perpetual victims in a forever changing world. Maybe this was their scapegoat to continue to be like, oh, we're poor Quarians. Feel bad for us.
Well, nobody likes them. So that's
yeah,
not
exactly.
working. They all think they're thieves. They're like the Roma.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably their biggest analog to like the real world is probably the Roma.
Thruster velocity is inadequate to clear the wall ahead.
Warning. Automated controls are offline.
This is a fair point.
Systems have been compromised.
It would be an admission of defeat almost. Maybe it's a prideful thing.
But when you go to Haystrom to recruit Tali, she says that their ancestors used to be on this planet without veils.
Get ready to fight. Take that.
Don't know.
Here goes.
It doesn't necessarily mean they colonized it. But Haystrom didn't always have because the sun is like imploding. That's why it spurns your shields there.
Yeah.
I think.
That was the idea, I think.
Warning. Pressure levels in valve A3 have exceeded maximum threshold. Manual control is required. Venting outflow successful.
I'll vent you.
This motherfucker. You want to die, clown? That's right, I had to do this to get out. Alrighty. That is. I know go high enough. Hell yeah. Oh, that's a turret. Shit. Fuck. Evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, jumping I think is the best.
It's on fire.
Yeah, don't move. Don't move. There you go. Just let it heal until it stops beeping. What do you think of the Hanar?
They're the squid people.
Jellyfish.
Yeah, they're cool. They speak funny, and that's cool. I don't know if this is supposed to be what I'm doing, but I'm going to do this anyway. Oh, it is what I'm supposed to be doing. Neat.
Yeah, it's great because this mission, the enemies
Frogger.
are so easy. So it's like it at least adds little things like the platforming in, you know?
Yeah.
That's where the difficulty is.
I like platformers. So this is good. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. I imagine it's this thing that they want you to get. Cool.
Yeah, you can hop up directly across from here too. You see, because it's at that edge.
Oh my god.
Not worth it.
Nope.
Press the waypoint.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work in the tank. Bold. They just decided.
They just decided
No,
to
we're
not
good.
work. Okay.
Yeah, and you don't get XP for kills, so you get it for
Very
mission
cool.
completes.
Now this I can do.
This pod racing.
I hope this is the right way.
This is pod racing.
It looks good.
Did you hear that? Like, because the Drell, he was saying that they have tight grip strength, but they can't lift things.
That's funny.
And they're toxic too. They can poison. So they're like they're like sea slugs. They got stingers, neurotoxins on them. I think that's what he said. That's what they need in the N7 multiplayer is a Hanar. They put the Volus in. Why not Hanar?
You ever seen a Hanar pick up a gun?
They can't. That's what the Thane was saying. But they have tight grip strength and neurotoxin. And who said they couldn't be using Omni tools and biotics stuff? You know, literal just like glass cannons. And you can also grab people and get them with your toxins.
You grippy. Get them with the grippy and poison them. It's a good strat. Thanks.
We've been spotted.
Combat drone ready.
Miranda sucks.
Oh, you brought Miranda with you? So Miranda, if you go to her squad screen, I'll show you one of the reasons why she's good. She has no health.
Okay.
That's the issue. No, her level up screen. Right. Look at the Cerberus Officer 4th tier, if it lets you.
Okay.
Right? So she gives weapon bonuses to the other people in the squad, because you bring her only because she has warp and overload to deal with shields and barriers and armor, right? So while she's in the back not doing anything, your other people should be combat.
Yeah.
No shield.
She's good with the Carnifex pistol though. She will get a lot of like headshots. And it naturally makes her further away.
Engaging target.
Yes. One last. One down.
Easy enough.
One down. Got you.
Like Saeed, you can give him the squad disruptor ammo for mechs, and that's another like mech strategy you can do.
Yeah.
So you'll bring Miranda as your spellcaster, but she'll also have disruptor ammo from Zaid.
Okay. I don't care that much. I bring who I want.
Yeah. Well, I'm just, that's what, like Miranda is like. That's she doesn't have health. That's her issue.
Yeah.
So Zaid is good because he has health. Zaid's actually I played with in the beginning I was using Zaid and Jacob until I got better squad mates because Grunt is literally just better Jacob.
Yeah.
They both get Inferno ammo. Jacob has Pole, which only works on non-shielded enemies. And Grunt has Concussive Shot.
Yeah.
And Grunt's ability is Fortification, Jacob's is Barrier. They're literally the same, except Grunt is better because he has Concussive Shot.
Fair enough.
So, like, that's kind of not cool. Like, redundant squad mates like that.
Yeah, it makes you choose.
Shields down. Going to cover.
Yeah, Miranda, that's what he wanted. It's because she got flanked.
No, it's probably because I was taking up too much space.
No, Tali, I mean. That's why she died. Wow, just missed you. These things you can use combat drones on to get them to turn around.
Tali is dead.
Yeah, I mean, you res her. You have it hotkeyed after all.
It literally never works.
Abstain.
Doesn't hurt shields. Oh, maybe it does a little. She's dead. She never dropped her combat drone.
Here we go.
So she can stay dead. She wants to be useless.
Well, I mean, you needed to drop her drone before she died to get the mech to turn around because they're stupid.
Firing now.
I actually fucking hate this scope.
Yeah, well, maybe cloak and reposition.
Maybe if the fucking game just let me zoom in where I want it to, it would actually work. Instead of zooming in not where I want it to, which is exactly what everybody playing the game wants. Is for me to zoom in not where it is.
I mean, it helps when the mech is not 2 feet in front of you.
it shouldn't matter whether it's 2 feet or 1,000 feet away. If my crosshairs
the mech
are in the
shouldn't be
center
2
of the
feet in front of you
screen,
regardless. So
if the crosshairs
so
are in
there's
the center
so there
of
you
the
go. There's more
screen,
than one reason to
then
not shoot
I
at a mech
should
that's
zoom
2 feet
in,
in front of
and
you
it should
because it's
zoom
also
in
ineffective as an
on the
infiltrator,
crosshairs.
and it doesn't actually matter because
You're not
you want to be
listening
away
to
from
what
it
I'm saying.
regardless. Because I don't care, Jack. I don't care. You
The
shouldn't be
point
shooting
is,
at it 2
if
feet
I zoom
regardless.
in,
Nope, you shouldn't be shooting at
crosshairs
it 2
should
feet in
zoom
front.
in.
I'm not listening. You shouldn't shoot at it
I
2
don't
feet
care.
in front of you regardless.
I don't care. The robot was coming on me. I didn't want the
And
robot
yeah,
there.
so you
I
tactical
should be able
cloak.
to zoom in
You
down
so
the
you tactical
scope
cloak.
where the
You
crosshairs
tactical
are.
cloak
It
to amp the
shouldn't
shot
throw
you're
my
supposed to take and
crosshairs-
line it up.
It shouldn't throw my fucking crosshairs off where my crosshairs are, is the entire point that I'm making here. The
Yeah.
fact that the crosshairs don't go where my fucking crosshairs are on the screen is an issue.
Yeah. But you still shouldn't be trying to shoot a mech that's 2 feet
It's
in front of you.
completely fucking irrelevant to the point that I'm making.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
The position of the mech
No, it's
has
not.
absolutely
No,
no
because
purpose
you wouldn't be
or
having a
point.
problem if you relocated first.
I was aiming for all of the drones. Whether I zoom in on the mech or the drones, my
But if you
crosshairs
relocated first,
should
then you
be
would have been
zoomed
fine.
in where my crosshairs
Maybe
are.
if you relocated first, you wouldn't have a problem.
Literally, none of this is relevant at all.
It is though. I'm giving
None
you a
of this is
solution.
relevant to
I'm giving
anything
you,
that I'm
you,
saying,
nope, see,
considering
you just
that
want to
what I'm
complain
talking
instead
about
of, instead
is
of
a
being presented
mechanical
with a
problem
solution
with the game
No,
itself.
Yeah.
not
So
the
how do you
mech.
get around the mechanical problem? Use the
So
mechanic
how does the
correctly
mech
and don't
being
zoom
closer
into
to
it
me
like
have
that.
anything to do with the crosshairs and the zooming? Explain
Because
that
that's
logical
when it
leap.
breaks.
How does the logical leap
Because I
between
just
me
told you because that's when it
zooming
breaks.
in? No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
How does it
When
break?
things are close to you, the gun fucks up with the zoom in. Yes. That's why you should
That is a
always cloak
problem
and
with the
relocate
game.
first.
That is
Yes.
a problem with the
It's-
game.
So,
Me
what,
zooming
so you
in
want a
should not
solution
matter
to your
where
mechanical
the enemy
problem.
is.
You want a solution to your mechanical problem. That is the mechanical solution
How
to
about
the
they
game
just
mechanics.
make a third-person fucking shooter game that actually
Because it's
works?
not a third-person shooter. Maybe don't pick
Then
the
don't make a
Infiltrator.
third-person shooter.
It's a third-person RPG.
Don't make a shooter if you can't have your fucking guns zoom in on the crosshairs
It
where
works
they
fine
should
if you
be.
use the mechanics correctly.
It doesn't matter
Yes, it does.
whether the mech is at my face or 100 meters away.
Or you can
it
just,
shouldn't
or you can
fucking
just do the
matter
mechanics.
when
or you can just
I
do
press
the
a
mechanics
zoom.
because,
It should go on the center of the fucking screen.
or if you just
Not-
play correctly,
not
it's going to
throw
zoom
me.
correctly.
No, the zoom
Yeah, it
shouldn't
does.
fucking throw me.
Yeah, it does. If you cloak
Not
and
where I'm
reposition
aiming.
first, you wouldn't
If
have
I'm
a problem.
aiming, if
Okay,
I'm
but if
aiming
you cloak
in cover,
and reposition first,
if
then you
I
won't
am
have a problem.
aiming in
Do you
cover,
want a solution to
I
the
should
problem, or do
not-
you want to complain about the problem?
You are not listening.
Because
When
I've,
I am
because
in cover,
I already, Jack,
aiming.
I've already heard you say it 100 times, and I'm
Uh-huh,
telling
and
you,
you
there is a
continue-
solution, and you're just mad that there's a solution now.
And you continue to bring
Because
up
you just wanna
irrelevant shit
complain.
like the robot is in front of you. You are making
Maybe,
excuses for a game that is
obey
not
the
made
mechanics,
correctly.
or don't complain about them. If you,
You are
want a
making
mechanical
excuses
solution,
for a
then use the
game that
mechanical
doesn't work.
solution. If you don't want a mechanical solution, then don't do it, and continue to not aim correctly. It's your choice.
How is it
You
not
can either
aiming
aim correctly or
if
not.
I press the zoom and it doesn't aim where my crosshairs are? How is that my problem?
Because the game is designed
should
that
work.
way.
The game should work. That's the
It
game
works if you
not
it works
working.
if you approach the situation correctly.
Entirely irrelevant to the problem that I'm having.
No, it's not. It's a solution. If you wanted
It
to aim at that next
matter.
pad, no, because you should have relocated regardless. And if you
It
were playing it
shouldn't
correctly, nope,
matter.
you got nope.
The game
seriously-
should not
nope.
jolt
You're not listening.
my
You're not
ADS.
listening. You're not listening. You're not listening.
You
if
aren't
you were
listening.
playing, would you just listen for 2 seconds? If you're playing the game properly, you would never be that close as an infiltrator. It's literally not designed to shoot up close. It gives you other weapons to shoot up close for a reason. They didn't design it to shoot up close. So if you want
don't
to
put
aim,
snipers
you
in the
have
game.
you have to cloak and reposition. If you
Why
want
can
to use
every
the
other
sniper,
game?
that's just how the game works. Don't play an infiltrator if you don't want it to be that way.
The infiltrator has nothing to do
there's
with the
5
fact that
other
the
classes.
snipers don't
There's
work.
5 other classes. But the game is why it doesn't work. You have to play within the mechanics. Just like how you can't arc things around cover unless you're in a certain position to do it properly. And powers get outranged if you're not in the right range for powers. All the classes have
It's
a
a
mechanic like
fucking
this
gun.
where you need to be within the range of the class for them to function properly.
It's a gun. You
It's
aim down
not
sights,
a
pull the
shooter,
trigger.
Jack. You need to wrap your head around this. It's not that fucking difficult to understand. It is not a shooter.
a gun.
The mechanics are not built around shooting. It's built around positioning.
It's a gun in the game.
It doesn't matter. You're
If
not
I aim-
playing it. You need to play it as an RPG. You need to be in the position to use the power or it won't work. You can't
If I
just
aim
use
down
powers
sights,
at anything.
it should go
It
where
works
I'm
the
aiming.
same with the powers. The powers have just as many problems. If you're not in the right position, they will not work.
It's a gun.
It doesn't matter.
It does
It's
fucking
an
matter.
RPG. It's your gun is just an extension of the powers.
No other
It's
RPG that I've played with guns has this problem. It's only Mass Effect that the aiming
Because it's
does not
built
aim
on a
the
Dragon
crosshair.
Age engine. It's not functioning as a shooter. I don't know how you need to have how many times you need to have it explained. If you stop playing it like a shooter, then you won't run into these mechanics where it's not functioning like a shooter. If you start playing it like an RPG where you're thinking of the guns as an extension of powers and you need to be in range to use a certain gun or power, then you won't run into the problems. And
It's
even
still
then, half the time your
fundamentally-
powers miss.
Fundamentally, it still doesn't excuse the fact that the sniper does not aim where my crosshairs are. You understand
It's
that that's
not
the fundamental
a shooter.
problem.
It's not.
It doesn't
a
matter
sh-
whether it's
the
close or
powers
not.
also don't work like that.
It doesn't
The-
matter whether it's close or
everything.
not.
It's
This
not
issue has
just the
happened
guns.
so
It's
many
not
times.
just the guns. It's everything. That's why they gave it. That's why they gave the powers heat seeking to begin with, because like look at the first game with Overload, just trying to place the proximity mines. Half the time they place on walls and shit, and they don't work. Like the reason they
powers
gave
are
the power
optional,
tracking is to help the powers work.
The powers are optional. You don't have to use the powers.
The
If I
guns are
only wanted
optional.
to
You
use
don't have to
guns-
use the guns.
If I wanted to only use guns, then I literally, and it's not just close, right? It's not just the mech being close. This has been an issue that I have been encountering the entire time that I've been playing.
Yeah, and
Mass
if you
Effect
cloak,
2.
if you cloak, come out of cover, it will zoom in right where you point every time.
Except it
If you
doesn't.
have, it does though. The issue happens because the cover mechanics are broken in the game because
Exactly.
they can't
So
develop cover
remove the
mechanics.
fucking cover mechanics. That's all they had to do.
No,
Like, you
exactly.
can't
Don't
make a
use
cover
the
to cover
cover.
third-person
Cloak,
shooter.
reposition, shoot, and then hide.
No, but this is my entire issue with Mass Effect and these fucking idiots making this game, which is why the first one is better, in my opinion. This game has so many fucking problems that it's near
I think the
unplayable.
first one has problems as well. I mean, you couldn't get any of your powers to go off in the first one because
But I was
the
able
way
to effectively use the guns.
yeah
Funny how that works, right?
because the cover doesn't function in the first game. So your issue was never being in cover, and you were complaining about how the cover is bad. Now
Yeah.
it gives you cover that's too sticky, and it fucks up the guns.
And this is what I'm saying. If you're gonna do it, just do it properly. It's not that
Well,
fucking
I mean,
hard.
you would think that they would, but then there's corporate deadlines and shit.
Which is why the first one is better.
Well, and this is my issue again with Legendary Edition is these are things that should have been fixed.
Yes, that as well.
Like back in the day on 360, where games were clunky as fuck, you could get away with the snipers not zooming in properly when you're in
Yeah.
cover. Even in 3's multiplayer, that's why with our sniper he was a Solarian, because they have decoy. So he would shoot. He would put out the decoy, and use tactical cloak out of cover.
Yeah.
Because if you're in cover, it fucks up your shots.
Like, and this is my entire fucking point. Like, my entire point.
But then
is just,
also,
like,
what's great is the Mako is designed better than not the Mako. This Hammerhead. It's designed better than the fucking gun combat. And it's a
no,
tacked-on
exactly.
thing.
It's a fucking issue, and this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why I'm gonna piss a lot of people off when we do our.
No,
our
because
little-
I think a lot of people agree. Like the issue in the first game is the cover, and then ironically the issue in the second game is also the cover. The reason why that Archangel tunnel is so hard with the flamethrower Vorcha, it's like an insane difficulty spike, and it's one of the first missions, right?
Yeah.
So like the reason why that room is an issue is the cover mechanics, because it's all these like square boxes, right? And they're like pipes. So you have to hop over into the square and then over another square. And while you're doing that, the flamethrowers can hit you. And while they're in cover, you can't really hit them. And they're around a corner or right angle.
Yeah.
And then you have to shut the shutters and stuff. Like that section is so fucking hard because the cover mechanics suck.
Yeah. Like it's just absurd.
But that's the thing, is the engine was never designed to do these things.
And because the other thing, right, is because I'm a little because I'm a little spoiled with these games, because like I only really played shooters. I never really played these games, so like I never got the experience of these clunky fucking dog shit shooters. So it's like
that's the thing.
going
Is like
from shooters
Dragon
to,
Age and Neverwinter are very similar games, but like Mass Effect is like much different than Dragon Age. I love how the tank tells you that you're being targeted.
I don't know. I reckon I'm gonna annoy a few people when I say that. Mass
I
Effect
think
is
most
better than
people
Mass Effect
agree
2.
with the
No, I'm
second
not- I'm not
one's-
good-
the second
like-
one is good because of the story, not because of the fucking missions.
So even
Like,
there,
a
I
lot of
think
the
first
missions are
one's story is
awful.
better.
Like Archangel's mission is the best parts of Archangel's mission is leading up to it when you set the traps on the mercs and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just downhill from there.
I don't
And
know,
then
the
I
sniper-
guess
the
the
Sniper Alley
gunship
bit
fight
was
is
kinda
pretty cool too.
Yeah,
But,
like the
the-
whole end fight was kind of neat.
Like just him holding his ground and then getting into the base, it's very fucking difficult to defend everything. That mission is
Yeah.
just tough. And
It is-
also
it is very
the mission on Omega with Mordin, that mission sucks too because it just throws rocket Vorcha at you
Yeah.
in these long halls at the end there. But you know what? You're an infiltrator. You could have cloaked and run to the objective and surpassed
Wait,
all
really?
the combat. Yeah,
That's funny.
That's actually one of the main things you can do in this mission too. Is you can cloak and run past all the enemies.
Ah, interesting.
It depending on the situation. Like when you were knocking down those satellite dishes, you could have cloaked and shot the things and never fought any of the enemies.
Interesting.
You agree to assume all liability for personal injuries or death.
So like an infiltrator is like good on that Omega mission with Mordin because you don't have to, because you don't get experience for kills, right?
Yeah.
That's my thing with any type of RPG. If they make it so I'm running past the enemy, they failed. The experience shouldn't come from quests, and like that's why I
should
like
be,
Diablo 3 is
story.
you can, because the fastest way to level up is by killing monsters. You have to get massacre bonuses, so you have to kill monsters extremely quickly in mass, as fast as possible, which is how the game is meant to be played.
Yes.
But then, like all these other RPGs, they'll be like, "Oh, you have to kill these 15 guys," and then most of the game, I'm just running to objectives instead of fighting.
Yeah.
Simulation. If these kids ever wake up, there's a 98% chance we'll be dead within 2 minutes. I'm starting to hate learning it.
All right, because like everybody says that Mass Effect 2 is like the best game ever.
No. It's the story that makes it good.
Right. Even the first one's story, I think, is better.
This first one's just more contained, and it sets up the universe.
I think that's why it's better. It's why the first Alien is better as well.
I like Cerberus. And like Miranda growing to trust you over Cerberus throughout the game is interesting. Jacob has no interesting development, and Garrus doesn't really either. But unless you romance him, so like some of the characters don't even have arcs.
Yeah,
but also Joker and Edie.
I don't know. I just think that the fact that there was so few squad members, the fact that you had to be so
but you
like,
also didn't really like this. You didn't have to like you only had to talk to them until you got their quest, which was 3 interactions.
Sure, but I didn't really.
You're
go
romancing them.
I didn't really go and like rush that either, so it kind of spaced it out over the gameplay.
Yeah, well, it's kind of similar here. You eventually get to the point where Garrus isn't doing anything but calibrating weapons.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's kind of why
and then
I've
you
been.
do his loyalty, and it unlocks more.
And that's why I've kind of been like, this is a bit mid. Like this whole.
Well, you
game
talk to a few people after each mission, and then. See, I loved this DLC because they added puzzles.
Hold on, where are we? Ah, I see. Wait, why is nothing moving?
You have to change the selector.
How do I do that? What? Ah, I see. Do I have to fill the... What do I have to do?
You have to make a path.
Ah, I see. This would be so much quicker on the PC.
Yeah.
Boom. Suck a dick.
There is a little secret, though, over there to the right.
Over here?
Yeah, there's... Now turn
there?
left slightly. Left a little more. Right there.
Ah.
It's just some power cells and metagel if you want them.
There's a computer there, but I don't care. Fuck it. We'll
Yeah,
continue.
I might have some lore on it or something.
I'm actually very considering the change between 1 and 2. I'm kind of interested to see if 3 is a better mechanically.
I think 3 has the best mechanics, but not only that, I think it has the most you know how 1 because because 2 is non-linear, so there's less of those really good moments.
Yeah.
There's the catch.
Like every one of the main missions in the first one is good, and I think the third one brings back a lot of that cinematic elements because it's more linear. So it has the best of everything. But people were very upset because the ending is but they didn't realize the whole point is throughout the entire third game is the ending, you're everything is impacted by your choices. So they're like mad at the end that you don't really get a choice as much as they wanted. But it's like you did though. That was the whole game.
Yeah, the whole game was the choice you made.
Yeah,
like literally Mass Effect 1. I enjoyed it so much.
A lot of people say nowadays that the reason why people were so upset by how limited the very end of the third game is because of how good the ending is in 2.
Yeah.
And if the ending wasn't as good as it was in 2, then people probably wouldn't have been upset about the ending in the next one.
Yeah, okay. So because the ending gave such an impact, it kind of overshadowed everything else.
Yeah, but I think one of the reasons why the ending is so impactful is because of the nonlinear nature. You know, that's why I don't really like I think the new Zelda was great, but I think you're going backwards.
The Wild.
Or no, you activated it, right?
Yeah.
And now it's telling you to go back.
Are you talking about Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, so like I loved it gameplay wise, but like I really don't think the non-linear nature made a better story, because you have to make the story like disconnected and not matter, you know. And like one of my favorite Zeldas is Majora's Mask, because like you beat the dungeon and the world like changes.
Oh, okay.
Right, so like, but then you have to go back in time so it resets. But you can see what will happen after the game ends, right? So after the game ends, all these events that you did in time will come. So like all this like harmony and peace will come to the world. So you get to see like the ending world and explore the ending world each time you beat a dungeon, because there's 4 different dungeons. It's north, east, south, you know, each direction. And like the second one with the Gorons, it's like an intense blizzard, so they're all freezing because the Gorons live next to lava, right? So they're like really, really suffering in these mountains. So you make spring happen and all the life returns and all the Gorons are happy and shit. And it completely changes the entire environment, not just outside the level, but the entire northern region.
Moving to cover. On my way. You got it.
The problem is that the previous choices didn't matter. I think they do, though. That's what I'm saying. I think because like for example, like Tali's mission is like one of the best points in the series. Morden's mission is one of the best points in the series, and like you don't get to that close. Like it's the ending for Morden, you know.
Switch up.
And like they ended up also expanding all the endings, so they went in and they added more scenes to the like wrap up at the end.
This should slow him down.
Like how Fallout is. Every choice you make will be spoken about by the narrator. And also, I'm sure the ending could have been a lot stronger if it wasn't for corporate development.
Yeah. Because like the one thing I do like is the streamlining of controls. I like that most games you can just pick up and the controls are the controls.
Yeah, well, 3, I mean, that's why the multiplayer is good, is because, can you imagine these controls, though, for the multiplayer in 3? It wouldn't work.
No.
Actually, if you play as the Turians, it does kind of function like this. They're very stiff and clunky.
That's another thing. I also have the Switch, and I have games on the Switch that I can play as well. I can stream.
Switch.
I have Breath of the Wild. I have the Pokemon games. I have a bunch of stuff. Mario Odyssey.
Trouble ahead.
I'm down to stream Switch games. No, I don't know. I don't know if I would say that the choices don't never mattered. I feel like it built your character. I feel like the one downside I feel like is the fact that your character kind of doesn't retain that whatever renegade sort of thing you did in the last game. Plus, they made renegade just racist. I think that's a significant L for Mass Effect 2.
Well, the renegade path makes you more pro Cerberus in the second game, and Cerberus is kind of racist.
Yeah. Okay.
So like Paragon is anti-Cerberus, Renegade is pro Cerberus.
It's kind of why it's not quite even. That every time that there's like a shit option, I'll pick Paragon because the racist.
Well, that's
option
what's
is
great
shit.
about your leveling up to your passive. It gives you those bonuses for those charisma points that you'd need.
Yeah.
His overload his Taurian Rebel and overload gives him the strongest overload, but both have to be leveled to max.
Area or heavy? Miranda has heavy, I think.
Yeah, then make him do area.
Whoops. Because I'm respecking. I gave them both
area.
Yeah.
I think area is better.
Please isolate machines immediately.
Switch to the left. Here goes.
It's also cool that they let you switch squads multiple times in this mission. Every station you can do different squad mates.
Yeah. It is cool.
Shields down.
I'll get there.
Engaging target.
Understood.
Going to cover. One left.
Going to cover.
Oh,
Don't
that's
worry,
what
I've
gonna do.
got this.
I was gonna get what's the best Nar that we think we can find?
You know the Churdleys one? That's probably a good one.
When he spells it out to her.
Yes.
But you want to know what one I was thinking of that's also really good?
It's funny, I'm not surprised that chick has popped off. Like, her tattoos, I'm surprised didn't make her more popular faster, to be completely honest.
Mount that one.
Think about all the dorks being like, oh my god, she has gaming tattoos. But to be fair, she does have a croc tattoo, and that's kind of sick. I've never seen anybody else with a croc tattoo. Also, apparently they're remaking Croc, and that's very exciting. I'm very excited for that. So, if
you ready
if they
for
release,
this?
if they release Croc,
I'm sorry, I forgot
really
to
lovely.
say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream, please.
Okay,
just
I'll put it in.
pretend.
I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Is it...
No.
See, that one's pretty good, right?
That is a good one. Also, I would contest, Pepsi isn't being boycotted over Palestine.
You got it. My pleasure. You got it.
Like, what is she talking about? It's only Coke. It's Coke and McDonald's, not Pepsi. Unless I'm mistaken. Somebody correct me if I am.
I don't care.
No, and it's like that. I only really give a shit what the BDS movement says.
I believe
to
they
boycott.
have done. They've said Coke specifically, so
Yeah, like BDS says Coke. I haven't heard them say anything about Pepsi. Like, they're the only ones that I really pay attention to when it comes to the boycott
Ooh.
stuff. Because, like, they
Bit laggy.
actually target it based on, from what seems like reasonable grounds. Like, them saying boycott McDonald's and Coke is pretty organic. A lot of their boycotts that they've also put their weight behind, also organic boycotts. There are a few of them. And that's why the only one that I really give weight to is the proper BDS movement. Because it seems like they're a semi-trustworthy source to be like, hey, yeah, these companies are legitimately benefiting from Israel's war. Google is a good example of this. But the unfortunate thing is we kind of can't move our shit from Google. Like because we use Google Forms, right? And that's because Microsoft has fucked everyone over and made a subscription.
Google's Office suite is just the best one.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, if there was an option that we could easily move to, we would. But at this point, the Google stuff is just easy enough. If John used Apple product, I'd be
Google,
using.
So my phone turned on and said, "What do you want?"
Oh, that's funny. Like if
Did
you
see
used
the
Apple
build I was
product,
playing on Insanity?
no, I didn't.
It's just like so I was like I realized that I actually should have went soldier and picked barrier as my bonus power.
Mm-hmm.
Because my whole plan was to use barrier and assault rifles and basically spec it around that.
Are you playing 2 now?
No, an Insanity in the first game.
Are you still on 1? Okay.
Yeah. So, so like if I picked soldier though, then I could have had immunity and used barrier as the bonus, and my class ability would probably give my assault rifles ability, because the shock trooper for the Vanguard only gives shotguns.
Okay.
So there's parts of the builds that I spec'd into that aren't fully optimized. And if I went soldier with barrier as my bonus power, then I think I would have been more optimized.
Okay. I thought our views were low, but no, there's just nobody watching in politics at the moment.
Yeah, it's the holiday season.
Yeah.
That's why there's really nothing to talk about in politics.
Yeah.
What's
Moon talking about? Dude, she's doing an IRL stream.
Oh, cool.
That's neat.
No.
Honestly, I kind of like this mission. This was a good mission, despite
I loved this.
my rage at the fucking mechanics of this goddamn fucking game. That was a pretty good mission.
It's still going. It's not done.
The lockdown has been cancelled.
And I apologize. We got to some good shit at the end. Hopefully you didn't turn it off. Hopefully you can understand my fucking frustration as somebody who only plays first-person shooters, basically. Like, I'm only just really getting into these.
You need to play more broken games like Splinter Cell Chaos Theory.
I do need to play more broken games.
Chaos Theory, you'd never have issues with game mechanics ever again.
It's that bad?
No, it's a great game.
Oh, okay.
But it's you have to think about what you're doing. You know, it's like QWOP. It's like, how do I move my legs?
Data packet has been recovered. 4 more remain.
Zaid has Disruptor. You can bring him as your combat. And that, yeah, he has shredder ammo though. He's better against organics. He does
Yeah.
the most damage to organic enemies.
Okay. Heavy shockwave and pull.
Yeah, Kasumi's good too because of the overload and the cloak. Rex is the best tank though. Not
Yeah.
Rex. Grunt. Rex too though, because Rex in the first game, he has immunity and barrier. It literally is like if you spec it, you would basically have them constantly if you played the
Yeah.
And I would have had a much easier time beating Pinnacle Station.
Ugh, fuck. I still need to pick a name for my bike. I want to name it.
Charles.
Are there any Kurdish horses in mythology with names, like notable named horses?
Charles. Name it Charles.
Charles.
Get to the server room and shut down the core before it
It's funny because it's poisonous.
to RH. Archer log 155.2. For years, my brother's condition has been a handicap. That changed today.
Did you hear what he's saying? Go back and listen to that.
Not allowed.
You can probably reload from the start of this
It's not worth it.
section.
Cool. Nice. Let's go
Archer
this way.
log 157.8. Unless he sees results, the elusive man is shutting us down next week. I have no choice. I'm going to tap David directly into the Geth neural network and see if he...
Oh my god, it was his fault.
The danger should be negligible.
Yeah, but you missed what he said before this. You really should go back.
I
Save.
literally cannot.
Just listen to me. Press start, save. Okay. Create new. Okay, now load the autosave and see if it's the start of this section.
Yeah, she does have area. So I'll change that to heavy.
Does Kasumi have heavy?
Kasumi has area as well.
Area's better. Because the mechs bunch up.
Yeah.
The Loki mechs, they always bunch up. And you fight them more than Geth. But technically, one person with heavy overload, like Garrus. If you
Well,
have
that's why I was
spec'd
going to
properly.
spec Garrison to heavy.
Because you can make him a sniper as well.
Yeah.
Looks like you're in, Commander. Good. I'm getting some troubling readings here, though. The VI is trying to upload its program directly from your location. Get to the... Archer log 155.2. For years, my brother's condition has been a handicap. That changed today. His autistic mind is the breakthrough I've been looking for.
Tisms! He's got the tisms!
Such a tremendous grasp of mathematics. It seems serendipity is alive and well in the
Damn.
22nd century.
I'll be back. I am listening though. Is that it? Was that it?
What?
Was that all?
What did it say?
That he's got tism and It's got
Exactly.
really good
That's
math.
when I was like, we fucked up not playing this. No, think about this for a second.
Mm.
You now learn. What did he tell you? The dude had a picture of the guy on his desk.
Yeah.
And
Said it
talking
was
about how
his
he loves
brother.
his brother.
Yeah.
And that his brother volunteered.
Yes, he did say he volunteered.
The brother has fucking autism, bro. He didn't volunteer for shit.
Yeah.
I can get any disabled kid to volunteer for something.
This is
Let
true.
me tell you.
But also, like,
I'm just making a soundbite. That's why I wasn't listening.
yeah.
Unless he sees results, the elusive man is shutting us down next week. I have no choice.
Okay, do we want the part where he says is Pepsi okay?
Work and see if he can influence them.
Or just
No.
a no?
Bit negligible.
No.
David might even enjoy it.
I'm predicting that this DLC's ending is we decrypt whatever the VI is saying, and it's just basically a bit of a shout out to autism as like a bit of awareness kind of thing is what I'm expecting.
You can,
But
if you
it could
listen,
be
you can
early for
understand
that.
him.
No, I know, but I don't know what it's saying.
Arriving at level 2. Arriving at level 4. Arriving at level 6. System malfunction.
Wow.
Arriving at level 2.
Plus, the shout out to autism is all the
Arriving
puzzles
at
in this
level
one.
4. Arriving at level 6.
Excuse me, sir.
System malfunction. Resetting elevator. Resetting elevator. Resetting elevator. Arriving at level 2. Arriving at level 4.
Gotcha.
Arriving at level 6. System malfunction.
How should I spell it?
Arriving at level 2.
What are you talking about?
Arriving
How do I
at
spell
level 4.
nar?
Arriving at
No idea.
level 1.
No, I'm gonna put
Arriving
more.
at level 3. Arriving at level 5. Arriving at level 7.
I got it, guys.
Everyone else can say no properly, but Australians cannot.
On it. Throw!
Lost shields.
There you go. Run away. Run in the hall. Run away from them.
Hey, run in the hole is a good idea.
As long as you cloak, they'll immediately stop acquiring you and turn to him. That's another thing is your shields recharging as the infiltrator. It's your shields are down so much more, and because it doesn't start the regen until you come out of cloak.
Yes.
So it's 6 seconds after uncloaking.
Yeah, that's
They turned it down to 4 though, didn't they? I think.
Kasumi just got wasted.
Yeah, she was next to the elevator.
Arriving at level 6.
No, she's still dead.
That's fine.
Please contact facility support. This elevator is not in service.
What's that guy's
Please
name?
choose another. Smoke detected.
The fake Christian contract creator guy? Shorties?
Huh?
Chardies?
Trouble.
Churdleys.
Churdleys. Just punch him.
This autistic mind is as alien to me as an Virtual alien.
It doesn't work, I guess. Wasting widow rounds.
Watch where you're shooting.
Wow. Oh, I will do that. I just pull my headphone thing off the table. That's not a great thing. I should probably put shorts on if I get up with my camera on.
Your camera's not on.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I should probably put some shorts on before people. Before, you know, classic streamer. You only need the top half done. Alright. I've been playing for 4 hours. So, what do we want to learn about?
Well, hang on. Just keep going. Let me finish this soundbite, and then
Okay.
I'll put on videos.
I do kind of. Rev, are you still there? Because I think I was speaking to you about this game here. I kind of wanted to end the stream with this, just to like check it out, or check out these 3 games just to have a look at them, because I've never played these. So the last hour, maybe we change up some games, 20 minutes on each. I don't know. What do we reckon?
Well, I have videos. I want to.
No, I know, but I'm saying
actually
that after.
get through Mass Effect.
No.
Like, you take
I'll take
forever to just do the simplest task.
I like playing games. What can I say? I just play them. I just do it. I don't do things quickly
Just
in
focus
games.
on the task. Get it done. Stop looking at your phone and shit.
Boom. This way, guys.
Shit's all fucking up and not lining up my audio.
Yeah, I still got to do Jack and Tali's missions. We're just doing the DLC stuff before.
Well, because this
before
DLC is
Jack and
funny
Tali.
because it's about autism.
Yeah. Also, I think I needed more
ready. I'd be surprised
more
if this
charisma.
button summons a
You're
replay.
fine now.
Yeah, because I got the fourth one. I should have the check necessary. Uh-oh. Interesting.
What is going on?
He's showing Shepard what happened. Relax. Relax, Grunt.
What is happening? Why can't I hear anything?
Here we go.
What is going on with Resolve? I'm just restarting the program at this point.
Fair enough.
Now you're autistic.
Is this
You
what
caught
Chisholm
it.
looks like?
6.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
Time on this project is running out. There are no options left. How to get the Geth's attention?
Oh.
The robot says hello.
Eureka, David. You're a miracle worker.
Oh man, it's so fucked. It's kind of more fucked up when I can understand what he's saying. It's like I have the cipher.
Can you repeat my notes from Thursday's experiment?
Square root of 918.09 is 30.3.
No, David, that's wrong. I'm going to have to kill
Pay
you.
attention.
Loud. It's getting loud in here.
I'm sorry, you didn't deserve that. Would you mind repeating my notes from Thursday's experiment?
Log 137.3. The experiment yielded no discernible patterns of Geth obedience. End dictation now, David. Hell, the elusive man will have my head for this.
Thank you. And how are you feeling today?
Square root of 924.16 is 30.4. Earplugs would be
Make
good.
this soundbite apparently.
Weird.
Resolve is like playing multiple tracks at the same time. I don't know why it's doing it. I must have hit a key wrong.
I want you to order the Geth to take a step forward.
The
How does
fuck?
he do it?
How does he do it?
David is a
Autism is a
mathematical
superpower.
His autistic mind can interpret the Geth language at its
See?
most basic form and mimic their phonetics. With his photographic memory, cross-referencing the meaning as a snap. He's literally a human computer.
And you think he can interface with the Geth's neural network?
I do.
Is that even safe, Doctor?
I see no harm in finding out.
He's only got the tism. What harm is it? Something like that, yeah. Well, hopefully, wait a minute. Maybe with VR and shit, we can simulate autism. Make it stop.
Warning. Elevator exceeds maximum weight capacity.
Uh-oh.
Where are they coming from?
Heavy weapon. See how you came out of cover uncloaked and it worked?
Yeah, that was shit. I shouldn't have
That's
to do
just-
that. That's my
I
entire
know.
point.
That's the point though, is if they're close and in cover, it's always gonna fuck up. Because it's putting you out of cover to aim. That's why, because your crosshairs aren't lining up when you eventually ADS.
That's so unfathomably fucking stupid.
Exactly. That's why you shouldn't be in cover when you cloak snipe.
We're ready. Open a connection to the Geth network.
David, no! Tell the Geths to stand down! Quiet, please, make it stop!
Node acquired. Normandy SR2 is within range. Attempting to establish upload link.
Oh no.
The Locust will be better here. It's just shooting these orbs.
We'll see. Oh my god.
Put the armor piercing on the sniper to shoot the core.
I feel like the other one would do better damage.
The Locust, use the Locust on the orbs, the sniper on the...
Yeah, I'm because I had the wrong ammo type, so I'm going to test it now. We'll see what happens. So this will be a 2-shot. Let's see what both.
Still going to be 2.
But I don't think I'm going to get it.
The Widow has armor-piercing ammo in it already, so you double the armor-piercing when you use armor-piercing on it. That's why it should always be the one with armor.
You have to stop this! David doesn't want to be here.
Should listen to him.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's not volunteering, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't sound voluntary.
I just did this, and I did it with the Locust and the Maddock.
Wait, I didn't get it.
No, you did. It goes back up because you one-shotted. You did the max damage possible. More than max damage.
Yeah.
And this is such an interesting boss fight, too.
I beg you. Don't do anything.
You skipped it.
Wow.
You skipped the ending somehow there.
Yeah, that was an accident.
Wow.
I'm actually annoyed.
That's the whole reveal at the end just
You
got
told
skipped.
me that David volunteered.
By necessity.
Hold on. I'm
I
going to
saw
skip
it.
everything then and see if I can't restart it.
You're gonna have to press start right away. It'll probably save already.
Maybe not.
Atlas Station autosave. It might be right at the boss fight.
Hell yeah.
Is within range. Attempting to establish upload link.
At least now I know what I'm doing. It'll be quick.
Yeah, those cloaked armor shots really fuck that core up.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
already
the
weak,
last
too.
phase too. Neat. Hands are up. Oh my god, no fucking way. Jesus Christ.
Quiet. Please. make it stop.
This dude had a picture of him on his desk.
Wait! Commander!
I can explain.
I'm begging you. Don't do anything rash.
There better be damn good reasons for this.
I thought I had control. It's not like I planned this. It was an accident. Seeing David communicate with the Geth, it all seemed harmless.
Accident.
Before you know
Bro,
it,
look
you're
at
running
him.
Your own private hell.
He stumbled. He just fell into
There
that.
are literally
The elusive
bolts
man
through
doesn't
his
broker
arms.
failure. Any war we fight
Look
with
at
the
that.
Geth will be bloody. I was asked to find a way to avoid that.
And how many have already died for this project?
More souls than will ever forgive me.
Please give me a
But I
Paragon
won't
option to put a
apologize
bullet
for
through his
radical
head.
ideas.
Sorry, the
For my
Renegade
work
option.
spares 1,000,000 mothers mourning the loss of 1,000,000 sons. My conscience will rest easy.
Look at him. Your brother would never be the same.
The damage may not be permanent. He might recover some semblance of his
Oh my
mind.
god.
Cerberus will never leave him alone. Your brother will always be a lab rat.
You're a well cared for lab rat. At least he'd still
Well
be alive.
cared for.
So
Bro,
you'll sacrifice
look at
your
him. He's
brother's
looking at you
happiness
like,
for
are
your
you
own
doing this
ambition.
shit?
Like, he's literally doing the Clockwork Orange bullshit permanently.
6.01 equals
30.1. What I've done to David is unethical.
You don't say.
If he dies, it's unforgivable. Let me take care of him.
No.
Please.
No.
quiet. Please make it stop.
I've seen enough of your cruelty to know he'll never be free from it here. I'm taking him away.
No, leave him! He's too valuable!
Now you get to die.
You even think about coming after your brother, and this bullet will be waiting for you. Then we'll see who's valuable.
The Paragon option.
Where will you take him?
I guess you would. I
Grissom Academy.
don't know.
They can help special cases like David.
Look up what the
Minus the
Paragon option was.
Did you? Oh,
Joker,
you didn't press
contact the
it.
Academy
No, I didn't
and let
press
them
it,
know
no.
we've got someone who needs their help.
Maybe the Paragon
The
option
elusive
would have
man
been
can
shooting
finally
him.
hear the
Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed harmless. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed harmless. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed harmless.
The Paragon option just makes you pistol whip him.
Lame.
And then the elusive man will later message you saying that you fucked up his plans.
Yeah, I love it that the elusive man is trying to persuade you that Cerberus
Mhm.
isn't evil.
Yes, yeah, it's pretty great. That was probably one of my favorite.
Yeah, that's why I
was
said
great.
it was a mistake not doing it that last stream.
Mm,
It was
no,
that
that was
fucking
great.
awesome.
That was really good. No, that was really really good. I'm very happy
I'll make
with that
note of
DLC. Okay.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Thanks, Kelly. Yes, I wanted to respec. Let's go to what's her face? Blue chick.
Liara?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, oh, you can do it right in your. She won't have.
Yeah, no,
to.
it costs you more.
Does it?
Yeah, I can do 1,000. 1,000 EZO it.
Oh, you can also respec your team with her.
Yeah, that's why I'm going there. Because I'm going to respec Gareth.
Yeah, you have so many people with concussive shot, you don't even need his, right?
Maybe. Well, have a look.
Well, I mean, you have his maxed.
We have used
So
half our
instead, if you
fuel.
max his passive
Mm.
and overload, Garrus can deal with every type too, because concussive shot is good against barrier.
Where can I look at the team lineup?
On your personal computer, right where you were.
He has armor piercing.
Yeah, so
concussive,
he
and
can deal with
overload.
armor, barrier, shields. Or no, shields. Every health type he can do. He's great. Jacob sucks. Zaid
Who am I
too,
missing?
Because he has Disruptor. The last person you get on the Reaper IFF mission.
Okay.
Or should I say they unlock. Their recruitment unlocks from... Because it's the third. Because you get the first batch after the first collector mission.
Yeah.
And then the second batch after the second collector mission.
Land.
Hey. That's what's up.
Cool. I don't know what they...
Scare Bear. Both give him the power damage, so weapon.
Yeah.
He's a gunner, so. And
yeah.
Jacob sucks, he won't use him. But anyone else you wanted to do?
Maybe.
The Zaid's Inferno grenade is great.
I need to see how everyone's spec'd. That's my problem. That's why I wanted to see everyone.
If you haven't used the Inferno grenade, you can pick that as your bonus power to try it out. You might like it.
I doubt it.
It's pretty fucking sick. You already have Incinerate though, so it's redundant.
Yeah. Like, I have to take people to see what their powers are spec like, so that's my
A
issue.
Palvin agent has obtained the equipment used to record the General Partenax and Killick's talisman.
Like, why can't I just see everybody's thing here? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Probably an issue with loading.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, the only thing you could do is, like, bring them individually to Citadel.
Yeah, the Citadel,
Oh,
that's the
right.
only thing really, yeah. Which I might do that. that might be
Any
an
hub.
option.
But then you'd have to come back here.
I'd have
do
to
the
come all the way
respec.
back, yeah.
It'd be better if you could bring squad mates to the Shadow Broker base.
Yeah. There has to be a way.
Maybe you can. Check in there. I think you can only look at info. I think Miranda's loyalty outfit is great. It's that one, the black, not without the visor.
That one.
Yeah.
Ooh. I still reckon that one's the coolest.
Yeah, he's got a cool one too. Fuck Jacob. A lot of the loyalties are just red outfits.
Yeah.
Or it's like, it's either red or black.
I'm definitely going to run out of fuel.
No, you'll be fine. Got them fuel upgrades.
Thirsty girl.
The car is thirsty.
At least it's relatively quickly because I can just be like, I want this one, and then just go back to the door and request new teammates.
Yeah. Reeve is a great ability.
Mm.
It's similar to Warp, but it also drains their health.
Ah, okay.
So it primes them for detonation because there are biotic combos, but if you're not a biotic, it's a little bit harder to do them. The splash is already huge on this.
Yeah.
So you damage 100 points over 4 seconds. 5 frags. So see how much Incinerate does for you in comparison.
About the same?
Well, that one's
slightly more.
No, better. It's better because it's more damage over less time.
Yeah, but it's about the same damage if we're looking at DPS.
Yeah, but
yes, it's
less
higher,
time.
but it's the same damage more or less. All right. That's them dealt with. I'm not going to bother with those. Tali and Morden.
Yeah, Morden you'll never really use because you're already teched.
I don't know why it didn't give me the option then. Why can I not spec them? Hello?
I mean, just start the mission, and you can do the squad thing there. Press start.
I wish it.
What are you doing?
What start mission? What are you talking about? I'm literally trying to get it so I can look at how they're spec.
Yeah, it's just... But if you just went to the squad menu by pausing there, it would have still done it. It was just not letting you do it because it's not starting the mission. It's requesting a new squad member. That's what I was saying.
I always forget that you can do it there. Still not loyal. That's fine.
Which is bullshit, am I right?
That's fine. I know,
automatically be loyal.
Like you would think that all the time in the last game would compensate a little bit, give you something with Tali.
Well, maybe that's just how untrusting she is as a Quarian.
Maybe. Oh, we already did that. Okay. I could probably respec her.
Get rid of Slam and Cerberus Officer.
Get rid of Cerberus Officer?
No. Max it because it gives you the weapon damage. Cerberus Officer is one of the few passives that benefits the entire squad.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll respec Miranda.
That's why she's such a good Sentinel. Sentinels should be squad support.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
You trying to select Jacob? He's worthless.
I'm just saying.
Does his Cerberus operative also give weapon damage?
Just his weapon damage.
See, and his health. Who cares?
Oh shit.
Jacob sucks. You could do grunt too. Get rid of the concussive, maybe.
Nah.
Inferno. And
Maybe.
Inferno ammo isn't as good as warp ammo.
Yeah.
Because Inferno ammo is good against health, but everything's good against health. Now, Jack is a glass cannon.
Mm-hmm.
So, if any of these help her health, they don't. Her abilities recharge so fast, though. Her and Samara have the fastest ability recharge.
Yeah.
She can constantly cast.
Quite like it. All right, here we go.
And she uses shockwave.
Roll
Now,
and walk,
so
drop
if you spec him for
weapon
Shredder, then you bring him on missions where you know you're fighting organics, like collectors, for example, because he has warp and they have barrier.
Yep.
And
squad shredder ammo.
But don't you already have? No,
I
you
don't have shredder.
Incendiary, right?
No. Squad shredder, I think, is a good idea.
You could do that if you want to have your entire, because you can make it so he casts on the spellcaster, and then you can override his squad shredder with your ammo powers on your guns. So you can keep one of your guns with shredder, for example, but override it on the others.
Yeah. Detonate biotic effects? Yes, please. And then if I take somebody who has a biotic primer, I can
like
set
Samara.
them off with and I can set them off with
Pull will prime them as well.
Okay.
But yeah, what's interesting in the next game, warp is the main primer, but in this one, warp detonates. That's why it's easier to do the biotic combinations if you're a biotic.
Happy with that one? I'm happy with that one.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't used flashbang enough to tell
I can't really spec anymore, and I think I'd rather have the Shadow Strike and Overload maxed before the Thief one.
Yeah.
Because once those are maxed, the Master Infiltrator will boost both of those. But I should take her more because I want to level her up.
Well, everyone gets experience. It's shared.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, give her the Geth shotgun. Jack is so good with the Geth shotgun.
Yeah.
Jack is just fragile as fuck. That's the issue.
Change it
You
up.
just take the Viper for yourself?
Yep. Change it up. All right. Give me 15 minutes. Give me 15 minutes, and I'll come back. Have you got a video?
Yeah, I got tons. I also made a soundbite, but I couldn't do the other one. It was too broken.
Yeah, fair. All right. I'll mute the sound on my end, and it should be fine. That mutes the Mass Effect sound as well, right?
No.
No?
But you can just turn the game sound down.
Yeah, well.
I had a really interesting video. Who's ready to learn about IQ tests?
That sounds fun.
I can still hear Mass Effect.
What about now?
No.
Beautiful.
Of the first ever intelligence test. The questions contained in here were developed and presented in 1908, but this is a 1911 English translation and guide to the test. It aims to find the mental age of a subject, and so there are several questions for each age, ranging from 1 to 13. This test was developed by Alfred Binet and Theodore Simon. It's called the Binet-Simon scale, and whilst this scale does not talk about IQ, it is this work that would ultimately be hijacked, changed, and lead to the long and dark story of IQ tests. So I think we should take a
Here's she's saying hijacked.
look at it. For age 1, the experimenter is told to move a lighted match slowly before the subject's eyes, or ring a bell from behind the subject. They pass if their eyes follow it or if they listen. For age 2, hold before subject or place within subject's reach a piece each of candy or cookie and wood of equal size. They pass if the candy is chosen. For age 3, ask them to repeat a sentence word by word, such as, "My dog's name is Fido." For age 4, ask which of these 2 lines is the longer. If there's hesitation, then they fail. For age 5, here are a couple of boxes which look alike, don't they? But they don't weigh the same. One is heavier than the other. Now I want you to lift one after the other this way and give me the one which feels the heavier. Now for age 6, there's a pretty wild question. It says, show the pretty and ugly faces in pairs. Ask which of these 2 faces is the prettier or uglier? Or which is the good-looking one? This seems like one of the more absurd questions. They don't give the answers for it, and I suppose that's because they think it's obvious to the examiner. I can probably guess what you're supposed to pick, but it seems pretty dubious. I mean, they've drawn this one a lot larger than the other one. Is that to say that they think it's uglier? All 3 must be correct. If they say that both are pretty, then they fail. This is a question for age 7. The question is what is lacking or missing in each of these pictures. As strange as they are, these kinds of questions and this kind of mental age gives you a clue as to what this test was developed for. It was intended to identify abnormally low mental development in French school children. There was an important reason that Binet and Simon wanted to make a test. Compulsory primary school education had just been introduced in France, and a psychiatrist by the name of Bournville argued that children who had difficulty understanding schoolwork had become a problem. In previous times, they would have just not attended school. Bournville wanted to send such students to boarding houses attached to psychiatric institutions so that they didn't burden mainstream schools. Decisions over who would be sent to these psychiatric institutions would be made by a psychiatrist. Binet and Simon opposed this. Binet was part of his own lobby group to convince politicians to seek alternative solutions. As part of a commission into the issue, he was motivated to come up with a better form of assessment of children's mental development. Here's the test questions for age 8. I want you to read this story aloud. 3 houses burned. New York, September 5th. A fire last night burned 3 houses in Water Street. It took some time to put it out. The loss was $50,000 and 17 families lost their homes. In saving a girl who was asleep in her bed, a fireman was burned on the hands. A couple seconds later, the examiner is to ask, now tell me what you read about. What did it say? The subject passes if they can recall 2 distinct memories from the passage. For age 9, what date is it today? This is a question I'm not sure I could pass too easily. I think these ones are really interesting for mental age 10. What should you do, or what ought you to do, when you miss a train? When a friend hits you without meaning to? For the train one, you pass if you say, wait for the next, or take another, and you fail if you say, hurry, go to the next station, or walk. For the friend hitting you, you pass if you forgive, excuse, don't be angry or don't cry. If you don't tell his mother and say nothing, you also pass. But you fail if you hit him, cry, tell a mother or a grown-up, get angry or avoid him. For age 11, I'm going to read you some sentences in which there is something silly. Listen carefully and try to tell me what the nonsense is. 1. Yesterday there was an accident on the railroad, but it wasn't very serious. There were only 48 killed. 2. The police found yesterday the body of a young girl cut into 18 pieces. They think that she killed herself. There's apparently something absurd in the sentence, Johnny bought a little rubber ball, he paid $1 for it. Doesn't sound absurd to us, but I think back in 1908 when this was written, a ball should have cost much less than $1. Especially because there are other questions in this test talking about buying things for a mere 2 or 3 cents. For age 12, you're asked to repeat a series of 7 digits such as 2, 9, 6, 4, 3, 7, 5, and to figure out what's going on in these situations. One is, a girl who was walking in the woods in a park saw something hanging from the branch of a tree that made her so much afraid.
What's interesting about this is like a few of the questions I can see still being in IQ tests. Like I can see where IQ tests source these questions from is like literally from back then.
That she ran to the nearest policeman and told him what she had seen. What do you think she saw? What was it? You'd pass if you say a body. The hardest questions in this test belong to mental age 13. For this question, a piece of paper is folded twice, so it's in quarters, and then a corner and some bits of the side are cut off. The subject is asked to draw what the paper will look like once it's unfolded. And the last question on the test here asks the subject to explain what is the difference between evolution and revolution, or between poverty and misery, event and advent, pride and pretension. In the end, the examinee should be credited with the mental age in which all of the tests, or all but one, are passed. So if someone could answer all of the age 10 questions except one, but they couldn't answer, say, all of the age 11 questions, then they'd be marked as having the mental age of 10. Although they can be credited with 1 extra year for every 5 tests passed at higher levels. So maybe they got some of the 11, 12 or 13 year questions. In 1909, the year after this test was published, Benet's lobby group was successful in stopping children being sent to psychiatric hospitals, and instead a law was passed that led to the establishment of special classes for slow children attached to public schools. I have here a book which compiles other work from Benet and Simon from 1903 to 1911. It includes work that went into developing the test I just showed you. This book has been translated into English and includes a few results of some tests that were given to students. A 7-year-old boy named Maud failed the prettiness test. It says he did not indicate the correct figures. But he also did poorly on the unfinished pictures task. He was silent about the 1st and 4th figures, and for the 2nd and 3rd he said that the neck was missing. From these and many other questions, it was concluded that Maud was 2 years behind his age. You've seen that the questions only go up to a mental age of 13, and here Benet and Simon say that the test is designed only for children of school age. They say that a pupil who...
It's only for children. I mean, like, for me, I just, like, we have, like resource and stuff. Like, modified study halls.
Passes all the tests for the 13th year may have a mental capacity superior to that age, but how much? Our tests do not show us. The notes in the margin of this book were made by Lewis Terman. I'll get to him later. In the instructions for the examiner, they say he must not allow himself to be influenced by information regarding the child obtained from other sources. He must say to himself that nothing which he already knows about the child counts at all. He must consider the child as an X to be solved by this means alone. Benet and Simon hoped that this would allow their test to be fairer and more objective than the other tests, where a psychiatrist, perhaps in consultation with the teacher, would make a decision on their own as to whether they thought the child should be taken to an institution. But they also say, in the most emphatic manner, our test of intelligence will not suffice to know absolutely that a child is subnormal. They talk about the case of an 11-year-old girl named Germaine. Her parents tried to enroll her in a school, but she was rejected. She was hesitant in her reading, and could barely write a sentence. She was said to be 3 years behind, but she made an impression on Binet and Simon. They said she was wide awake and mischievous, with a vivacity of speech. They performed their Binet-Simon scale test on her, and it found that she was only a year behind, rather than the 3 they had been told. They call it a characteristic example which shows the use of our measuring scale. They took their test to a psychiatric hospital and examined 25 children, where they found that 3 of them were in fact at age in intelligence, and 2 others were a year advanced beyond the average. They say that nothing could show more clearly that, with the means which it has at its command, the mental clinic is not in a position to diagnose correctly a child's intelligence. And then there's a stab at Bournville. They say we've cited this fact for the benefit of Royer, intern of Bournville, who took upon himself to inveigh against our last book. They are letting us know that Bournville has been making disapproving and hostile comments towards their test. Binet and Simon say that a 2-year lag between the mental age and the chronological age indicates abnormal development, and they are in favour of intervening with special attention and a modified program to help them catch up. They recommend starting with remedial teaching. They think that only the most severe cases should be sent to a special class. Now this book, English translations of Binet and Simon's work, was edited together by a man named Henry Goddard. Here is his handwriting
Not a
as
man!
he's gifting the book to his friend Terman. Goddard is one of the people who took this test and ran with it to dark places. He published his own version of the Binet-Simon test and used it for immigration and to support his beliefs in eugenics.
Isn't this video fascinating? Like, you get to the 11th hour, because normally this is the 11th hour when other videos that are doing the whole, like, we're a 10-minute long video, this is where they abandon it and they, like, make the video irrelevant at the end. But, like, she gave all the context on the test and explained the process of the test just to get to the point where, hey, this test was, like, actually made to help people. And the year after they published it, it started being used for eugenics. And still is in IQ tests today. So, like, the original test wasn't like anything like an IQ test is now. And I just think about how much racism and shit is attached to IQ test.
Pushed for forced sterilization of people he called feeble-minded, and in the US this happened to over 60,000 people. It was another man, William Stern, who in 1912, after a conversation with Goddard, came up with the calculation that would become known as IQ. He took the Binet-Simon scale and divided the mental age by the chronological age, and then multiplied it by 100. So if a 10-year-old has a mental age of 8, then 8 out of 10 times 100 is an IQ of 80. In this way, 100 is always the average IQ, and a child 10 years old who has a mental age of 12 would score 120. Lewis Terman, who made the notes and the margins, was a psychologist at Stanford, and in 1937 he adapted and renamed the test to the Stanford Binet Intelligence Scale, seemingly forgetting Simon's contributions altogether. But by this time, Simon was already angry at the use of the test, calling it a betrayal to use it for any purpose other than helping children with problems. Binet died in 1911, not long after he wrote the last pages in this book, so he didn't get to see what intelligence testing would morph into. Nowadays, some people think you can identify genius in adults using such a test. I don't think we should place too much weight on that. People should instead brag about their contributions to the world, things they've made or achieved, people they've helped, and not their test scores. A high score on any test, let alone an IQ test, is not a good enough reason to trust someone or to treat them as superior. I hope that taking a look at where this test started has provided some useful context. If you enjoyed this video and want to see me make more, then please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. For silver patrons, I am mailing out a pack of stickers.
Stickers? Go.
That's Fisher, isn't it? Kill him!
This is a guide on how to deal with corrupt politicians.
You don't get it, do you? You can't touch me. I got protection. I'm Teflon. So whatever you think you're gonna do to me, Mr. Has-Been, Mr. Rogue Agent, Mr. Washed-Up Spy, we can forget about it right now, because I'm bulletproof. Goddamn bulletproof, you hear?
Oh, really?
Oh, you shot me! Oh!
You know, you need to work on that whole bulletproof thing.
Told you about my pretty wild appearance on Timcast IRL. Now I want to talk about my appearance that came out the day after, but we recorded it a couple weeks before, on Tim Pool's Culture War show, okay? And this one was also pretty dang wild. Tim Pool was not at this one, but a few other right-wingers were, including Isabella Moody.
Well, like, IQ doesn't matter outside of like school, like unless you're like have a developmental disability, it doesn't do anything. Like that's the whole like point behind like the original test is like you test somebody with a developmental disability to help you gauge how much like extra curriculum they need to catch up to other students. Like it's still an arbitrary thing. It's just a tool to help assign extra stuff.
Of course, who co-hosts The Grudge. And what's so interesting about this, always when I appear in these spaces, I told you all that I was going to make an effort because we criticize Democrats for not meeting people where they are and showing up in the spaces and going on other people's platforms, that you know what? If they're not going to do it, I'll just do it. I'll show up. I don't care. Throw me in the lion's den and I'll talk with people. And you learn a lot. It can be upsetting. I will say the Timcast IRL one, as I reviewed, there were a lot of really upsetting elements of how that was structured and how it went. But it is also very interesting to learn what causes someone and how you can debate with someone who supports Trump. And the first few clips from this show how there's this disconnect between understanding broader research versus anecdotes. And what fuels a lot of MAGA narratives is the weaponization of anecdotes to distract from the data. A good example is, let's talk about individual crimes to scare people about crime, but not contextualize it with broader crime data that says we're getting safe. They would wing of any kind.
You were on the, if you were on the right, you were a pariah in society.
Yeah, okay.
You see
Let
that
me
in your
jump
comment section about me. Like,
so, first off, political violence of any kind, if you're saying that someone attacks your car or something because there's a MAGA sticker, that's insane. They shouldn't do that. It is important to remember that the data show that right-wing political violence is far more political violence. Well, I'm just going to finish the point. She went for a while there. And then, yeah, you bring up January 6th. That's an instance
I just love it. Well, I'm just going to keep talking. She went for a while.
Of political violence. But what you need to understand about something I've explained to Isabel before is that to understand our political analysis of two different relevant, prominent leaders, you have to at least limit it for some logical discussions to the leaders we're talking about, not vibes and abstract perceptions of an entire side. Because on any side, people will do crazy
but
stuff.
abstract
But in the case of
perceptions, like look at the BLM riots for months, like that's
in the case of,
it's largely left-wing activists.
Yeah, right.
How come
and,
it's that
and
base?
Democrats believed that if you committed crimes, you should be held accountable for them.
That's not true.
They
Unlike
were
Trump
bailing them out.
actually
Kamala
thinks
It's not true. herself.
Yeah, it's not true. Unlike Trump actually wanting to pardon people who were violent on January 6th. But I will say,
they should, all
in the case of Trump, I'm all for protecting free speech. Y'all will sometimes mix up social media censorship, which if you have a platform, you're on the platform and you have terms of service, we can debate about what those terms of service should be, but that's not the same as government infringement.
But the government did infringe.
Right? And I'm just going to complete my point really quickly. We can address that.
It's already getting heated, not even 5 minutes in.
No, and then finally, I've never heard Vice President Harris advocate for censorship, whereas Trump literally said the government should come down hard on MSNBC. That's your leader of your movement, not just some random person out on social media.
Which I disagree with that, by the way.
Kamala Harris absolutely said that she was going to look into expropriating Twitter from Elon Musk because he had lost his privilege. These are her words. That's a direct quote. Lost his privilege to own because he was being. I guess the way that she phrased it was he wasn't doing enough to censor people. She literally said lost his privilege. There was
They were talking about Congress regulating them because people were impersonating politicians.
That
is a direct quote. Lost.
I'm going to pull it up.
Lost his privilege.
So then Lisa, maybe I have the clip here in a second, but ends up looking that up and admitting, even her admitting that that had been fact checked and that wasn't portrayed correctly by Phil here. So they'll distract with inaccurate anecdotes from the reality that Trump actually says that stuff. If you're upset about censorship, why don't you start with the guy who's the presidential candidate, now president-elect, about to be president, who's out there threatening media outlets? No, don't talk about that. Phil kept saying to me that I was obsessed with Trump. Whenever I'd bring up such a point, oh my gosh, you keep talking about Trump. Yes, he's going to be the president and he's threatening media outlets. Yes, I'm obsessed. I think rationally so. But yes, I happen to get a little bit fixated when someone wants to use presidential power to break down a key tenet of our constitutional democratic republic, which is freedom of the press. Yes, I'm fixated. I'm obsessed. I can't stop talking about it. We go forward on this topic.
When a Democrat won.
So right-wing political violence, you can look it up, is more prevalent.
This is not true at all. This is not true. All of the riots that happened during 2020, those were not right-wing riots. Those were left-wing violence.
Correct.
The people that were murdered by leftists, that was not right-wing violence. Right. That was left-wing violence. The CEO that was just the CEO that was just murdered the other day in New York was not because of right-wing violence.
Okay, what about the people? Like, what about Steve Scalise getting shot? My boss was there that day.
Specifically said. Yeah, Steve Scalise, they specifically said this is for healthcare.
Okay. So do you notice? Those were all anecdotes! I'm not... Yes, you can study up and memorize a bunch of stories of left-wing political violence, and I hate those. And those are just as bad. If a left-winger murders someone for a left-wing reason because they're politically motivated towards the left, that's bad. And then it's bad for the right-wing reason. But that's separated. That's a different point. Then what is more common in the United States based on the data? The thing that y'all have a hard time getting your head around is the difference between these examples that get focused a lot on
availability
media and actual studies that study this to look
but the studies are like this. They're like, the studies are, okay, did this person ever say anything hateful about black people? And then all of a sudden he injures black people, then it's a hate crime. It's not the same.
Authorities go through a process to figure out what the motivation, obviously what the motive of a murder or an assault was. And if they have evidence that it was politically motivated, then it's classified that then we categorize and we learn that, left-wing violence is far less prevalent.
Do you have any examples? Do you have any examples of can you articulate what anyone means by right-wing violence? Like when you hear people, when you hear the argument or the statistics saying, it's right-wing violence, can you articulate what they mean by right-wing violence?
Motivated.
Not by violence. Can you articulate what the motivation was that falls under right-wing?
Yes, so you're not going to like being associated with, for example, white supremacist attacks, right? I agree.
Well, how frequently
are white supremacist attacks going on? I'm assuming that's why you're bringing this up. Because you're going to dispute
them either.
Okay.
Good Lord, this will be insufferable. I did not realize who this was. Oh my God.
Just listen if you're going to ask a question. Sorry. So I'm explaining that I agree whenever I start.
I honestly think this is the best he's ever been.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I think this is his key format.
Magnum opus.
He did. So he also did hit one-on-one with Tim Pool.
Mm.
He did both shows.
Wait, what the fuck? What just?
Going through an.
Is that real?
It just said I'm glitch.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know what is happening. Okay. Continue.
I can tell you in the dashboard.
Explaining what the different instances of right-wing violence might be. It might be anti-government from a right-wing perspective. It might be racist-driven attacks. You're going to go, well, that's not right-wing. That's just crazy. But the same thing happens on the left. If it's anything that's left of center as an ideology, they categorize as a left-wing attack.
Do you think
just like how I don't associate with people who looted during Black Lives Matter, you know what I mean?
Okay, well, here's a question, though.
But that doesn't dispute at all what I'm saying.
Do you think that the riots that were happening during Black Lives Matter, do you think those count as
The description of that account says, we don't know much about them, but we're sure this username is great. So, yeah. I don't think that's a legitimate thing. I think that's probably a bot.
I said this in the first segment. I'm trying. You see, I'm trying. I'm not trying to do the thing that Tim was doing in that first one where you're just kind of, you're hungry for a clip, so you're shouting and you're not really listening. I really am trying to hear. Are you saying that because there are instances of left-wing political violence, that when we analyze all of the violence that is politically motivated and learn it's more commonly right-wing,
I hate that.
That's not true because you have an instance of a left, and they kept asking. You're going to see. Give me an example. Give me an example.
Wait,
I told you, bro. This is his magnum opus.
Left wing. Hold on. No. Left wing violence is more often, but less violent.
Left wing terrorism is more. Often. But that's if you qualify Molotov cocktails. You have to qualify firebombing for it to be more prevalent.
Okay, so that statistic is specifically for terrorism, not political violence.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. So
so
right wing is more politically violent, is what he's saying?
Like hate crimes are still this is kind of, because he even said you don't want to be associated with white supremacists.
No.
Right? So that's the thing. It's just like if it's a hate crime, it's going to be political violence.
Yes. Yeah, right? True. But look at the TERFs. They are associated with the Nazis, but do everything in their fucking power to make sure that that's not a reputation that they have.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Like the political violence is still being committed among like the fringe.
Of course.
Like your average conservative isn't gonna fucking shoot a guy in the chest with a shotgun because they're jogging.
True. This is very true.
Give me an example. Which, on principle, I don't need to, because it's not about the particular example. Because the reason I resisted bringing up a particular example is because of what you're about to see, which is whenever you do, then they get fixated on that one example and go, well, that wasn't that bad because of this or that or that. And it's, no. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily wanting to debate. For example, I have obviously brought up January 6th when they asked so many times for an example. And I'm not interested in hearing your whole monologue about how, January 6th, people were prosecuted too much or whatever. And so I'm trying to save you from having to debate.
Yeah, so the donations, they don't appear in the activity feed.
In the chat? Yeah.
If they're not in the activity feed, then I'd say they're... Plus, I've never seen, you're able to just donate money.
Yeah, no, it's literally through the... I'm pretty sure Twitch does have individual donations, but it comes up as a little ding thing on the screen.
Yeah, well, it's not... That's what I'm looking at, is the activity feed. It's not there.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Debate the subject of that, and instead let's keep it on what we're talking about, which is political violence at large. And if we look at it at large, we learn that it's more commonly right-wing. That doesn't mean the left-wing incidents aren't bad. Again, they are. And if they're the same magnitude of violence as a right wing, they're equally as bad. Catch this idea. Both bad, one more common. But it's the same thing with crimes. When you say, actually, crime is going down, they'll go, well, my cousin experienced this. Okay, that's terrible. I'm sorry. But that's not the same as data. As left-wing extremists who committed left-wing violence, which they will be, and that's still not as prevalent.
Are you back?
Almost.
Okay, I'm gonna put on the boy video.
Okay.
This is Kirsten. Now, you might recognize her as the cameraman from our previous videos, but outside of that, she's a pretty normal girl with a normal life, right? She likes painting, she likes her pet bunny, she likes music, just an all-round normal girl.
I'm so nervous.
But if you ask the Indonesian government, they think she's something completely different.
The shooter was an armed criminal with a bow and arrows. One soldier was wounded in the incident.
Dia tampak menggunakan atribut bintang kejora yang merupakan bendera kebesaran bangsa Papua.
Kemudian senjata tradisional seperti panah, kemudian parang, kampak.
Now, if you want to understand how we managed to convince an entire country that our friend Kirsten was a terrorist, you got to know a bit about the history of Indonesia, or like the history of West Papua specifically. So, I don't know. If I give you like 3 minutes, then you go on Google and just type in West Papua, and then just read like all of it, then I'll tell the rest of the story once you know what's going on. So. Actually, you know what? This is boring. I don't know what you got up to, but I'll do it from the start, and I'll just explain it. So Papua is a bit of a mystery for the world, right? It's the last place on Earth to be reached by the Europeans, and it still has hundreds of uncontacted tribes to this day. But Papua's 40,000-year stint of self-love and me-time was interrupted in the 17th century when the Dutch arrived and did what Europeans do whenever they meet new people. They immediately started measuring their heads and lecturing them about some guy they were obsessed with called Jesus. Now, eventually the Papuans managed to get the Dutch to chill out by agreeing that, they also loved Jesus now. But things somehow got even worse after that. Like, the Dutch started building these, really impressive death camps and introduced the population to the operational efficiency and great profit margins of slave labor. This colonial project spread across all these islands from Papua to Indonesia, known as the Dutch East Indies, one of the most profitable colonies Europe ever created. But unfortunately, after about 300 years of, brilliant Dutch entrepreneurship, the Indonesians finally rose up. And after 29 years of brutal fighting, they kicked the Dutch out and declared independence, which, good on ya. I mean, you got the slavery and the death camps, which is not good, but I think the worst thing the Dutch ever did was, pretend that they had their own language. When it's essentially identical to someone just typing in English, but, you occasionally jiggle the keyboard. Seriously, this is how they write the phrase, "We have a serious problem." It's the dumbest language in the world. Unfortunately, the job of kicking out the Dutch was never fully completed. They liberated 13,000 islands of the Dutch East Indies and united 1,300 ethnic groups under the United States of Indonesia, but the island of Papua was still under European colonial rule. And it was Indonesia's mission to, finish the job and finally liberate Papua from the Dutch. The only issue is that this is the guy who liberated Indonesia, Sukarno. And you can probably tell by how hot he is that he was a socialist, which means the US had to destroy him. Now, at one point, this is not a joke, the CIA tried to get rid of Sukarno with the power of pornography. Now, I know it sounds insane, but it kind of just keeps getting even dumber. I feel like a psychopath even telling you about it. But the CIA hired Bing Crosby, the guy who sang White Christmas, the most popular singer in the world at the time. Which, firstly, it's insane that they managed to flip such a giant celebrity and turn him into a full-on CIA asset. But maybe it's even more insane that they picked him for this Indonesian spy job in the first place. Because, what relationship does he have to Indonesia? It's just I mean, it was the 50s, so I assume the CIA was, too racist to work with an actual Asian person, so they just assumed because his name was Bing, he'd had a unique insight into Asian culture. Anyway, Bing produced an adult film called Happy Days. So they found a Mexican porn star and put a latex mask on him to make him look like the president of Indonesia, and they recorded him having sex. So this was the plan, right? The CIA has this film, and then they release it claiming that, the KGB did it, and they secretly recorded him, having sex on his many trips to the Soviet Union. And look, I mean, Indonesia is a Muslim country, right? And if the CIA release this, the idea is that they get a 2-for-1 deal, where they turn the people of Indonesia against their leader, and they strain the friendly relationship between Indonesia and the Soviets. But when Sukarno found out about the film, he was really excited, right? Like, he wanted copies for himself. He wanted to broadcast it to all of Indonesia because he wanted the country to see that, he fucks like a porn star. The scheme didn't work, but, if you think about it for a second, it was kind of predictable, right? A guy who dresses this good is obviously a sex machine. There's no way you could ever embarrass him. But luckily for the CIA, they moved on to a much less sexy
thirsting
plan.
Over
they coordinated and funded the Indonesian military.
Really cringe, honestly. It reeks of like Soviet bootlicker kind of vibe.
I mean, he does look good though.
Sure. So does everybody in a military uniform. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dwight Eisenhower does not look good. I do not want to fuck Dwight Eisenhower.
Look, there are always exceptions to the rule, but ask the ladies about a man in uniform and they're gonna fucking start swooning. Fuck off.
Just wear clean clothes.
It's been dubbed the Indonesian Holocaust. Essentially, the army rampaged through the country, rounding up, torturing and murdering every single communist, feminist and trade unionist. They liquidated 1 million unarmed civilians, and overnight, Indonesia flipped from a socialist country to a right-wing military dictatorship. It's one of the most successful CIA operations in world history, and it was a pivotal point that decided the fate of the Cold War. They took the third biggest socialist country in the world, just killed all the socialists, and swapped Sukarno with a pro-Western Suharto. I mean, like, the names are the same, but they're completely different people, right? In the same way that Mary-Kate is like the rebellious tomboy and Ashley's the girly girl, Sukarno was the good guy, and he's hot. And then Suharto is just this real piece of shit, just like a Western-backed military dictatorship guy who like ran the country for the next 30 years.
Who was the leader of Australia,
now,
my
Indonesia
guy.
never fully recovered from Suharto's system. He left power after embezzling $35 billion, and for a little while it looked like the people of Indonesia would be able to overcome the military dictatorship. But unfortunately, now the country's run by another general who's also coincidentally Suharto's son-in-law. But anyway, back to Papua. With Indonesia in the hands of the US, suddenly the Americans had no problem with Indonesia taking over Papua and kicking up the Dutch.
Why are you not talking about Paul Keating?
In fact, you're currently watching a video of Nixon visiting Papua in 1960.
Indonesia's oil with Suharto's blessing, you fucking dumbass. Why are you not talking about this? It's very important.
Kicking my Eisenhower cosplay back into the closet.
To cheer on the Indonesians as they annex it. But what did the US actually gain from just doing all these horrific things? Well, they got the same thing that the Dutch
US
got
and
from doing
who?
it. You see, Papua is incredibly rich in natural resources, and Suharto's first order of business was to grant US companies like Freeport exclusive rights to take it all. So soon enough, places like Grasberg start popping up, which is the biggest copper and gold mine in the world. A hole in the earth that's so big that astronauts on the International Space Station look at it and say, wow, that's a really big hole in the earth. And those holes are going places. There's so much untapped stuff in Papua, but inconveniently, there's also a bunch of Papuans trying to live their lives on top of it. And the other problem for Western corporations is that, no matter how much brutality the Indonesian military dictatorship dishes out, the Papuans have continued resisting for the past 60 years, and it turns out they're really good at fighting in the jungle. Now, look, I know it's really cheesy and even dehumanizing to like compare these people's struggle to a Hollywood movie like James Cameron's Avatar, but it's exactly the same as Avatar. Like, it is Avatar. You've got thousands of uncontacted tribes, and their first contact with the outside world isn't even a person. It's an unmanned drone dropping bombs and poisonous chemicals, all for the purpose of wiping them out so they can mine that land's untapped resources. All the while, the heroes of the story are defending their homes with bows and arrows. And this is where Kirsten comes into the story. They heard about a particular massacre in Papua last year where Indonesian drones dropped bombs and chemical weapons on a village in the middle of the jungle. Now, look, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say...
Okay, I know it's not really relevant, but we really need to get into like Timor here because it's very important with the whole Indonesia thing and talking about Indonesia and their imperialism and Australia and why that's actually very fucking important. Okay, so according to an author who wrote a book about this, Malcolm Fraser, who was the leader of the Liberal Party, Bob Hawke, arguably in Australians' opinions, the greatest prime minister in the country's history, I would argue, people would agree with, Labor Party, trade union guy, right? And Paul Keating, all cooperated with Suharto to occupy Timor and invade Timor. This is the Labor Party. Why do you think this is a fucking problem and Australia hasn't helped deal with this problem? It's because this benefits them. Like this is imperial, like regional power shit, which is why Americans are probably soy facing over this video because they don't know about this shit. Everybody here knows, they just don't give a fuck, and that's because that's the way the government wants it, because they want us complicit in their bullshit. Like I feel like the exclusion of this is quite important here. I don't know. Like this is
so what, right? Indonesia's been doing these massacres.
I think it's really only pertains to West Papua, but the CIA focus and excluding propping up from Australia. But he does get into stuff with Australia and how they're linked there.
Okay.
For the past
Just
60 years,
to that extent.
what's a big deal, right? And I would say to that, this massacre is different.
So I feel like this comes back to like that tanky bias where it's like, oh, the CIA did everything, right? Which it is a lens that you are blocked.
Well, that's what I was saying,
from
is that the
viewing
guy
things
would have
through.
taken over with or without the CIA.
Yeah, right. So, and to view this through the CIA is to really look at it with blinders on. And this is really the big problem with people like Alexa here, who in all likelihood could make a pretty fucking good video if he just dropped this tanky,
the CIA
just team sports CIA thing.
If there's one place where it's okay to really draw that line, it really is this Indonesian project.
Yeah, and then like I really feel like Australia's had way more impact in this region than America could even think to have.
Probably.
Like the fact that we still to this day, I believe, are stealing Timor's oil. Why do you think we helped them invade? And the only country to recognize Indonesia's annexation of East Timor. Like, you want to talk about oil shit?
I'm going to explain
the oil.
Explain it using Jeffrey, the boy bird. It's a fucking cool bird, isn't it? So he's going to explain to you. This just fucking hurts.
It's not that sharp. Stop complaining.
We don't need a bird. It's a stupid gag.
You have to use the bird alerts.
No. Okay. So the massacre was just different, right? You see, the refugees in this recent massacre managed to escape. They hiked across the mountains for a week to get across the border to Papua New Guinea, and they brought with them fragments of the bombs that were dropped on them. They wanted to bring proof so international media could finally start reporting on the secret extermination going on deep in the jungle. But obviously, no one cared, right? And as if the horrors that these people had to go through wasn't enough, these refugees had to make one of the most soul-crushing decisions of their lives. They had to do a collab with YouTubers.
I'm here to figure out who dropped the bomb, who made the bomb, and why it was used on civilians. And I'm kind of screwing up this intro because I'm holding a bomb and I'm terrified.
Kirsten and Christo went and trekked through the jungle to document this evidence and bring it back to a friend in Australia who could conduct forensic testing. Now, it's hard enough to get to a secret war zone, completely cut off from the outside world. But doing it as a journalist is extra hard because Indonesia won't let journalists into West Papua and, they have a track record of killing the ones that do manage to get in. So Kirsten and Christo decide to get in through the back door, through Papua New Guinea, which also doesn't let journalists in, but their story's a little bit different. Papua New Guinea is the other half of the island of Papua, and unlike the Dutch half, Papua New Guinea was first a British colony, and then it was handed down to Australia and became an Australian colony, which is so cucked. Like it's shit being an Australian, because we have to deal with the fact that, you know, a quarter of our flag is someone else's flag. What are the Papuans meant to do? Right? They're getting fucked. But they didn't have to worry about this for too long, because apparently Papua New Guinea declared independence in the 70s. But mysteriously, the Australian Federal Police still operate hundreds of bases across the country, and their government is made up of the weirdest looking Papuans I've ever seen. But that brings me to the main point, right? Indonesia hasn't invaded, you know, the other side of the island because they're both on the same team. Australia is part of the Dream Team, along with the US and Britain, that created Indonesia's military dictatorship in the 60s. And we fund and train the Indonesian military to this day, while our companies are digging up the island on both sides of the border anyway. Now, getting these bomb fragments out of the country wasn't going to be easy because, you know, Australia controls who comes in and out.
Yeah, I told you he does, but it's not going to be to the extent you want.
Yeah.
But at least it's in there.
It's touched on, yeah.
Papua New Guinea.
We were arrested in PNG on the way back. Yeah, twice.
Did you know that?
Twice?
Yeah.
What happened?
We
Speaking of which, I did put the one of the Nars, but I couldn't edit the other one because Resolve was fucking up.
We got...
Should we tell that?
You guys are so giggly for fucking being arrested. You're like, yeah.
We flew back from the mountains and we landed and we're like, oh, it was the best. We were like, oh, we've got the story.
We've done it.
We're like, we didn't die.
That is nice.
Yeah,
That's
we got the footage too, even more importantly. But then we come out and these guys, they go, Christor, Kirsten, stressing because we're with.
Why do they know our names?
And so we try and like walk out of the airport.
We were like, no.
We're gonna, yeah.
That's not us. Must be the other two white people in West Papua.
20 meters next door is the airport we need to go to fly back to Moresby to get out. And so I'm trying to walk there, but they've shut the gates on us and they're going, no, wait.
You're so close to being back home.
20 meters away.
What was I saying? I was being a real Karen, like, oh, I've got a job. If I don't get back.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose my job.
You came up with a way better excuse than mine, like, I've got a job to do.
You're like, this guy doesn't have a job. What was yours?
Oh, I had malaria.
So it was like, if I get sick here, you know, and not treated, you know, it's going to be a bigger pain in the ass than just letting us go. And then they go, we'll drive you to the airport. And I go, what do you mean? The airport is, like, I'm not exaggerating, it's 20 meters. It's there. Like, it's not it's about 5 steps.
Yeah.
Don't get in the car.
And they're like, no, just get in the police truck, load your bags in.
Yeah, so we had no choice. We had to get in the van and then
it
zoomed straight past
the airport.
Yeah. On the way there, the police car stopped and they got out and like beat up some bus driver.
A bus driver pulled out in front.
Some road rage and they just punched him in the face.
What the fuck? If I saw that, I'd be like, oh fuck, what are they gonna do to me?
I mean, yeah, I was shitting myself. Like, then they took us to the police station.
I was just being really annoying. Like, I gotta get to the airport, my flight's in a second. Kirsten was much smarter and actually giving him a good reason. And then at one point they go, can we search your bags? And I go,
and we're like, fuck.
The bomb fragments.
We've been saying the whole time we were like, just there for bird watching. Like.
Yeah. Not that any of this is like illegal or like you're not allowed to do it. It's completely fine. But it's just not a great look when you've got a 40mm grenade cartridge.
So it turns out Kirsten's malaria performance was so believable, they ended up letting them on their flight to Port Moresby, and then they were just one plane ride away from home. Needless to say, they felt pretty good at this point.
So we managed to race through and we checked our bags in and then
we're
going through,
we're like laughing, right? We're
yeah,
like, oh, we've done it.
How did we do it? And then they look at our passports and they're like, okay, you have to come with us. Like, they took us downstairs to the interrogation room, 40 minutes, an hour.
About to leave, keep like being really annoying, like, can we have our like interrogation now? Like, we gotta go. And then they're going, nah, you're not gonna make the plane. Just like,
and we were just like shitting it, like we were almost there.
They're like, you went to a really strange place at the border. When you were there, did you see any OPM? And Kirsten goes, OPM, like
opium?
The drug?
You're really good at this.
They're like, you're the journalist, right? I go, what? And
then they pull up YouTube and they pull up his previous videos.
You made that video. What
video.
Oh my god.
They have my last video on Papua there.
Oh, okay, that a Papua one. I thought it would be like KFC reviews or like.
He had his
And then I went, oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah. They have they have their own documentary, and that will be linked at the end.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, this time just tourism.
Now, it was looking like they were going to be locked up in Papua New Guinea for a very long time, but lucky for them, the cops couldn't find the missile fragments they had in their luggage.
Because we'd already checked our luggage in, which was
Whoa.
like, thank fuck. Because
It's just like a string of like coincidences that got you out of there. It's so ridiculous.
Now, the craziest thing about all this isn't the fact that, they got arrested twice. It's the fact that arresting them was the most any government's ever done about these massacres. No one has tried to help these people. No one even acknowledges it happened. Like, the most resources the government ever put into this was sending police to harass anyone who tries to report on it. But we found out not all the media was silent. Like, there was some news about this, right? Like, about a month after they got back to Australia, somehow a picture of Kirsten visiting the Papuans came out on Indonesian media, and she became an overnight sensation.
Oh! What's in the hand, Kirsten?
Out of nowhere, there emerged hundreds of news articles and videos claiming that Kirsten was a terrorist, and they all revolved around this one photo of Kirsten shaking hands with some Papuans.
what am I giving to her?
Oh, you know.
What?
Some say it's the nuclear.
They're admitting that she is shaking hands with OPM there, which who cares? Just don't admit that fact.
Yeah, like, why are you omitting it? It doesn't make sense.
Just from regular West, it's like it would be like if she was meeting with fucking like Hamas, and it's like, oh,
yeah,
she's
exactly.
shaking hands with Palestinians.
Exactly. You can imagine how Israel would treat a journalist that actually like interviewed Hamas. You can imagine how they would treat them, right? That's what's happening here.
But also, if I had to meet with Hamas to get bomb fragments of supposed chemical weapons used against him,
I would do it.
I'm meeting with Hamas.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the thing is that this is not journalism. This is activism.
Mm-hmm.
But that's fine.
Yes. But
she
again,
clearly
we need
has
to
a personal interest, and that's where I would be more careful with militant groups.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I do stuff with like Al Qaeda networks and stuff, I do not have an interest. I'm not an Al Qaeda fanboy. In fact, I don't much like them. You know. But I still, because I've spent so much time studying those militant networks, they like me on the aspect on how I treat them fairly. They'll still say I'm a NATO, CIA guy, all this shit, because I'm still against them. But they're less crybaby about me than they are someone else.
Yes. And that's where I say that this is like Friendly Jordies and his team. Like, this is a journalistic thing that they did, but they are not journalists. Like, I really need to.
Jordies was in the video where they showed she was filming. It was the casino video that they did with Jordies.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So they probably know her because of him.
Yes. Okay.
So she's probably more connected to him than she is to them.
I would imagine that she's a part of his team, which did that Paradise Bombed video, which is one of the 2 examples of Friendly Jordies' work that I've said needs to be commended. Is the water thing?
Paradise Bombed about
that's this video? Yes. Mm-hmm. So
that might be their documentary.
Yeah, maybe. But like this,
Paradise Broadcasting is their.
I don't know. You'd have to look at it anyway. The Paradise Bombed, and then the
calm down, BG.
The water and the cotton in North Victoria, South New South Wales. That story, that video that he did. Those are the 2 pieces that I will say is journalism. However, journalism does not make you a journalist. I know it's like
they do more documentary work. And documentary work's fine to have an interest.
Yes, yeah.
That's like normally what makes a documentary.
Is the bias?
It is biased.
Yes, exactly.
Anyway.
Watch out, Jakarta.
What was in your hand?
I think we're just shaking hands.
How many of these are there?
There's so many pictures of you on Indonesian media. Now, having photos of yourself all over the news is one thing, but there were some serious allegations here. Like, they claimed that Kirsten personally killed like Indonesian government officials while she was there.
Who they saying they killed?
No, I think it was government officials there.
You don't even know who you killed.
Yeah.
Just, you know,
You're that deep.
just don't even care.
Just an agent of chaos. Member of the armed criminal
Just kill
group.
whoever, honestly.
You haven't seen this before, have you?
No.
How does it feel being a terrorist?
It feels kind of scary. I don't know what I'm capable of.
Now, there's something really odd about these articles, right? They seem strangely coordinated, right? They came from all over the place, but they pretty much copied each other verbatim. Although while most of them only insinuated that the death of Indonesian soldiers was linked to Kirsten's arrival, some of them straight up said that she shot them personally. But when you look it up, you realize it's not that coincidental. Indonesia's military has been exposed running bot farms spreading misinformation about Papua. And this is nothing new, right? A lot of countries do this, but it's just baffling that such a coordinated disinformation campaign was directed at Kirsten, which got me thinking, right? We're in a pretty funny situation here, right? Indonesia and their Western backers, don't want anyone talking about what they're doing in Papua. But at the same time, like domestically, the Indonesian media goes crazy. Like their bot farms go wild whenever a foreigner takes interest in it. So we thought maybe we could use Indonesia's sensationalist media against them, right? If we can turn Kirsten into like a world famous terrorist like Osama bin Laden or Tony Blair, then maybe we can get some more international attention on Papua. So we got to work, but this time we created a spectacle for the Indonesian media on purpose, while trying really hard to not actually get Kirsten in trouble for, actual terrorism, because that wouldn't be very nice. So we need to think of something like that insinuates being a terrorist, but is obviously completely benign. So if we go to paintball and get a photo of you there and see if it'll catch, or laser tag.
Yeah.
Would they think they know what high-tech military equipment is though? We can't have you at laser tag and concentrated energy weapons or something.
Well, an empty hand was good enough for a story for
true.
before.
Just go like this.
You should be shaking with 2 hands.
2 hands.
If the handshake was enough, maybe we could just be doing nothing.
You know what we
maybe
could-
we could be playing chess.
You know what
We could do LARPing.
Yeah,
Just do
that's
like Renaissance fair. Like medieval weapons.
Archery would work because they don't like.
What are you doing? Rat? Chunky rat.
They're not fans of the bows and arrows that the TPN use.
I mean, archery would be cool. And then what we do, we put it out there being
Yeah.
are you training them? Surely they know how to do archery. What's the insinuation? Are you
Providing
bows and arrows.
Bows and arrows.
They can make completely fine.
Like they're training me.
That's what's quite that's also what's really funny about it is oh yeah, they need our help.
Yeah.
We're gonna teach them a thing or two from being in our extensive experience.
These Australians in their early 20s from the inner west to go in there to teach Papuans how to do archery.
Yeah.
Gonna teach them how to go to gigs. What else do you
Teach them how to make a
Order coffee, yeah.
I think you just go do archery.
I want to do archery anyway.
No, you're done? He was being a... Yeah, do it. Do more spazzing.
Not doing anything. Make him bounce off a wall.
He done doing the spasms. He accepting the love.
We just do that at the end.
An excuse to go.
Yeah, let's go. And if the video doesn't work out, we did archery. Yeah. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very uncoordinated.
What's this thing for?
I don't know, he just started handing me things. Coffee in my hand.
I feel like it's meant to match a part of our body, but I can't work out what that is. There's a hole.
Really?
It looks like a penis protector. Like for one slightly bigger ball than the other.
That's to draw. The other thing is a wrist guard because it will literally skin you.
Yep. It's pretty great when you like my bow. If you hit yourself, it just gives you a pretty good welt. Those ones will take layers off.
Doing a scary terrorist photo shoot of Kirsten was harder than we thought. You know, the bow wasn't really cooperating.
Well, I mean,
what do you think of that?
These bows are harder to shoot, but
I know where that is. Nah.
You know, the string doesn't have to be tight with these to be able to be functional.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of these that are like gym equipment, like children, and they're just plastic, like polyformed, injection molded.
Yeah.
And then they just like tie a shoestring.
Basically, yeah.
And it's able to function fine. They don't use metal arrows though.
No, they just use blunt target arrows.
No!
That's not looking good.
Do you hear how loose the string was there?
Yeah.
It sounds like when you like play with a rubber band to make music as a kid.
Yeah.
That's not looking good. Cut that.
It's alright. It's alright. The targets can move in a real fight, you know.
Targets is subjective.
Yeah.
Now, I knew that making Kirsten look scary was going to be hard, but got even more complicated when the instructor revoked her bow and arrow privileges.
Right, let go of that. Right, so what I want you to do, put the knot in there. Okay. When you grab this, put it here.
You can't be trusted with a bow. They put you on the rubber band.
Was it?
No, how humiliating.
Okay, so the way the bowstring is supposed to be.
So the way the chinchilla is supposed to be.
This one. So it's like, right? There's no play in that whatsoever. Right? It's like you have to. I think it's 70 pounds. Right? That should be pretty fucking heavy, relatively, right? That is absurd, childish kind of shit. Crazy.
Yeah, she's just not pulling the string back far
No,
enough.
I know, but all they need is like you could have literally just gone down to Bunnings and bought a bow and arrow or Aussie Disposals or something.
They just
like
get they get a tax deductible archery lesson instead.
Yeah, they could have had a bow that they could have shot. And it would have been funnier if they used one with suction cups.
No. Oh, my God, Christo.
You were meant to hold.
Oh my God. I feel like I couldn't be worse at this.
Hey, careful with that rubber band. Don't point it at me. Oh.
But out of nowhere, like a Taliban sleeper cell, she started doing this.
Holy shit!
I should use this more. That shit was expensive.
What is going on?
Oh my God!
Dude, you are actually crafted archery.
She is the terrorist. That's why they got the.
Yeah, this is all real.
So she ended up getting dressed up and, you know, we did our militant photo shoot. And I don't know. I guess you could say it was a successful day in the sense that, you know, we got some tax-deductible archery lessons and we took a couple of photos. But in terms of this actual video, I just kind of felt like we were wasting our time. Like, there's in no world would the Indonesian government, you know, see these photos and be like, oh yeah, Kirsten is an international terrorist or like a mercenary. But we've come this far. The least I could do is make sure the photos get into the hands of the Indonesian government. So I looked it up and it turns out they live here.
Okay, so we got the dossier here. I've compiled an extensive list of sources about Kirsten being a super soldier mercenary. They're all kind of the same photo. But it's a lot of interesting news here. And then you got the glamour shots, the actual like
he's wearing
real deal badass terrorist.
That's their logo.
What do you reckon? This looks pretty serious, right?
Not me.
Yeah.
I'm terrified.
Yeah? Scared of her.
I think that with that aim, I mean, those arrows are going kilometers at a time.
I feel like I probably should have padded it with more paper. It's like, this doesn't scream like top secret documents. There's like 4 pages of just like screenshots from the news.
Secret training camp uncovered.
Oh, yeah. Should I put on my sunnies? Does that look more like undercover, like a secret dossier kind of guy?
You look like...
Or is this more like reliable?
I mean, I'm just really having trouble picturing the type of person that's snitching about a training camp in Maroubra.
I think the study is there. Yeah, the study is. Yeah, this is sick. Fuck, I feel cool. Hi there. How are you? I've got some documents that I think the Indonesian government might be interested in. It's about these mercenaries that snuck into West Papua. She's actually like a bow and arrow expert. So they train really close to here. It's down at Latham Park. They've been training archery to go infiltrate West Papua.
You can talk to somebody
in there?
The number 4 to the left.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Thanks so much. Oh, thank you. Now look, we're trying to get our friend classified as a terrorist, which is, you know, dodgy enough. So the last thing we want to do is get done for the crime of, you know, secretly filming inside a foreign consulate. So there's no footage from inside the building, but it was awful in there. I mean, like, the place was nice. It was lovely and people were really nice to me, but I just felt like a psycho, right? Like, I just seemed like a really unwell person who just like strolled in his pajamas and is just like ranting about this conspiracy theory. And they're kind of confused. Like, they didn't know what to do with me. So they just kind of, what they ended up doing was they just kept escalating it, right? They'd be like, oh, I don't know what to do. Here's my manager. And it's like, oh, here's my manager's manager. And it just kept going up until it reached like the consular staff, like the actual political people. And then like the only way they got me to shut up was by, you know, agreeing with me and being like, okay, we'll promise the president will see these documents. And then I left. Well, it's out of my hands now. Now it's up to the president. Now, it seemed pretty obvious by my reception at the consulate that everyone thought I was insane. Like, there's no way that anyone would be looking at these photos and be like, oh yeah, this is serious. This is a terrorist. I'm going to take this seriously. What do they say?
Mystery of the Australian Caucasian girl who dared to enter the Papuan forest. Brothers Grimm fairy tale.
That's why you never enter the Papuan forest. Well, you have to be a good girl and stay with grandma. Oh, sick. Oh my god.
How do they not like realize it's a joke?
Like, it's the stupidest photo.
The news stories just kept coming and coming. They were making them faster than we could watch them.
How does that... I don't understand how those two pictures follow each other. It goes from these guys with fucking automatic weapons. There's a picture of you crouching in a tree.
Look at how many. Like, we got that one, the behind the tree, the artistic angle.
Everything.
We got every photo.
And they've like flipped them around.
Yeah.
Everyone has like a different preference for how they want you shooting your bow and arrow.
Just like these two, just
flip them. Yep, now we have 2 articles.
Now, I thought the previous articles used some pretty colourful language, but these new articles blew them out of the water.
OPM inserts 2 Caucasians into KKB Papua headquarters.
We were inserted.
Inserted Caucasians.
Honestly, this is like, this is some Chase's War Against Everything kind of shit, where this is like Chase's War on Everything. I don't know if you guys had a show like that, or it's just like a group of people who just like did live prank shit, basically, but like high level prank shit. Like harassing prime ministers and shit is very funny. Because John Howard went for a morning run every single morning. You could have easily assassinated that man. No problem whatsoever. And these guys were able to repeatedly just walk up to him and harass him while he's doing his morning run. Hysterical, right? Imagine if that happened in America. The Secret Service protection would fucking skyrocket.
Bush was an avid runner.
And
they
hated it?
No, they had to specifically train a specific division that was specializing in cross-country running so they could keep up with him. Because he was such an efficient and good runner, because he ran every day.
Because he was so good at it. That's fucking
so they needed to
hysterical.
assign agents.
That's very funny. Fuck, who did it in suits? Please tell me it was in suits.
I don't think so.
Surely there's photos of it. If they're in suits, I will lose my fucking mind. Do you know how good of a group costume that would be?
Foreigners infiltrate Papua, spread the charm of OPM's promise of independence.
Spread the charm. Do you guys feel like you charmed your way into West Papua?
That's right, we had little hats on. Good day, sir.
But amidst all the charm and the inserted Caucasians, there were some scarier allegations trying to link Kirsten to even more murders, some of them as recent as 2 weeks ago.
Wait, 2nd of November, that was just then.
Yeah.
You guys, what did you do? That was probably like the day we were doing archery. I still think it was.
Okay, it was actually Bill Clinton. Which I wanted to. In my head, I was thinking Bill because I remember movies that parodied it, like Silence of the Hams. But something told me he's too fat. But no, it was Bill Clinton.
Interesting.
Here, I'll send article. Hang on, I accidentally hit the bracket instead of enter. So if that not work, that one better.
It did not work.
Guys, I don't know where you were on November 2nd. 2 weeks ago.
Oh my god, he's pooping everywhere.
Oh, whoa. He's really terrified by this Indonesian media. He didn't realize he was owned by a terrorist. Just shitting himself.
Now, these weren't just random bot farms calling Kirsten a terrorist. This story spread, and it was being reported by real news networks.
Tribune Jateng, like it's a big paper.
3 million subscribers.
Wait, what? This is so much bigger than putting it on Boy Boy.
Yeah.
That being said, there were definitely some military bot farms.
This one's by Hippo Academy.
What the fuck?
Legitimate news outlet.
Indonesia's not sending their best. 1 like, 3 followers. What is this?
Yeah,
it's just like an AI generated.
Paid for subscribers.
Yeah, this is a military bot channel that's picked up on the Newswire.
That's so good. Hippo Academy. It just seems like pointless. Like whose job is it to make this? Oh, that music is a horrible doubling up.
This is just
It's
unrelated
just
as well.
yeah.
It's just
What is going on?
slop.
Who watches this?
Let's see, how many views do? 21,000 views.
That's impossible. That is impossible.
No, they got comments.
Oh, what are they saying about you?
This is real.
If there are Australians who interfere in Papuan affairs or support the OPM, they must be destroyed.
It says,
They are the real provocateurs.
Bush's inclination, HW's inclination to play on public golf courses was an issue.
Well, Trump's been an issue for them.
He has been.
Because he's banned from all these buildings for not paying for AC and shit, so he has to go to empty fields.
That's fucking hysterical. I didn't know that.
To destroy you.
Good luck destroying her.
Yeah, with a bow and arrow.
Eventually, the rambling bot videos were getting, too stupid to keep watching.
Stay tuned to see how their journey unfolds. So if we subscribe to this channel, we'll find out what happens to you guys.
Yes, we got to subscribe to Unkap Jejak. It was 942.
I kind of want to know what happens to you guys. I think I might subscribe to them.
He's peed on my phone.
Oh, God.
He peed on my phone.
Kirsten's bunny was acting out exactly what we were all thinking, right? There's no point reading another 1,000 identical articles about Kirsten being a terrorist. It's absurd that a photo this stupid was enough to trigger such a massive reaction from Indonesia's media and military bot farms.
So see, this is such a great information warfare video.
It is.
Inadvertently made a massive deal out of something they don't want anyone talking about, right?
It just
the
shows you
fact
how
is,
easy
the
it
world isn't just ignoring what's happening, right? The world is facilitating and profiteering off of, the extermination of some of planet Earth's last uncontacted tribes, right? And these are just subsistence farmers. Like, these are people who are just trying to defend their villages from unmanned drones and chemical weapons sent by us. Now, look, I don't know about you guys, but I honestly wouldn't have known anything about this if it wasn't for Kirsten and Christo and their bravery. They traveled to a secret war zone, put their lives at risk, and became the
I'm
first
glad that he
people
didn't
ever
give the
to
credit
retrieve
to Friendly Geordies. I'm glad he didn't
physical
give the credit
proof of Indonesian bombing in the jungle. So go check it out for yourself, right? Click the link in the description and see the full story about Indonesia's war crimes. And, it's not just that, right? They're the only
I appreciate this, where this entire thing was just to promote their channel.
Yeah. And what are their videos like?
There's only 2.
Okay.
But combined, it's an hour and a half of content. But see, the first one they made is 30 minutes long. This new one, it's already got 270 on it because I'm sure this helped a lot.
So they definitely helped Friendly Geordies do his video.
Yeah, this has 1 million.
It clearly doesn't translate.
No, that's it. Totally. I mean, not everyone clicked on it and went to the
exactly. So he clearly didn't make that big of
That's a 250,000. That's huge.
It is
return. And you could say, so if this has this many, you could say maybe organically it was 200K extra views. That's great.
Yeah.
But I love that it's like just to make something to promote other creators like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it should be. That's how YouTube should be. If you're going to do that sort of stuff, that's what you should be doing. You should be promoting stuff like
Jack's
that.
Film's philosophy is that all reaction is bad. You should be making original content that promotes the guy instead. Which is okay, Jack, calm down.
That's a bit dramatic. I mean, we have produced enough information out of reactions that I think we can prove that.
But also the thing is it's being on, like, being Hassan, like, people like freaking out because he gets up from his desk. Like, he doesn't have to be 100% all day at his job.
Exactly. Nobody is, right?
And like this whole idea that he's hurting smaller creators because he's not doing 100%. It's like there's a difference between him and Sniper Wolf.
Yes. Yeah. Then, yes, original content is always better, but at the end of the day, original content is time consuming and people don't give a fuck about it. Let's be real. Let's be real here. People do not give a fuck about your produced content. Whatever the biggest, sloppiest dog shit that you can drop on their plate, they'll eat it up, right? The heavily produced shit does
Mr.
nothing.
If
Popular Front Mr. Beastified their content, Popular Front would be the biggest fucking corporation in the world. You understand? But they make real content. And real content people don't give a fuck about because it talks about things that make people go, hey, maybe the world isn't this perfect little bubble that I've convinced myself it is. And maybe I should actually address the fact that reality is kind of shit right now. And we could change it. Or you can remain in your little bubble. What's easier? That's the question. What's easier? The bubble. The bubble is easier. And original content,
I like bubble,
is taxing, and it's good to produce, but if it's taking so much longer, and this is the problem, with the gamification of the everything, right? It's all dings and buzzers. Look at TikTok live streams, right? Have you seen this cancerous dog shit where they're just making sounds for money donations? It's fucking crazy. It's been going on for a minute, but it's like it's wild that that's even a thing. Why is that a thing? I don't understand. When you could be watching something that you actually learn from, that's heavily produced. All those science communicators would be the biggest channels on YouTube. You know who's the biggest fucking channels on YouTube are? Indian music channels and Mr. Beast. So, you know, I don't know. It's just, it's...
Who's ready for loyalty missions?
It's 5.5 hours on the stream already.
Uh-huh.
And it's 3 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Will we be able to do the loyalty missions?
Jax is pretty short.
Okay.
You only fight Varen and a few Krogan. It's a story mission.
Okay.
And if you bring Miranda, there's additional dialogue because they hate each other.
Yeah. It's not Doomer shit. It's literally just addressing the fact that people are consuming the easiest non-thinking content that you can possibly give them.
Oh yeah.
So, sure, we can do original content.
I mean, we have.
Are people going to care?
We started streaming because it's what makes us the most money and growth, and the least amount of effort.
The most return. Right. That's exactly what I'm talking
for more
about.
Return.
Yeah. Right, and that's the problem. You know, we get the couple thousand views with the big guests and stuff, but a good example, right? A good example is our Ethiopian episodes. They are some of the lowest viewed yet best ones that we have done. Nobody gives a fuck. I've seen one person in their little virtue signaling posts on social media talking about Sudan, Congo, and Palestine, who actually included Tigray. Someone included Tigray. It's the only fucking time I've ever seen that happen. Right? So, you know, it's one thing, like, people don't even know about these things
to even look them up in the first place.
Exactly. And we can't get it out there because YouTube suppresses our fucking content because we covered the Houthis doing news. So to make original content on YouTube is now even less appealing because we got hit for doing something that they literally said is fine to do. And we can't contact YouTube because they're all fucking bots there. Nobody works at YouTube.
That reminds me.
The only people that work at YouTube are the ones that directly contact with the biggest YouTube channels because that's all they care about, because it's all about money. They don't give a fuck. They just want to make sure that they make the money. This is the problem. This is why YouTube needs to die and another platform needs to take its place. But the issue is that Google can afford to lose money on YouTube because it is not profitable. Not profitable being the key word there. Rant over.
I got a funny video for you.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the limited ads. Exposed body parts and stuff. Like, okay. Apparently a human YouTube reviewer selected, like, okay. 9 seconds through 11 seconds. Like, you can't see anything. And then the next one is literally just a shot of my face and nothing even around it. Nothing even around it that's like close to it's literally just a shot of my face they want me to censor. Okay.
Do it, yeah.
And then we got 952 to 954. Let's see what's here. Like the entire video is censored. I was very thorough about this, so it's insane that it still got dinged.
You are
and I'm
garbage.
still waiting for
You're
something
garbage.
that they said was explicit to actually be explicit. So 952, we got a shot of her face and hands. So, okay. I was expecting, like, oh, it's one of the shots where she's barely wearing any clothes, but I, like, censored her nipples. And then again, nothing even around it, nothing even close to it that I can understand it being like, oh, yeah, maybe it dinged this thing that's close to it. Nope. 2712 to 2714. Let's see. It's just my face. It's just my face again.
Wow.
What the fuck, YouTube? A human reviewer confirmed this.
YMS
yes,
confirmed,
someone watched the video in less time than
Yeah. Who was I gonna Miranda and who was I gonna change?
I don't know. You should have made note of that before you left.
I wrote down Miranda, but I didn't note down.
I think that's the only one.
I think so. Yeah.
Garrus.
Yes, it was Garrus, yeah.
You have to go to the Shadow Broker lair.
Hell yeah. Oh my god. Garrus is getting changed. Fucking yo, this ship is the size of a planet. It's a big ship.
No, it's like RTS's. Scale is fucked up. You can check your results for your expeditions.
Where?
On your investments.
Yes. Nice. Certa Foundation's antibiotic tests have been blocked.
I want to say that failed for me as well. So they might be sat.
Maybe. Smear campaign. The politician retires from public service after your smear campaign. Hell yeah. Mutually assured income. Let's go. The police quietly slip you a cut from their raid on the Red Sand factory. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. Let's fund that shit.
Now, what about Garrus?
Alright, what do we want? Turian Rebel?
Yeah, an overload. I want to say we did this.
No.
Might be
Because
just doing it again.
No, because I wanted heavy overload for him.
Yeah, I think we already did him.
No.
And then you went to
picked
check.
the wrong overload.
I know. I think you had already went to the Shadow Broker before going to Omega.
No, I only did the top option and didn't finish it. Weapon damage? Do I care?
Yes, he's a
I'd rather
shooter.
armor.
I mean, yeah, you can do armor piercing ammo first.
Mm. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then
Miranda. Wow, she gets all hers unlocked. You don't have to put 2 points in.
So we want this, yes?
Yeah.
Minus
squad weapon damage.
What do we want? Warp?
Well, for the next
Overload
mission,
and warp?
Slam will be useful, but Slam is not as good as overall as Overload and Warp. But you already have Garrus on Overload.
Mm.
If you had to choose between the two, probably Warp would be better.
Oh my god, that's fine. I'll do it later.
Well, you're about to bring her on the next mission anyway.
Yeah.
I think there's literally like 8 enemies on this next mission.
Right.
This is a great mission too. You know why? Because it's not a combat mission.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't check what Garrus was.
Just do max warp for her. Leave overload at 3. And then put 1 into slam. Heavy. There's rarely grouped up targets with barrier and armor. Jack has Geth Plasma.
How much I hate this
That's
place.
what you told me to get it.
See the landing pad?
He's great with it.
Has to be on the roof, or the vegetation would overgrow it in a few hours.
She's so cool.
Have these dumbass glasses on.
Your landing zone.
Something's distorting the sensors. This was a secret Cerberus facility.
Yeah, they build their equipment to last. Assholes. It was a mistake coming back here, Shepard.
I like her better when her nipples are barely covered.
I'm fine. Okay, let's get on the ground.
Yeah, I forgot to do Garrus, you're right. I'll do it later.
Let's just get in there and plant the bomb in myself. I want to watch this.
No, you did do Garrus.
No, I did, yes.
I never saw this room. I think they brought new kids in these containers. They were messed up and starving, but alive. Usually.
This is similar to the containers on Pragia.
Oh my god. Into pieces.
What?
I fucked up because I went left instead of down.
I mean, you can start over. You're right
Nope.
at the beginning.
It's not worth it.
It's only 3,000 credits.
The elusive.
Hey, you turned that off.
Went rogue. You'd
I
like
don't
to
want
think
it.
that, wouldn't you? He didn't say what they were
Okay,
hiding from the elusive.
restart the mission. You literally just jumped over the main dialogue because you immediately turned it off.
Busy.
Miranda.
Thank you.
I forgot how much I hate this place. See the landing pad? Has to be on the roof, or the vegetation would overgrow it in a few hours.
Shepard, I am picking up thermal signatures
Few
everywhere,
hours.
except at your landing zone. Something's distorting the sensors. This was a secret Cerberus facility.
Yeah, they build their equipment to last. Assholes.
I want to say they
It was
fucked
a
up the
mistake coming
planet
back here, Shepard.
with fertilizer, so the
Get a hold of
plant
yourself.
growth is insane.
It'll be okay. I'm fine. Okay, let's get on the ground. Let's just get in there and plant the bomb in myself. I want to watch this place burn.
Switch up. Done.
Done.
I never saw this room. I think they brought new kids in these containers. They were messed up and starving, but alive. Usually.
Hell yeah. Money.
The elusive man requested operation logs again. He's getting suspicious.
When we get results, he won't care what we did. But if he knew,
He won't find out. The elusive man requested operation logs again. He's getting suspicious.
when we get results, he won't care what we did. But if he knew,
He won't find out. The elusive man requested
Are
operation
you satisfied
logs
with the two lines that I
getting
skipped?
Sounds like this facility went rogue.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you? He didn't say what they were hiding from the elusive man. I remember escaping to this room, fighting here. I saw sunlight through the cracks in the ceiling. Only a half-dead guard between me and freedom. He was begging for his life.
Money. Money. I like money.
There might be a thing in that room with the hologram you turned off too.
No, that wasn't. I already looked. Who's breathing?
Hmm?
Who wants to die?
They've seen us.
Those guys?
Friendly fire!
Die, puppy. Whoa.
This looks like an arena. That's right. They used to stage fights here, pit me against other kids. I loved it. Only time I was ever out of my cell.
What were they studying?
Hell if I know. Maybe that's how they got their kicks. I never understood anything that happened here.
How often did they do this?
I was in a cell my whole life. Sometimes they took me out and made me fight, filled me with drugs, other stuff. Time gets funny in a cell.
What other stuff?
Did other children die in these fights?
I was a kid, filled with drugs. I got shocked when I hesitated. Narcotics flooded my veins when I attacked.
They actually rewarded you for attacking.
I still get warm feelings during a fight.
What the hell was wrong with those people?
I don't know. Doesn't matter now.
Let's keep moving.
Hell yes.
Ah, she does. That's glasses. Nice. It's raining.
Security Officer Zimkel, Telton facility. The subjects are out of their cells. They're tearing the place up. Subject 0 is going to get loose. I need permission to terminate. I repeat, permission to terminate. All subjects besides 0 are expendable. Keep Jack alive. Understood. I'll begin the...
That's not right. I broke out when my guards disappeared. I started that riot.
Things might have happened that you didn't see.
The other kids attacked me. The guards attacked me. The automated systems attacked me. That doesn't leave lots of room for interpretation.
Fair. We'll find more evidence then.
This place is supposed to be empty. Who the fuck shot that Baron? It's a fresh kill.
Yeah, who the fuck did?
That was the easiest one ever.
Wasn't it?
Those are easier to do on console, believe it or not. Yeah, Cryo will probably fuck these Varen up.
We've been spotted.
Huh?
Not a problem.
Troopers.
Affirmative. Lost shields.
Broken.
Yeah, blood pack. It's just standard blood pack troops.
How the fuck are they here?
Come here. Now let's finish you off.
Okay. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, just close shot him. There's, that meant slow-mo. Same thing, yeah. Oh, that was a carnage.
Oh, was it?
Mount that one.
Fight like a warrior.
Oh, that was behind glass.
Hey, look, glass that can break.
Fun.
Lost shields.
You coward!
Also, the enemies were a lot more fun to fight in the first game too.
I disagree because you
Why do you need a morgue?
can just one-shot
This was a
them
small
if they're
facility.
Geth.
A lot of children died here.
Sure.
Even then, they were part
And
of the
then
experiment.
the
Oh shit. I had the worst of
other
it, and I
ones
made it alive.
will like ambush you in a weird way. Like the biotic cult.
Yeah.
You walk in there and every biotic in the facility hits you with abilities at the same time.
Yeah, okay, good.
Well, yeah, you literally have to level up to get hardening so you can resist those attacks. But it's still like really stupid when they bunch up like that.
So strange to be back here. I feel like
You'd understand if you saw my insanity playthrough.
I'm a dangerous bitch, but then I'm a little girl again. Shit. It's complicated. I can take you all.
Yeah, whenever you see enemies grouped up that have health, shockwave them. Like here. It doesn't matter if they have armor. You can just target it anyway, because it takes a while to travel.
We're dead anyway.
They kept children here?
I'll find cover.
Taking cover!
There was one of those cells that had something on the right.
You got it. On it. On it.
Nice.
This, it's a two-way
I do need to go after this mission.
My cell is on the other side. I could see
You
all
hear
the
what
other
she
kids
said?
out here. I screamed at them for hours, and they always ignored me.
You walk by a two-way mirror.
This one?
That's Jack's cell on the other side. So she didn't know that the kids couldn't see her.
No,
Scream at them
no
for
wonder
hours.
she's so psychologically fucked. Like, that would fuck a kid up.
I mean, they were fucking drugging her up and making her kill.
Yeah,
kids.
I mean-
if you go to the left, there's stuff here too.
Like, imagine a kid trying to
54 Telton
communicate and people just ignoring them its
The
entire
latest
life.
iteration of Pergnum went poorly. Subjects 1, 4, and 6 died. No biotic change among the survivors. We lowered core temperatures of surviving subjects, but no biotically beneficial reactions occurred.
They're
As a side effect,
they're Deadpooling it.
all subjects died.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll not try that on Zero. I hope our supply of biotic potential subjects holds up. We are going through them fast.
This is bullshit. They weren't experimenting on the other children for my safety. You can't help what they did to others. You don't get it, Shepard. I survived this place because I was tougher than the rest. That's who I am. You move on, harder and tougher.
If you go to the down before you go in here, if you go to the other side, yeah, this side, I think there's stuff over here. Just a chair, maybe. I wasn't sure if dialogue was initiated or anything. Don't fuck it up.
What's this?
Biotic. Nice, I needed that to get my level up.
It's all fallen to pieces. The subjects are rampaging and Zero is loose. We're shutting Kelton down. What a disaster. We'll infiltrate and piggyback onto the Alliance's Ascension program. Hopefully, that will give... Who what? Zero, wait!
Shepard, they started up somewhere else. Ascension is an Alliance program. It's a school for biotic kids. They don't torture children there. A lot of this isn't the way I remember it. There was a lot going on. I was dumb. I keep my eyes open now, and I always shoot first. We're getting close to my cell, the place I came from. Let's keep going.
There's some power cells there. +1 ammo.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Aresh, it's Turek. Yeah, the intruders are here. You want
I
them
found
dead.
out what the Krogan
You're
humps are.
friends. You promised us.
They're
lots
like
of stuff,
camels.
But this place is a waste.
That's how
Fine,
they can
we're gonna-
survive in harsh
I'm coming
environments.
in there and we're going to talk
The
salvage.
Krogan.
Yeah, they store nutrients and
doing
stuff
here?
in their humps.
First, we're going to kill you. Then we'll
So
see.
a bigger hump indicates more social status.
Yes.
What is going on?
Silly Vorcha.
Nice shot.
Jack's already dead somehow.
Yeah. Silly. Ow. Alright, you know what, Miranda?
She's not even in cover.
You idiot.
Affirmative.
Kill her too. Actually, you know
Right
what?
there. Fall and die.
Yeah, please, do it. You gonna be fucking that useless? Fuck off. She won't die.
On my way.
Jack died because she ran. Or no, she was right there.
She
I don't know why
literally
Jack
just
died.
stood still.
They must have all hit her at the same time or something.
I'll find cover. Got it.
Jedi for me.
I'll kill you all.
I missed him.
Well, you can pull them as well, but Shockwave is great because it goes through cover and knocks them out. That's why I like it.
No sweat.
He restored his barrier.
Fire!
Coming in close.
Night, night. I've got no shields.
I'll get you.
This fine.
I see them.
Coming at us.
Wow. He did not freeze. Why did he not freeze?
Fire.
You're in my way.
Kill them on my order. I want them dead. Concentrate fire. All squad. Form up now. Push and overrun. We outnumber and outgun all.
Here we go.
No sweat.
You gotta get them to flank so they can actually land their powers. See, Jack's going for it.
Stop me.
See, Shockwave still knocks them out of cover, even if they have health or shields and armor.
Actually, you know it could be fun.
Yeah, that will work.
Hell yeah. That's a fucking cool gun. Ooh, that fucked that armor up. Yeah. For you,
Yeah.
maybe.
Pull him. With Jack. Oh, that she hit him instead. She knocked him over instead. But she's always got powers ready. She's almost never on cooldown. You can constantly have Jack B doing abilities.
Fly, bitch.
Pull only works on health. Shockwave will still knock him out. So you can pull him.
Enough. I want suppression and I want it now.
Watch the Kurgan!
He's charging.
I can take you off.
Lol. Leave him alone.
Shotgun, nice.
Watch out!
Oh my god, get in fucking cover.
It's on stairs. There's not good. You can't really.
They're as good as dead. On it. They're as good as dead.
Oh, I tried.
Only
It's
room
okay.
left is my old
That
cell.
was the last enemy.
Where Aresh is, he's in there. I want to plant the bomb there anyway. Might as well do it on his corpse.
Bob Lady hot as fuck. That's the door you came in.
I knew that. This one.
See, isn't Miranda's loyalty
Come out.
outfit great?
We know you're here.
It was good.
Who are you?
My name is Aresh, and you're breaking into my home. I know you, Subject Zero. So many years have passed, and I thought I was the only survivor.
My name is Jack. How the hell do you know
my
me?
name is Jack. We all knew your face, Jack. They inflicted horrors on us so their experiments wouldn't kill you. You were the question, and I'm still looking for the answer.
Why did you come back?
I hired these mercs and came back almost a solar year ago. We're rebuilding it piece by piece. I'm gonna find out what they knew, how to unlock true biotic potential in humans. I'm restarting the Telton facility. It will be beautiful.
I wanted a hole in the ground. He's trying to justify what happened by using it?
You do the same thing to new kids. Wasn't this forced on you?
Some were bought from poor families on Earth or kidnapped from colonies. Most ended up here the way I did. Batarian pirates. They did such horrible things to us. They must have had good reasons.
Oh my
There's no reason good enough. Are you nuts? You lived it.
You do the same thing to new kids. Wasn't this forced
Some
on
were
you?
bought from poor... They did
There's
such...
no reason
This
good
place was like a prison. How'd you get out?
We all attacked at once as they were taking us to the lab. They would have put us down. But then Jack got loose. When I came to, it was over. The guards, the scientists, and the kids were all dead. And you were gone.
I stopped it. All of it. Maybe the others did have it bad, but what you're doing is just messed.
Everything we went through must have been worth something.
We can blow up the place, but that still leaves him. What do we do with another you?
That's easy.
Just leave me here. This is where I belong.
Fuck that.
You're here to erase your past. He's part of that.
Shit.
Fucking
Is this right?
middle.
Will killing him fix my head?
You're a killer, Jack. That's what you do.
Yeah.
That was pretty cold.
I love how quickly she's just like, yeah, you're right. You could tell her. Let it go. It would probably be better for her.
Probably. Oh well.
A bullet in the head solves everything.
I know that now. This room
Solve
is my
Saren too.
childhood. Give me a minute to look around.
Yeah, especially when he does
Yeah.
it to himself.
Nothing's changed, but it's all different.
$17 renegade points. Yeah.
See,
I
pretty
use
short
this table
quest.
for everything. It was
Yeah.
like my best friend.
Good quest, though.
Found it.
Yeah, no, really good.
I was pathetic.
So you could have done it earlier,
Sometimes I dream that I'm back in
I
this
was
bed.
worried about afterwards.
I used to tie the
Because you
sheets
can
around my
lose Miranda's loyalty or Jack's loyalty. Once you do both of their missions, it unlocks a trigger.
Ah, interesting.
And you can lose one of their loyalties. So if you did, so you could have done hers first and not touched Miranda
that
at
room
all,
out there
which is
is
normally
the-
what I do because Slam is worthless.
Pound and yell.
Yeah.
Never did any good.
Fun power, but
Is that it? No. What?
See the scarring on the wall here? That's where I killed my first man. One of the guards tried to stop me. Instead, I stopped him.
But she said she killed
Okay.
kids in the fights.
No more wallowing. Let's blow this place to hell.
Yeah, she did.
So she said man though.
That was the
rest are
first one,
children.
though. Sure. Yeah, you could make that distinction. Is this the trigger?
Oh, her knuckles are all fucked up in this outfit. And her knuckles say death now. Her tattoos are different.
Hell yeah. That's fucking sick. Hope she feels better.
Disagreement? Can you head it off before they tear out a bulkhead?
I'll deal with it.
Take pictures.
Touch me and I will smear the walls with you, bitch! Enough.
They're both biotics too. That would be an interesting fight.
The cheerleader won't admit
Jack
what
would destroy
Cerberus did to
Miranda.
me was wrong.
Yeah, she would get fucked up. It would
It
still be
wasn't
very
Cerberus.
interesting.
I have
She would put up a
arguments for
fight.
why, but I can't
Okay.
tell you.
Okay.
You've got no idea what they put me
Make
through.
note of that.
Maybe it's
Okay.
time I showed you.
I'll put it at the top of the document.
My opinion is the one that matters. You two, keep a deck apart at all times.
She can't be trusted, Shepard. She'll jeopardize the whole mission.
If we survive this, you two can tear each other apart.
Until then, save your hate for the collectors.
She'll survive. I'll make sure of it.
Mhm.
Then I'll tear you apart myself.
You two gonna be okay?
That's what Harbinger says to you.
It's a good thing you came by when you did. As long as she does her job, we'll be fine.
Shut up.
Thanks.
You know what would have been great is at the end of that line with Jack, she does a little, you know, it's like
well, talk to
a
Miranda real
real.
quick and tell her to shut up. Hey Miranda, shut up.
What can I do for you?
I'll let you work.
Of course,
Okay,
Commander.
I just wanted to see if she had something to say. She gets her own office.
Of course she does. She's the pet.
Well, like the reason, the reason she's such a cunt to you in the beginning is
Mm.
because she doesn't think you'll work in Cerberus interest. That's
Yeah.
why she says she wanted to even put a control chip in your brain.
Yeah.
So her arc of trusting you is kind of interesting, but I
Yeah.
think all the arcs are kind of weak in the first game because there's only like the loyalty mission and then the finale for all of them.
Yeah.
So I think it would be much better if it was more linear.
Sure. All right.
But
well,
still,
let's call.
I think
it
we only
there.
have Tali
Yep, Tali.
and the
then
Reaper
the main.
IFF now.
Yes, and that's it. And I can do that
Unless you
tomorrow.
want to do
Maybe
side quests, but
we
they
can
don't
maybe
matter.
we could maybe do that tomorrow. I could maybe jump on early and do that tomorrow.
Well, we will do the Syria stream really in a few hours.
Oh,
As
so
soon
you are
as,
gonna
basically,
do
as
that,
soon as
okay.
James wakes up, I will be on
Yep.
stream for that.
Okay, well that works because then by the time that I wake up, it should be free to stream. And I will let everybody know before I start, and then we'll finish off Mass Effect 2. Yeah, sound good?
Okay.
We've got to do
So-
Mass Effect 3, but I
Let me
think
tell
we
you-
can probably power through 3. Maybe. Depending on how big.
I haven't played it in long enough, but it is linear.
Okay.
Which makes it better.
Okay, great. All right, well that's a start. So
I love 3's story. I think 3's story is more interesting than Collectors,
yeah.
but I like getting to know all the characters.
All right, well we'll see. As for Cyberpunk,
Whenever I can afford it.
something like that.
Once I
All
heal
right.
from surgery,
Mm.
I'm
You
going to
start
be
making
making some moves.
Mm.
And then we'll see.
Alrighty.
Do the funny thing with Legion. Spoilers. What's the funny thing with Legion?
I don't fucking know.
I told Jack that you can do Tali's mission later if you
Mm. So Tali's
Want.
is going to be the end one.
It-
So
it-
we'll do that.
It's up to you. It doesn't. You're already at the end anyway. So
Yeah,
I would
there's-
urge you to do IFF first because you're already at the end anyway.
Mm. Got to do Tali. Yeah, I'm going to do
Yeah,
Tali's.
take Tali with you on the IFF mission and then do her mission right after. That would probably
Yeah,
be the
okay.
most interesting.
All right, we can do that. That sounds like a plan. We'll do that tomorrow.
Okay, I do the
cool.
raid.
Yes, do that. Pick somebody new.
Are we in politics right now?
Yeah, politics is pretty empty.
What about this one?
Pick whatever. Whatever works.
We'll do this guy.
Yeah, let's do that. See you later, guys.
He's at 9, so rating with 6 viewers.
Mhm.
We'll put him right at a peak.
Yep.